Have you ever failed? At anything? I'm sure you have. You're human. We all come up short. We all stumble and we all fall down. And for what it's worth, I'm proud of you for getting up and carrying on because I know how hard that is. The difference is the stage in which you fell down. It's easy to pick yourself up when no one saw you stumble. CD Projekt Rec weren't some indie studio with a Kickstarter. They were the ones who made the Witcher series. The bar had been set high for whatever their next project was, and when they announced Cyberpunk with Keanu Reeves in one of the lead roles, it instantly became massive. The problem with this level of hype, however, is it's almost impossible to live up to. Cyberpunk was special to me. In fairness, it was special to a whole lot of people, but unfortunately what was special to them was what they expected Cyberpunk to be. What was special for me was playing Cyberpunk when it released. You see, I understand hype far too well. When I get excited for something, I'll put it up on a pedestal and be disappointed regardless of the final product with very few exceptions. So I've taken steps to avoid this. When I decide I want to watch a movie or play a game, I avoid any and all content about it, which means unlike most of you, I would suspect, this is the first time I'm seeing the vast majority of these trailers. What I find interesting seeing them for the first time is that this is the game I remember playing 3 years ago. This is the game I fell in love with. So what happened? What game were other people playing that I wasn't? What went so wrong? The biggest single thing I can point to is the release of the game on 8th generation consoles. Cyberpunk was tough to run on a decent PC, and frankly, out-of-date consoles were always going to lack the horsepower for a reasonable experience. Doing so was unacceptable, and I feel bad for anyone who got tricked into thinking that that was going to work when it obviously wasn't. That being said, I can't really comment on how bad the experience was upon launch because that just wasn't my experience. Cyberpunk 2077 in any iteration I've played is simply one of the greatest games that I've ever had the pleasure to experience. From a narrative that grabbed hold of me and dragged me in being one of the most immersive I've ever seen, that took me to places I couldn't even imagine. Characters that were some of the best written I've seen regardless of the media format. Side quests that were better than entire AAA campaigns that I've played. Some that made me laugh, some that made me cry, and others that left me speechless. Gameplay that stood above the expectations of the genre in which it was released. It was cool in 1.0 and dripping with style by the time Phantom Liberty released. From the main story, the small details, hell, even the way words were pronounced in the soundtrack, you can feel the love and dedication the team put into this game from start to finish. Let's not waste any time, let's just talk about it, all of it. From the plot, to the characters, to the side content, the gameplay, Phantom Liberty, and just for fun, we'll even throw in some time to comment on Edgerunners and the making of the soundtrack, along with 89.7 Growl FM. This is your spoiler warning. I've had to make cuts to keep this video manageable, but you should be aware I'll be covering almost all of the best moments in Cyberpunk 2077. If you're prepared, come along for the ride, and I'd love to have you with me. If you're ready, let's get it.
One more thing, Mr. V. Quiet life or blaze of glory? Later now.
I'll fucking kill you!
Blaze of glory for me.
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
Been on a while. Time for a break. Fuck!
So how do we discuss gameplay? This may seem pretty simple, but for anyone watching that hasn't already, you're probably never going to play the pre-2.0 patch gameplay, which in some ways I actually preferred. Don't get me wrong, I know I'm probably the only person who didn't think that 2.0 was a straight up improvement when it launched, but that's simply because I'm stubborn and hate change. Even I will begrudgingly admit that this new system is a massive improvement over launch and should be praised for all that it achieved. I will admit that while I dislike being forced to change my approach, it was probably for the best, and as usual, when actually trying to make a video like this where I talk about all aspects of a game, not just one or two I really enjoyed, I endeavor to at least dip my toe in more than one playstyle. The biggest two are really whether you go for a high-level net-running ship or the Sandevistian, which I'm confident in saying was popularized by David Martinez in Edgerunners. I've tried the Sandy, and admittedly, it's pretty fun. It makes for damn fine visuals as well, but what I fell in love with was a fast-moving netrunner. Well, as before, I didn't really have to engage with people outside of my scanner interface most of the time. It's really more fun now to wade into the thick of things to get the most out of your quick hacks. You learn to take out larger threats early, then use various smaller attacks to wear through the ranks of other enemies as your RAM recharges throughout the fight. Throwing Contagion across the battlefield, then wading in with the monowire can get spectacular quickly, especially when you add on extra abilities gained from the Relic perk tree and Phantom Liberty. Loading in a weapon glitch or similar quick hack into your monowire can have you moving like a maniac, drawing on every part of your experience in cyberware to get through it. That's not all the options you have though. Mantis Blades paired with a Sandy can have you feeling just as cool as you look. Gorilla Arms not only have the best visual appearance in my opinion, but serve multiple purposes, being great as a less than lethal option, almost feeling mandatory in Beat on the Brat quests. But beyond that, you can dish out some crazy damage with these things, taking heads right off and even flinging your enemies at one another as weapons. Alongside the combat abilities, they act as a plugin for strength checks, doing things like forcing open doors. There's also the projectile launcher, but it's pretty lame. I mean, I guess it would be cool if you just never carried a gun anywhere going melee only, but there's too many cool guns in this game to ignore them as options, and frankly, you have too much of an inventory limit. That's literally just what your arm slot can manage in combat though. This is before any other weapons, such as pistols, which are often best used in stealth paired with a suppressor, but can often be used in open combat as I did throughout the game. Sniper rifles are great at taking down powerful enemies and often rather satisfying. Shotguns obviously excel if you're looking to close the distance with your enemy and deliver massive damage. This may be one of the only video games where I genuinely dislike assault rifles. Where in most games they act as middle-of-the-road options, being alright at everything, here I just often found them to be bad at everything, although that could be because I didn't really spec into them at any point. SMGs were a little bit better, but along with LMGs, just weren't guns that I found myself picking up very often, at least not naturally. For the vast majority of my playthroughs, I've often gotten through most of my encounters with handguns and sniper rifles, falling back on the melee weapons far more often than I did firearms, but to be honest, Gorilla Arms and Monowire are really my go-to. That being said, if you want to get beyond your arm slots, there are plenty of fun options in that department. To start with, baseball bats have feedback that's almost too much fun. With a satisfying thunk upon contact that really helps you feel it through the screen, encouraging you to bonk as many people on the head as possible. There's several one-handed options as well, with my favorite being one that I don't think I can show on YouTube, but you probably already know what it is. Also, there's another version that has 69% more reach, which might be the funniest thing in the game. There's also slightly more lethal options such as swords and knives. Swords are awesome fun, especially when you can get into an actual sword fight, although it is rare to get a really good one in the game. Oda is one of the few. Also, with the patch drop the day I'm writing this, you can now use swords on motorcycles, which assuming the game will stop crashing, you'll be seeing footage of now. Swords are cool and come in plenty of visual flavors. There's also plenty of knives in the game that are also very satisfying to throw at your enemies. They do teleport back to your hand after a few seconds in case you were wondering. With every weapon you can use in the game, there's an iconic version of it out there to be found somewhere with, I believe, no exceptions. Iconic weapons can be gotten in plenty of different ways, from bonuses gotten from GOG like the Black Unicorn, to crafting specs picked up from dead enemies like Comrade's Hammer. You'll also find some hanging around during missions like Satori and Saboru's AV, and occasionally you'll get them directly through missions like Johnny's Malorian. Oh, and sometimes as a gift from a friend like the mocks you get from Judy, or as a reward for finishing missions like Byako from Wakako for finishing all of her gigs in Japantown. God, there's a lot of ways to get iconic weapons now that I'm thinking about it. You can even just buy some from certain vendors. A lot of them will even be displayed in your weapons room should you store them in your stash, unless they're bugged like Overwatch and won't leave your inventory! The nice thing when it comes to iconics and all the different cool weapons across Cyberpunk is that unless you're fighting at the highest difficulty, there's no need to use anything other than your favorites. With enough resources, you can upgrade just about anything to a legendary level and make it viable in the late stages of the game. Speaking of difficulty, the 2.0 update actually did something really interesting for me. It made the game a little too easy in some ways. I might like a power trip in RPGs. I like being a god walking around unable to be bothered by the peasants around me after all the work it took me to get that strong. And Cyberpunk 1.0 was no different. I love just grinding through the game on normal difficulty, then being way too strong in the third act of the game for more than one reason. Of course, it's just fun to be stronger than everyone else, but it also fits perfectly into the lore of the game. People with the most expensive chrome are simply in another league from the average person. It makes sense that when V is adorned with the strongest gear in Night City, he will be able to destroy just about anyone he comes across, and frankly, I like that better than games in which you would touch godhood only to have it be taken away. Something changed though with the 2.0 update. In all iterations of the game, the difficulty is heavily front-loaded, which, as I explained, makes sense. You don't have the cyberware needed to compete with those around you, so you actually have to be better. I really enjoyed doing quests in different orders than I had before, and running into obstacles that I simply hadn't had to deal with before. And those limitations in cyberware made me more dynamic in combat as well, forcing me to use all my tools in ways I simply hadn't before. The difference between 1.0 and 2.0 is that in 2.0, there's simply so much more to play with. And because of that, I found myself at max level with awesome new toys and abilities I couldn't use because I was just tearing through enemies. So for the first time, I actually bumped the difficulty and found myself having fun again. There's something about constantly scraping by that I find immensely satisfying. The beauty of the 2.0 update is that it took what already existed and simply added more depth to basically everything. And there's no wrong way to play. The biggest upgrade we got was probably making clothes purely an aesthetic choice, no longer tying them to stats, although I do think that's a negative in one small way. While in the world of Cyberpunk, it makes perfect sense for the cyberware you attach to be related to your armor levels, and this is overall a good thing. It actually does take away from the story in one very small but very important way. As you progress throughout the game, you will acquire Johnny Silverhand's clothes throughout various quests and gigs, eventually being able to go full rocker boy. From the leather pants to the car he drove to the gun he carried. Originally, these were some of the best clothes in the game, offering a high level of protection paired with style that you didn't have to pay anything for. This meant that as you got further into the game and melded more and more with Johnny, you'd likely not only start to act a little bit more like him, but dress like he dressed, drove like he drove, and shot like he shot. It was a small touch, but to get to the end and see yourself as the rocker boy, it became hard not to empathize with him. This is a smaller gripe, but it's a gripe nonetheless. It was an interesting narrative tool that was taken away. It's hard for me to admit, but the 2.0 combat updates really did make the game better. None of my complaints come from anything but an unwillingness to change, and I'm willing to acknowledge that. Cyberpunk always had style, but man, what we have now is just on another level. Games with such narrative strength rarely have combat that I find enjoyable, and especially not in their first entry. I know it's not CDPR's first rodeo per se, but it is their first-person shooter if I'm not mistaken, and it could have very well been far worse than this, and I wouldn't have been surprised nor disappointed. In layman's terms, they didn't have to go so fucking hard, but they did that shit? That's dope as fuck. Oh god, I guess getting around has to do with the gameplay too, doesn't it? Well, I'm happy to report that the movement feels fantastic, with Lake Cyberware and dashes opening up entire new worlds for you to play with. You can leap into battle feeling like you're the main character, which you're most certainly not, but we can get to that later. In what may seem to be an odd comparison, I would recommend you play this game the same way I'd recommend you play Mass Effect 3 Insanity. Wade into combat head first, move fast, and hit hard. There's no wrong way to play, and I take a stealthy route more often than I let on here, but really, the open combat is exciting as hell if you will allow it to be. And that's before we get into one of my single favorite aspects of the game, and that's simply getting from place to place. Now, like most games, you can walk from place to place, and there's also a fast travel system, but man, here in Night City, I almost never use it, which is in serious opposition to my usual demeanor. Something about driving around Night City is simply magical, and I can't get enough of it. The radio stations have something for everybody along with every mood. So often I just wanted my destination to be a little bit farther away so I could enjoy the song a little bit longer. The selection of vehicles isn't what I call massive, but there is enough depth and character to make me question which car I want to be pulling up in when I call for one. So many of the options have a story behind them that makes them just a little bit more special. For example, the yellow arch being bought by a corpo to show off only to find out that it was too much bike for him. Or the bike that cost a woman her life in the story we can talk about later known as the Highwayman. Or the easy answer in Jackie's Arch, which if you take the Nomad life path can be just a little bit more special, as he will take your recommendation to swipe out the exhaust like you told him to. Just adding that little touch that makes it more personal to you, the player. From Scorpion's bike to the Akira-inspired Kusanagi, there's so much cool to be found on 2 wheels, and while I don't find much depth on 4, there are exceptions. Being a massive petrolhead myself, the quest to find V's original car in the Nomad questline meant a lot to me as I understood that bond you can form with the vehicle. There's also the Chiron that apparently belonged to Merkman, a Night City reference to Batman. But there's one vehicle that stands above the rest, and that's the Hoonicorn. It's a newer edition, but god, it's good. I didn't think it's possible to derive so much emotion from a car in a game not based around driving, but I'm not embarrassed to say stumbling upon this beauty brought a tear to my eye. I was just stunned at how perfect she was. Someone thousands of miles away cared about Ken Block just as much as I did, and it was apparent immediately. To this day, every time I get in, this car puts a smile on my face just seeing her. Done so perfectly. The unicorn even behaves like its inspiration. It reminds me of a Gymkhana video. Brash, exciting, unruly, and always set right on edge, nearly out of control at any given moment. She doesn't seem to fit in anywhere and she stands out everywhere, spitting fire like a dragon and often sideways. The unicorn-inspired ride is simply a treasure that should be adored by all. Whoever made this, I'm talking to you right now. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I'd buy you flowers if I knew who you were. I couldn't have imagined something so wonderful to find me in Night City, but this did, and I couldn't be any happier about it. There's nothing to be said about Cyberpunk's combat beyond the fact that it's epic. It's not the most in-depth and challenging game I've ever played. There's no confusing it with a Souls-like, but man, it can get intense. From fighting through scav haunts to massive raids on Arasaka or just taking a lap around the city, there's never a moment that I just didn't enjoy. A lot of what makes the gameplay so special, though, is where you do it. So, just for a second, hop in your favorite set of wheels and let's take a ride together into this big, wonderful world they created in Night City.
Good morning, Night City. Day in the light. I was on my own, catching a ride.
Sorry.
With the lady, her hair hangs down past her thighs. Blue and pistol shit. Satisfies leather jacket, zipped up tight. Mando, big ones coming, look for lost and found.
I mentioned that V isn't the main character in Cyberpunk, and I stand by that. Once you've spent enough time in this world, you will know intrinsically that the main character is the city itself. There's simply no way to beat Night City. It will chew you up and spit you out if you dare to stay too long. It doesn't matter who you are, at some point it will catch up to you. But that's more of a comment on the narrative, which we can get to in a little bit. For now, let's just talk about what it's like to experience this beautiful nightmare. There are a lot of games that pretend to be next generation of graphical fidelity, but just being hard to run, Starfield, does not a generational leap make. This city is genuinely gorgeous. I often wonder where my processing power is going when I'm playing a game and struggling for frames, but not here. You simply need to drive around and you'll be able to see it. Just looking at the ray trace reflections in the art direction with advertisements everywhere that make the world feel so incredibly lived in. Nothing ever feels out of place, from an ad offering some soul-crushing service to glowing trees and trash on the streets. And that's from a static perspective. It's also one of the most lived-in worlds I've ever seen. It's not RDR2's level, to be sure, and many of these things came in the 2.0 update. But man, the world now is just insane. Like, driving a car around only to get caught up in two different groups in the middle of a car chase that has nothing to do with you is insanely fun. Obviously, these are scripted segments, but it's done so incredibly well, it feels natural. It's like Night City is just living as it would, and you're driving through. The world is filled with gangs, and they all have a unique flair for them. From the borged-out Maelstrom guys who honestly just creep me out, to the wannabe militia that is 6th Street, to something I consider more traditional like the Valentinos, although that might just be a regional bias for me. I will say that fighting different gangs doesn't feel as different as I'd like. If you turned off skins, I wouldn't really know who's who outside of voice lines, but the interactions always feel right. I can't help but feel that Night City was created before anything else in the game was. Before V or Johnny or David, there had to be Night City. Its stories are too perfectly interwoven for it to be something else. There are so few titles that I can just get in a car and drive around, listen to music, and explore. Although the one thing I'll say about it is that there's rarely a feeling of danger when you're just out and about, which is fine. We've talked about how dangerous V is, so it makes sense you feel so secure. And I think that partly plays into why the narrative works so damn well, but it would be nice to at least feel a little worried walking through the wrong neighborhood. That's probably just me comparing every game to Kingdom Come Deliverance though, which is a bad habit I've fallen into as of late. But that being said, everything from Night City, from the fixers who match their respective areas perfectly, like Wakako and Rogue, to each of the different apartments you can rent, from the Glen to Corpo Plaza to Northside, all of them just feel lived in, and it really is like coming home. I love Night City, and I hope they bring us back to this world sooner rather than later. That being said, however, it's hard to discuss why Night City is indeed the main character and what makes it so special without discussing the narrative as a whole, so let's just get right into it. From start to finish, we will walk in the shoes of V, then get to the side content and the DLC afterwards. If you're ready, let's just hop right into it.
See you never, asshole.
Now like that! Stick some iron in your mouth and pull the trigger. It's all going too slow. Fucking hell. Have to buy biochip. Last chance to get the fuck out of here. How many fingers, my old? When is telling me what to do ever worked, huh? V, I'm just scared for you.
I'll see you around, Johnny.
Right before we start, I want to tell you something. There isn't a happy ending here. This isn't going to work out. You will not ride off into the sunset. You will not be the exception. V is not the main character here. Alright, is that clear? Do you understand? If you're sure, let's go. V has one of 3 life paths. You can either begin as a corpo, trying to grind your way to the top of the ladder, only to be betrayed and cast into the street like the loser you are. You could be a street kid, born and raised in Haywood, only to leave and return to Night City when your plans didn't work out. Or you can be a nomad, formerly the clan known as the Backers, split up and went your own separate ways, which would lead you to Night City in the hopes of a new future. The honest truth is that beyond a few dialogue options and the unique quest you'll get later into the game, your life path doesn't really matter too much. I've done multiple playthroughs with each, and since I don't consider them to be unique experiences, you can expect to see them used interchangeably throughout the game, with a decent chunk of my footage coming from my most recent playthrough as a male nomad V. Regardless of your life path, it will lead you to the same place. A life as a mercenary with Jackie Wells at your side. Now, I rarely find interest in the intro of a game like this, but I will say it's really Cyberpunk's biggest weakness. The intro is all style over substance. You'll learn the basics, with much of the instruction coming in the first mission, in which you rescue a woman by the name of Sandra Dorset from scavengers who want her implants, but it's not really what it's about. The intro is about preparing for the Konpeki Plaza heist, which will really be the big kickoff of the plot of the game. Here's the problem. It's both too long and too short. I'll admit every mission you go on to prepare for the heist exists to teach you some kind of lesson, and we'll talk about each, but the biggest problem is that honestly it just kind of drags. The big coming to reality moment is supposed to be Jackie's death at the end of the heist, and it's true that it will follow V for the rest of his journey, often thinking about his lost friend, but it didn't shake me up, and for more than one reason. The most likely reason it won't bother people is because Jackie dying is in the damn trailers. Even avoiding as many as possible, I knew about this moment. You just can't get away from it. The other major problem is that while V establishes a lifelong relationship with Jackie, I didn't. The vast majority of their time spent together is here in a fucking montage. It's a cool montage, I'll give you that, but of all the things they fixed over the course of the games, I wish this had been the first. I just can't bring myself to care about a man I knew for, 2 hours tops? Your relationship with Johnny works because you have 50 hours of time together to bond and form a relationship. I liked Jackie, I really did, but I liked him as I liked a dude I sat next to at an MMA event. Tons of fun, I'll never see him again. Regardless of how you feel about Jackie, he does bring up the biggest job we've ever dreamed up, the kind that makes legends out of normal mercs like us. An old fixture named Dexter Deshawn has returned to Night City after hiatus and is putting together a team to hit Konpeki Plaza. It's pretty clear to everyone that we're not getting picked because we're the best, but because we're good enough and expendable. He'll ask to meet with V personally and ask us a pivotal question, one which will be revisited more than one time later in the game.
Mind if I ask you something right off the bangle? Would you rather live in pieces, Mr. Nobody, die ripe, old, and smelling slightly of urine, or go down for all times in a blaze of glory, smelling near like posies, without seeing your 30th?
With us picked for the job, we get our assignments we'll need to complete in order to get ready for said job. We need to meet with the job organizer, Miss Evelyn Parker, as well as pick up a bot from Maelstrom known as the Flathead. What order you do them in doesn't really matter, and I've done both of them first, so for today we'll just start with Evelyn because I have less to say about it. She's requested to meet you personally to make sure you're the right fit for the job, and so you agree, meeting her at Lizzie's bar. This game is, in very many moments, some of the best cinematic framing and shot composition I've seen, and it's not to say that this moment is bad, but something about her being right there when you're asking the bartender for her just takes away from the scene on repeat playthroughs, at least for her big intro. It's a minor gripe, but all I'm really trying to say here is that this scene works better in a form of media where you can't control the camera. She brings you to a back room to chat, and despite the literal TNA in the room, the far more interesting thing going on is in fact Evelyn. This, in fact, does work better on a repeat playthrough. In my first time through, I thought I was a bit out of my league in this conversation, unable to steer it the way I wanted and clearly lacking pieces to the puzzle. And while that's true, there's another layer to it. Evelyn is also in over her head and seems like she really knows it, but also knows how important it is not to show it. Her plan is shaky at best, and it's again apparent that hindsight is 20/20 because looking back, I can see how not in control she is of this entire thing, but I'll give her credit for getting as far as she did. We're brought to the back to meet Judy, an instant fan favorite for various reasons. Evelyn brought us back here to have Judy walk us through a brain dance, and that's important, but just for a second, can we talk about Judy and the character writing in this game because it's so good. Judy isn't happy with Ev, and it's clear, but look how her mood towards us changes when we talk a little shop with her, and all of a sudden, it's just like the two of you are on much better terms. You can also see that she cares about Evelyn, turning to her when you request to bring in your friend T-Bug, seemingly against her better judgment, agreeing to help you because that's what her friend needs. We run through a brain dance to learn how the software works, and oops, she forgot to mention something.
Ah!
Slow, deep breaths. Your cortisol and adrenaline spiked, but the soft activated your hormone blockers. Nothing happened. You're alive and well.
That flash of intense shock. I can still feel it, I remember. Fuck, that last second. You could have warned me how much it hurts to die.
Is this foreshadowing for events to come? I don't know, but this game has given me several English teacher moments, and this is just the first. We work through the BD Evelyn provides us, and it turns out she spent the night with Yorinobu himself in his penthouse, and that's how she got the info on this heist. Later on, we learn more about how she became involved in organizing all this, but for now, all that we need to know is that she brought us into the job, and we're going to have to go through with it. After scrolling for all possible info, we drop out of the editor and get ready to leave. Interestingly, Evelyn will approach you with an offer. Cut out Dex and do the job only for her, but this doesn't really change anything at all. I would assume it was an idea that was cut somewhere in development. Next up is when we need to acquire the Flathead from Maelstrom. Here's the deal with it. Dex already paid a guy named Brick for it, but Brick was pushed out and now Royce is in charge, who will be wanting you to pay again. Now, we do have options, but the route I'd recommend is to call Mare the Stout, who's in charge of the Militech convoy that Maelstrom clept the gear from. Oh my god, I just said clept. I've played too much Cyberpunk. Oh well. You can meet with her and work out a deal where she will pay for the bot and allow you to leave with it if she can recover everything else. She will give you a spike credit chip to pay with, and you can indeed choose to script it and remove the virus, but that locks you out of Venus and Furs, so I'm going to choose not to. Anyways, whatever way you go, you'll meet Jackie at the All Foods plant where you can come in to meet with the freaks. I maintain that this mission only exists for two small reasons and one big one. The two small being spending a little bit more time with Jackie, along with showing that quests can have more than one outcome based on your choices, but I suspect the big reason is just for this moment.
No, he's alive, well, and kicking. And he sends his regards.
So you gonna consider my offer now?
Honestly, how many news articles and video thumbnails have used this image in the last 3 years? I have to admit, it looks great, especially with ray tracing cranked up, but this mission lacks any real substance past this moment right here. Anyways, I'm almost done complaining about the intro, I promise. I really do love this game, just not this part of it, especially as I've played it over and over again. With the prep work done, we head to the Afterlife, the premier spot in Night City for mercs and the place where legends are memorialized. We're sitting in the seats of legends. It's our big moment and you can choose what to make of it, but Jackie wants to breathe it all in, ordering us up a pair of Johnny Silverhands. It's explained to us that legendary mercs have their signature drink named after them in posterity when they inevitably bite the dust in spectacular fashion. Jackie even has Claire write down his recipe, which seems like a fantastic way to curse yourself, but whatever. Also, if you ever wanted to see someone break down how to make a great Johnny Silverhand, Jackie Wells, David Martinez, etc., there's a channel called How to Drink where Greg puts together awesome cocktails, which is actually where the updated drink models in this game came from. Cool little note there. We're invited to the back room Dex has acquired for us to meet with him and Bug to go over the plan in detail where you can ask as many or as few questions as you wish. It won't change the outcome of the mission. Assuming you're ready to go, we can start the heist right here, changing into your suit and climbing into a Delamain, Night City's premium cab service run by an AI that operates somewhere in the gray legally. There's been a lot of debate on whether CDPR should have offered a third-person option, and I get that people want to see the character they worked on creating, but it would have detracted from this game to such a degree not to see it in first person. There's so much that I only see when I go back and look at footage because at the time I was so immersed in the scene that it was as if I could only see and observe so much. I never stopped to ponder the wave of emotions going through Jackie's face in the car ride over as he tries to collect himself for the biggest moment of his life because I was busy having a conversation with him while trying to collect myself at the same time. I know this is a random aside, but I truly can't get over how phenomenal this always first-person perspective made the game, and I hope they maintain it in the sequel. We get past security, and you have the option of stopping by the bar before we head up to our room. The Flathead will need some time getting to its final destination, and we go through a pretty painless segment to get that done before taking a little break before the big moment. With the penthouse clear and the security down thanks to T-Bug and the bot, we head up to recover the biochip we were hired to steal. The first thing I'd recommend doing is heading over to Yorinobu's bed and grabbing his pistol since you were forced to leave yours in the car. It's not strictly necessary, but on a job like this, it's definitely a comfort to have some iron on you. We recover the case, and this is the moment where it all goes wrong. T-Bug loses track of Yorinobu, and as it turns out, he's returning to his penthouse before we can get out of there, so we're forced to hide. But not to worry, it's getting worse than that somehow. Yorinobu's father pulls up, also known as Saburo Arasaka, also known as the most powerful man in Night City, if not the world. Oh, and if that wasn't bad enough, he's here to recover the biochip that was stolen from him. You know, the one that we're holding right now in a glass case of emotion.
Ron, where are you?
I'm in a glass case of emotion!
Probably can't get much worse than that, right? Wong! Okay, I swear that was just a typo in my script, but I'm leaving it in because it's hilarious. Anyways, he's dead, so that's awesome. Oh, and the hotel is now on lockdown. We go to make our escape, but here's a pro tip you should pay attention to. After this door opens and T-Bug dies, oh yeah, T-Bug dies, by the way. No one cares, though. Don't feel bad. Don't pretend you do. Anyways, after the door opens, grab the iconic Tonto off Saburo's body, and then head up the stairs and take the matching sword from his AV. Iconic weapons that are both incredibly strong and unobtainable later. Actually, with the Dogtown Black Market dealer they added for Phantom Liberty, you may be able to get them there, but if you do it now, they're free and some of the best weapons in the game. So once you've done that, head out on the balcony and shimmy across the ledge so you can get to... Oh, come on. We cannot catch a break on this one, can we? So we jump and take a bad fall, banging up both us and the container the biochip is in, forcing us to make a call to Evelyn where she says the only way to keep it safe is to insert the chip into one of our own slots. Jackie takes a leap in an attempt to save the mission, and for once, we catch a break with no side effects. We'll give Del a call, telling him to be ready when we get down to the parking lot before heading there. It feels right to stealth through the hotel, and you can get through the whole place without setting off alarms, but it's your choice. You can also go loud and shoot your way out. It won't affect what happens afterwards. Regardless of how you get to the garage, your ride will be waiting, and he's a hell of a getaway driver, even if you help a little yourself on the way out. Then we lean back in to celebrate our escape, and oh yeah, Jackie isn't looking too great. This will be the end of the road for him, as it makes his last request to take care of the biochip for him and finish the job. I really wish this moment hit as hard as it does on paper, but I just struggle to care, especially on repeat playthroughs. I talked about it earlier, and it just doesn't work, and for so many reasons, the biggest being the lack of time I as the player spent with Jackie, how heavily foreshadowed his death was, and oh yeah, it being in the fucking trailer. Jackie is likable, sure, with an infectious energy that makes taking a liking to him quickly that much easier, but I just didn't form a bond to the level that it would make this moment heartbreaking. Although I don't want to just sit here and shit on Jackie, because it's no fault of his that I don't care about him, so let me offer you a nicer perspective. My last YouTube video about Cyberpunk, a commenter by the name of Brandon Gavin EDC proposes that perhaps Jackie is the one who won in the end, stating he didn't have to live through all the craziness that came after the heist. He didn't have to see those he cared about died or leave him. He got a drink at the afterlife, and he reached the heights he always dreamed of, if only for a few minutes. I really wish I had said something that emotionally intelligent, but hey, at least I'm not the only one who has heard it. I really like this point of view, so I'll be stealing it from now on. It'll help me smile through the pain of remembering who Jackie was and could have been. Unfortunately for now, it's back to reality. You get the choice of where to send Jackie, and if you send him to Vic's clinic, you actually get the chance to speak with him at the end of the game, if only for a moment, but I just can't do it. That choice would have been for me. In this moment, I felt like the only right thing to do would be do right by him and send him back to his family. We head inside to meet Dex, who isn't exactly happy to see us. He's a little upset that the death of the Emperor himself has been laid at his feet, and while he knows you didn't actually do it, it's still a problem he's faced with now nonetheless. Mr. Deshawn, however, collects himself and forms a plan telling us to wash the blood off our face so we can get out of here.
All right, then. Can't risk it, V. Remember our first convo? Seems I've chosen the quiet life after all.
I'll fucking kill
No
you!
blaze of glory for me.
There's a reason the title drop is here. This is where Cyberpunk truly begins, where V's story ends and ours begins. Even if I don't love what led up to it, this moment perfectly demonstrates Night City, where the dream of it all working out acts as blinders to the reality sitting just there in your periphery. I told you at the beginning this story isn't going to have a happy ending. Now I'm telling you its real beginning is a bullet lodged in your skull and your life fading away before your eyes. You believe me yet? I did get a bit ahead of myself saying that this was the start of our story, as we haven't woken up yet. We have a bit of dreaming to do as we wake up in the shoes of the rocker boy, climbing on stage to say goodbye, oddly enough, before heading off and embarking on the job that would earn him a drink at the afterlife. The Johnny Silverhand was earned attacking Arasaka Tower and doing it in style, busting in, guns blazing, signature Malorian in hand, wiping out goons by himself before dropping off a nuke and uploading a message of freedom to the net. Or at least that's how Johnny remembers it. We also see the part where it all went wrong, caught by Adam Smasher and brought to an Arasaka lab where, well, just about the scariest thing I've ever seen, honestly, apart from Phantom Liberty, but we're not there yet. The doctor in front of him will tell Johnny that her husband was in the tower he just nuked and promises the rocker boy a fate worse than the death he just delivered. When hearing him talk about it later, it seems as though she delivered. They turned the rocker boy, terrorist, and would-be martyr into an engram, storing his consciousness digitally, which was later uploaded to the biochip we stole in Konpeki Plaza and later slotted into our own head. We don't know quite who he is yet or what he's doing here, but there's no time for that now as we literally rise from the dead, finding ourselves in the landfill. We crawl out of the trash pile to see two of the last people I would ever want to. The man who just shot me and the bodyguard of the man you're accused of killing. At least you only have to leave with one of them. The reality changes, however, as you're attacked by the very people Takamura works for, forcing him to work alongside you to survive, understanding immediately that this was a setup and not all is as it appeared. You work together to kill the seemingly barely human assassins they send after us. With a ride from Delamain, your unexpected savior keeps you patched up just long enough to get to Victor's clinic, who goes about actually saving your life, just before informing you that it's ending. So let's recap the day that V is having. Offered the biggest job of his life, goes through with it, personally does his job flawlessly, but happens to not only be in the city when Saburo Arasaka comes to visit, but in the room he's coming to, holding the very stolen item he came all the way from Japan to collect, but before he can kill you for that, you watch as his son murders him. Plot twist, if you read his journal, you find out that was actually a good thing because he was thinking about nuking Night City just to make a point. Then your friend gets killed in one of the most painful ways imaginable.
You know what that feels like?
Can't say I do.
They say it's like 100,000 knives stabbing you at once.
Then, him and Jackie drop through 4 stories through a window only to damage said biochip they were risking their life to steal in the first place, manages to escape only to watch his best friend die in his arms, just to then get shot in the face and dumped in a landfill by the guy who hired him, to then see the last guy who pissed on Arasaka's shoes become subject to a fate worse than death, to then literally rise from the dead with the first person you see is the guy most personally invested in Saburo, his personal bodyguard who's riddled with shame from losing the emperor who saved you, only to kill you slowly, I'm sure. Just for him to get betrayed and have to save your life again, barely succeeding long enough for us to have the bullet pried from our skull and brought back to life, and after surviving all of this, the good news we get as a result is...
Never given me that look before, Vic. What is it?
You, don't got a lot of time left, kid.
Say what now?
The biochip. It's basically a bomb. Fuse lit already. You don't have much time left. Much life. A few weeks, tops. Silverhand's construct is overriding your consciousness, gradually taking over your body until one day you'll just be gone.
Fuck.
Here. Got some meds for you. Omega blockers. Taken regularly, they'll keep things from progressing too quickly. Also, they should keep that guest of yours calm and quiet. Pseudoendotrizenes from me. Effect will be opposite. It'll speed things up. Free the demon, so to speak.
Giving me a pill to prod that son of a bitch so he can kill me faster?
Listen, you're likely to be fine for a while. But sometime down the road, it could turn into pure agony. I'm giving you options, honey.
The brain can be tricked. Plain old painkillers do that.
Your psyche's gonna die, V. You'll feel your old self slipping away. At some point, you won't recognize yourself. It'll be terrifying. It'll be painful. But it doesn't have to be.
In our first night, Johnny will wake up for the first time, and it's anything but a pleasant experience.
Who you work for, start talking.
Fuck.
Fuck. Fucking chip. Rip the thing out myself.
No, wait! Ugh.
I'll take control.
Yeah.
I'll find a way.
Ugh.
You hear me?
So here you are. You're a dead man walking. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna lie down? Give up?
Not like that.
Quit?
Stick some iron in your mouth and pull the trigger.
Fuck that. We're not done. We're just getting started. So get up, put your big boy pants on, grab your iron, and get to work. You're literally at rock bottom, but we've stopped digging and it's time to get out of this hole. Oh, fuck. I forgot about rent. Oh, shit. Don't I owe Vic like 20 grand on top of that? Okay. Now we're done digging. It cannot get any worse, so let's get to it. You'll receive a call from Takamura requesting to meet and figuring out a plan, and you don't really have any options, so you'll head down to Tom's diner.
Sit. You do not look so bad.
You'll come up with leads to follow. The creator of the relic named Anders Hellman, who has disappeared, but if found, could tell us how to reverse this process. And Evelyn, she got us into this mess and maybe she can get us out. Wishful thinking at best, but you have to start somewhere. With that settled, Growl will leave and Johnny will sit down in his place. Slightly more friendly this time, but I wouldn't consider us friends at this point. I will say at this point in my first playthrough, I was very anti-Johnny. In fact, I spent most of the game butting heads with him at every point possible, only to find out later there was a friendship possible if I had let it happen. Even being more open to Johnny like I am now, you're not friends right away, but you don't have to make an enemy out of him at all times. I would actually recommend that on your first playthrough, you do what comes naturally to you in these conversations. Don't just play nice because you see me doing it here. If you haven't played it yourself, you'll lack the context to understand my seemingly undeserved forgiveness of Johnny up front. That being said, I do love this moment where Johnny comes out to talk to you, and regardless of what you say, you'll say it out loud, to which Johnny will point out that he's literally in your head and there's no reason to be screaming at an empty chair like a crazy person. While in my first playthrough, I wasn't really willing to hear him out, with more context and time to process, he made a valid point.
Hey, wasn't easy for me either. You woke up in a landfill, I woke up in your head. Wrestling with your thoughts, memories. Think we're even.
I'm willing to accept it's probably pretty shocking to wake up inside someone else's body 50 plus years after you died. I may not have led with a stick some iron in your mouth and pull the trigger, but hey, everybody's different. Let's take a pause real quick to talk about one of the biggest differences from the game on launch to one that exists now, and that's the economy. Eddies used to be genuinely hard to come by in Night City, especially early on, and while it could be frustrating, I actually really liked the way it forced me to put my head down and grind. You see, on my first playthrough, I didn't really have a plan on how to play the game, and I didn't know what was going to come next, so I started with committing to pay back the money I owed Victor. This meant taking any and every gig I could get my hands on, often for less money than I would have liked. It really made that debt have a weight I wouldn't have felt most of the time in a game, especially considering he didn't even add to my tab for, saving my life the other night. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing that I can now afford the cars, guns, and apartments I want now. It's not a simulator, it doesn't have to be brutal, but it does remove a sense of accomplishment you felt in the game once you could really have anything you wanted. There was something special about betting money I didn't have to lose on fights I wasn't sure I was going to win, and I miss that. Maybe I am saying it's a bad thing, I don't know. The only thing I'm sure of is that paying back Vic originally took me hours, and it now takes me minutes, so it's just not as special. Anyways, I decided to pursue Evelyn first because frankly it gets kind of tough and finishing with Panem makes life a lot better. You start by calling Judy, asking if she knows where Evelyn is, who will promptly not help and hang up on us. A bit rude, but fair. So you head to Lizzie's and go find her down in her cave. She isn't in a great mood when you get there, and it isn't improved by our presence. It isn't easy, but you convince Judy to at least give us a lead telling us that Ev was a doll who worked at Clouds and she should start there, cluing us into the fact that she probably doesn't actually know where she is. She gives us Evelyn's cigarette case which contains the address and sends us on our way, although she stops us at the door and asks us to let her know that Evelyn is okay when we find her and I promised I would call. Johnny apparently has some beef with dolls, but I mean, he seems to have beef with everybody, so I'm not reading too much into it. We head to Clouds, and man, is this such an interesting experience, especially on a first playthrough. You jack in your personal so they can match you to a doll, and through some sorcery learn your needs. It's actually pretty funny because you get the choice between a man and a woman, but in the original version they flipped the names when you would answer, so me and many other people ended up picking the wrong one. Which in some ways made the experience even more unique, but it was such a common blunder they actually added faces on the screen for when you make your choice. Right from the start, it just wasn't what I expected this to be. You walk in and you'll hear, well, your name. For me, and I assume most players, this will be the first time you're referred to as anything other than V in the game, with their real name being either Vincent or Valerie depending on your gender. It just completely took me for a loop, and that's before we even really started talking. You can use your safe word to pull the doll out at essentially any point during this, but man, I recommend you let it play out. I do think this probably hits harder the later you do it, but it's just good at any point. To hear V vocalize his fear, I'd heard it before, but in this context it feels so much different, somehow more real, more honest, and more painful. I love racing. I used to take my car out all the time, but it's been taking a back seat as of late. But there's something I always heard old F1 drivers say that's really stuck with me. Death is something that happens to other people.
It's not gonna happen to me.
You always think it's going to happen to the other driver, not to you.
It's never going to happen to me.
That's how I felt. Then I had a fire on track, and all of a sudden, the realities of what I was doing hit me like a truck. I tried to play it off and say I was fine, but I was terrified to get back in the car, let alone back on track. But inspired by those who had overcome far worse, Niki Lauda in mind, I hopped back in my car the very next event, and I understood that fear could be secondary, that I could put it away, that I could worry about it after the next corner. That's what V's life feels like to me, always being afraid of what's coming, but choosing to worry about the corner in front of him, not at the end of the road. And in this moment, I understood that V would go on from here, that he would keep pushing forward, and that in all likeliness, he would succeed, especially after being given one last piece of advice.
Now, you find out what it is you need to do.
Which is... you're gonna tell me?
You've never backed down from anything in your life. Even when you maybe should have. You go through Night City knowing a stray bullet could end you while hailing a cab. But that's never stopped you from taking action. Going where you needed to go. And it won't stop you now.
But how do I keep up with everything that's changing?
You have been keeping up. You've made an impact. Not a single thing in this world isn't in the process of becoming something else. Likewise, you never look back. If you gotta kill, kill. If you gotta burn it all to the ground, then let it burn.
Uttering your safe word will drag her out of the scene in what seems to be a rather unpleasant experience for the doll, but it is what it is when we get the chance to ask about Evelyn. We're told that she was friends with Tom up in the VIP level, and we should go talk to him about it. You do get the option to stop by Evelyn's booth before you go upstairs, and I was able to see what happened to her, apparently hit by a netrunner mid-session, which seems to have done some serious damage to her, meaning she's likely in trouble wherever she is. We go and talk to Tom, who doesn't know where she went, but points us to Woodman, who runs the club. There's a couple routes to get there, but I would recommend stopping to the locker room where you can find Evelyn's purse and the makeup room where you can find her jacket, proof that she either left here in a hurry or not in a condition to take her belongings. Also, her sword cocktail stick is here as well, and while it's nothing special by iconic katana standards, it is pink, which could fit an aesthetic you're working on. Anyways, we get to Woodman's office, and I find myself yet again being far more diplomatic than necessary, which is something I did more than once over the course of this quest line. I like to think I'm just keeping a level head and playing people as I need because the end justifies the means, but man, I gave Woodman a pass here that he didn't deserve, and I would do the same thing later with others. Woodman may just be an exception because I know I'll get the chance to drop him later on down the line, but Jesus, I was just so businesslike with him in this interaction. I literally gave him IT advice at the end of it. I'm almost bothered by the fact that I'm going to say this, but on some level, later in playthroughs, Woodman won me over. Now, wait. I don't think he's a good guy, just let me explain. In earlier playthroughs, I was genuinely emotional going through these play sessions, so I didn't really handle these things well. I was an asshole. I was out for revenge, and I wanted to know where Evelyn was, and I wanted to know it now. But with the benefit of hindsight and having 3 years to calm down about this, I was able to look at it a little bit differently. I endeavor to see things from the perspective of a person I'm talking to, which is important to me. I find that it gets far better results when you want something both in games and in real life. Guess I took that book seriously or something. I can't help but feel from Woodman's perspective he really and truly believes he was a good guy here. He explains that after it happened to Evelyn, he took her to the Ripperdoc to see if he could get her help and only left her after he believed her beyond repair. From the perspective of a human being with empathy, this is abhorrent, of course, but from the perspective of a seedy club boss, it's probably the good guy thing to do. And getting the sense he wasn't going to learn any lesson I was going to teach him, I saw no reason to bring my own emotions into it, as that would only slow me down. And honestly, looking back at how I handled this investigation, I'm a little disgusted with myself. I don't like the person the game makes me. I'll talk more about it later, but man, I get way into being just a good merc. We get the next lead from Woodman, as it turns out he took her to a ripper named Fingers on Jig Jig Street, which will be our next stop after we talk to Johnny on the way out, who has some choice words about dollhouses saying they should all be burned down. And when we ask if he thinks we'll find Evelyn there, he points out that his powers of premonition weren't exactly very strong, or he wouldn't be a ghost inside of our head. Touche. V gets hit with a pretty nasty relic attack, so we sit down to talk to Johnny while it passes. It's a closer heart-to-heart than you're likely used to at this point. He does restate that he in fact wants us alive, if only to do his bidding. I wouldn't call it a comfort, but hey, at least it's an improvement to our relationship. We discuss his plan for getting us through this, saying we need to recover Soul Killer from Mikoshi, and he will explain what that is, which I leave to him.
Okay, basics. If you're jacked in, cruising the net, Arasaka can use Soul Killer, an AI, to trap, fry, and pack away your psyche, your mind, and your soul. Following so far?
Yeah, seen the memories. Did a real number on you.
Okay, seems we got a few more things to broach than I thought, but that'll come later.
Johnny remains hell-bent on destroying Arasaka, and if you can save your life in the process, that's a bonus for him. I have to admit, it's not the absolute worst plan I've had presented to me so far, but there's more to do first. We call Judy, as promised, and tell her about Fingers and that we're going to see if Evelyn is there. Judy is grateful for the call and almost seems surprised that we did. Pulling up to Fingers, we get the welcome wagon that I was simply not in the mood for. When we get inside, it turns out Judy is here and not in a great mood. Who would have guessed? She asks that you get us inside, and you can sweet talk your way in, or with the new economy, just pay the others to Delta, which I find to be a pretty solid option, all things considered. Whatever path you take, we get in, and ugh, this guy. If he doesn't make your skin crawl, you're doing something wrong. He's out here doing nasty work in a nasty way, clearly taking advantage of anyone who walks in here. Judy isn't having it, but as I mentioned, I was a little too diplomatic in this playthrough. You have the option to smack the taste out of this dude's mouth, and frankly, I recommend you take it. You'll get what you want either way, and honestly, he deserves it. Fingers tells us that he sold Evelyn to some scav BD studio, and we use what clues we have to track them down, merely knowing that they used the Death's Head moth as a symbol to mark their work. We track the BD maker's trail back through Jig Jig Street, starting with Wakako and then a sex shop to possibly the shadiest looking human being in the world who's wearing sunglasses in a dark alley at night. But whatever, spend the eddies and get this filth that I really wish wasn't in my inventory. Judy will help us work our way through the BD, editing it as we go so we can get any clues to where they filmed this stuff. I kid you not when I tell you that some industrial sounds and cheap pizza is what will lead us to tracking down the spot they're in. It's played off as an immense first-hand knowledge of Night City paired with some great deductive reasoning, but man, I'll be honest, it's some real Sherlock Holmes level of bullshit. I like it, I enjoy magical Sherlock Holmes, but man, it's dumb. Whatever though, this is the lead we needed, so we ride over with Judy to take the place. Getting in isn't immensely complicated as we go in first, forging a path to the basement for Judy to follow. You can go loud, but frankly, it just doesn't really fit with the scene, so I try to avoid it when I can. Judy spots one of Evelyn's shirts in a trash pile, confirming that she was at least here at some point, which doesn't really put my mind at ease. There's a lot of times in Cyberpunk I try to remain non-lethal when I can, and I feel bad when someone gets in my way, forcing me to shoot them, but man, scavs are an exception. Vile creatures that I go out of my way to delete as many as possible without a shred of remorse. For reasons you'll see in a minute. I will say there's an iconic sword in this furnace that you should take the chance to grab if you care about your weapon wall, as it's one of the blades that will be displayed. It's also really fucking cool, and it makes a ton of sense that you'll find it in a furnace. We finally find Evelyn in a god-awful state, plugged in and apparently scrolling. Judy helps us disconnect her safely, and when we're reasonably confident it's safe to move her, we lift her up and carry her from this awful place back to the comfort of Judy's apartment. This takes us to a rainy fire escape as Johnny asks us to light up a smoke from Ev's case, which I can't bring myself to do right now. We head in to check on them, and in all honesty, it's a pretty rough scene. Judy reluctantly pulled some recordings from Evelyn's head that she says we need to see. Not happy about doing it, but doing it for V regardless. You can take a second and try to talk to Evelyn, but I never had the courage to try and do so. It just felt downright wrong after everything she'd been through. Judy shows us the scroll she pulled, and it turns out to be the recordings of the meetings where she was hired to record the info on Yorinobu's room. The same one we used to figure out how to steal the biochip. There isn't a ton to go on apart from the fact that whoever she is working for is a powerful netrunner, and that it was likely in Pacifica, which means the Voodoo Boys. We piece together what we can from a conversation that was eavesdropped on in the brain dance, and we can hear them mention Alt, the woman Johnny brought up earlier. It's not clear yet how they connect or how we can use the info at this point, but all we really know is that we need to get in contact with the Voodoo Boys. For this, we will reach out to Pacifica's mysterious fixer known only as Mr. Hands. Hands expresses that there's nothing we could offer the Voodoo Boys that they would want, but will try to put us in contact. For the time being, we need to do something else, and the best thing in terms of the narrative would be to try and track down Hellman, so we head to the afterlife to talk to Rogue about it. I'd recommend taking a second to swing by the bar and talk to Claire when you get there, as you'll have the chance to memorialize Jackie while you're here, officially adding a string to the menu, which I think he would have liked. Rogue lets us come over to the booth, and with a little info courtesy of Johnny, we seem to earn the right to work with her despite how our last job went. This is another one of those moments where in the original version of the game, you likely would have had to leave and grind side content, likely starting with the job right here we can talk about later, before you had the eddies to pay for the info you requested. But, as it is, I had it in my pocket, and we get it right here. Hellman is hiding from Arasaka with Kang Tao and will be flying through the Badlands in a low-security covert AV, and Rogue recommends we reach out to Panem Palmer for help. For our money, we also get info Panem needs, which we can use as a bargaining chip to get her to work with us. Give Panem a call and set up the meet. We head over to the... God damn! Sorry, that was unprofessional. We get a deal going with her where we help her recover her stolen rig and merch from the partner who sold her out, and she'll help us get Hellman. First, Panem will have to stop by the Aldecaldo camp, the nomad family she's part of and isn't part of. I'll be honest, I just get a touch confused when we talk about exactly what her relationship is with the Aldecaldos at this point. She's still wearing the colors, and some members are happy to see her while others are shocked to see her at camp. It's weird, but whatever. With the gear in hand, Rocky Ridge is the destination we'll go to set up our ambush. Although it's really not much of an ambush, we just fix the town generators and turn the lights on when the Raffins show up. When I hear ambush, I would think shooting fish in a barrel, but it really feels like you're being leaned into a stealthy encounter, which is how I generally handle it, although I don't know if I'm just reading it wrong, but it feels odd to me. We turn the lights on, which makes it harder to sneak, but we sneak. I don't know, it's strange. Anyways, we get the goods in a car before beating feet, although before we get to Hellman, Panem has a request, that we help her go after Nash, who betrayed her. You can actually get some rewards for talking her out of this, and it won't alienate her completely, but I never do that for two reasons. One, fuck people who betray their friends and partners, and two, come on, who could say no to Panem? So assuming you'll say yes, we'll barrel into the cave where Nash is held up, and it's a pretty fun fight, even if I don't make it look very fun as I hang back and play with the new sniper rifle I just picked up. With that handled, we ride down and help deliver the goods we help to recover, and I don't know why, but this moment always has me feeling like a total badass, along with going to show the point I was talking about earlier in which every character has their own story and you're just a part of it. In so many other games, you would either be doing this handoff yourself or standing alongside or chatting it up, but not in Cyberpunk. Here, you're just a guy hanging around just in case, and I like that. Follow our nomad into the motel for a drink as you celebrate a job well done, and you can even share a room together for the night, but it'll be with 2 beds. Get some sleep and then you can find Panem in the garage and go over the plan to get Hellman. It's a simple plan, at least on paper. Take over a power station in the path of the AV's flight through the Badlands and overload it, sending out an EMP that would knock the thing out of the sky. I'm probably spoiling that it won't be that simple, but it'll be boring if it were, so saddle up. Oh yeah, I should have mentioned, Johnny has an alternate appearance option available in the main menu, and I had it toggled on here to give it a look. This isn't some weird mod, and it's just part of the game, I promise. Anyways, on the way over to the power plant, you'll be linked with the truck's turret. After mag dumping into trash like a 19-year-old with his first AK, it's time for the real thing. Ram the gate and hop on the gun to shoot down the security drones. Get inside and start setting the place to overload, which it turns out isn't great for V and Johnny. As it turns out, generating massive electrical circuit frying pulses isn't great for a guy whose life relies on a chip in his head. Who would have guessed? The rocker boy isn't looking great by the time we get out, but everyone's alive, so that's all that really matters, I suppose. We get up to a vantage point and are given the honor of hitting the big red button to knock the AV out of the sky. Just have to time it right. Uh-oh. Come on. Third time lucky. Fuck. Oh, okay, that worked. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. Do we have a backup plan? Yes. Yes, she does. Jesus, that's wifey energy if I've ever seen it. Bad news, however, is we pick up some radio chatter from Scorpion and the Aldecaldos, who saw the downed AV and not knowing who it contains are on their way to help. The pulse has prevented us from communicating with them, unfortunately, and so we hightail it to the crash site while trying to warn them not to go near it. We get swarmed with some more drones on the way, and when the gun jams, Panem will lean out to fix it, taking some flak in the process. Cool note here, she will carry a scar in that spot for the rest of the game. I've often talked about passionate attention to detail being one of the main things that can make a game really special, and for me, this is one of those details. Something you might never notice, but it's there because it should be. Oh, and don't worry, by the way, she's going to make it due to access to top-tier medical care.
Looks expired. Fuck it.
Close enough. We launch our own drone to survey the crash site, and it's not looking good. Mitch is being held captive, and there's a lot of dead nomads hanging around. With Panem hurt, she agrees to let you in alone, but insists on at least providing sniper cover. We head in and disable the defense system, most of them with bullets, before we open the door and find one angry pilot with a gun to the head of Mitch. You can wait for the right opportunity, but frankly, I think it's best just to shoot this guy and get on with it. We find out that Scorpion and the others rode into Kang Tao head first, not expecting violent opposition, and we're all wiped out. All for just having the caring nature to them when seeing someone in distress. Night City isn't a good place. I offered to carry on alone after Hellman, who was taken off with the security force, but Panem won't have it. She agreed to help you and she's going to see it through. It has also become a personal score to settle with Kang Tao for the loss of her family members. We hop on the Nomad bikes and ride through, following the tracks to get to an ambush, which is pretty easy to hammer through, and then later to a gas station that's been taken over by security forces. I'm usually pretty good at stealthing this, but had an oopsie this time and got pretty rowdy in here. I love how we can just stumble on the store owner who's here like, hey, neutral party, I don't want no smoke, and I'm happy to wait it out while, the guy you want is over there. It's just one of those moments that brings Night City to life as people have become so accustomed to daily violence, it's more of an inconvenience than a life-altering event. We finally find our guy and tell him to lay his head down on a pillow for a little nap before calling Takamura and organizing a place to meet with him. Upon exiting the station, we find more Aldecaldos than the ones we came here with, like at least 4 of them, which is a little overwhelming. This is where we'll meet Saul, the leader of the family, who isn't super happy with the whole "a bunch of my clanmates just died" thing. He blames Panem, and we can try to shift that blame to us, but he points out fairly that she's responsible for her actions regardless of the circumstance. We say a hasty goodbye as reinforcements are on the way, and we're gifted Scorpion's bike as a way to get out of there and head off to meet Goro, although I would like to say one thing here. If you're like me and using DLSS, which you really should be, but this pixelated smoke is driving you insane, I did a little research and found a fix. Open up your NVIDIA control panel and activate anti-aliasing transparency super sampling, which fixed it for me. Anyways, you can have a little chat with Mr. Anders Hellman back at the hotel. He's a little more surprised to find out that his greatest work is sitting in the head of some mercenary who just kidnapped him, but he provides insight onto the biochip and why it's killing us, but doesn't really have much hope for us as it turns out he hasn't the slightest clue how to reverse the process. But he does at least provide us with the schematics for the chip, which may end up being useful. We were hoping for answers, but I guess we'll settle for another lead. At this point, Goro shows up to have his own little chat with Hellman, and we pop outside to have a little I'm about to die moment before a chat with Johnny. You can, of course, pop some pills and send him packing, but I'd recommend hearing him out for a minute. You'll learn something about our unwanted guest. He comments on our past and the choices that led us to this moment, explaining that the way we've seen moments of his life, he's seen moments of ours. He pretty much calls us an idiot, tearing V down in a way only someone who knows you intimately could, and he's also got a pretty snappy comeback for us if we try to take a shot back at him.
You're a dick, you know?
And you're a cunt. Maybe we'll fit together after all.
It's not just a pissing contest, though. There's a moment between you two brewing here, and one of the options you can take, well, frankly terrified me to consider.
Honestly, I'm scared of the day I'll start seeing your memories as my own.
Shit. If it's a two-way street, I'll somehow have to live with the fact that I let Deshaun best me. Fuck me over.
So, listen. Will I notice a change, or is it one of those things where I'll wonder why I ever feared it?
Worst thing you can do to a human. Rip their identity out of them. That's all I know.
Johnny hits the nail on the head for me here. I recognized V's ticking clock. I knew he was fighting against death itself, but I didn't really understand the implications of how V would die. He wouldn't lay down one day and not wake up. He would simply cease to be piece by piece, memory by memory. It's a personal note here, and I apologize if I've inserted too much of myself into the script already, but my grandfather meant the world to me. And when he developed Alzheimer's, it hit me as I could see him slipping away each time I would see him, sometimes even day to day. I lost him one memory at a time, and I can't help but relate it to V, knowing how painful that would be for everyone around him, watching a loved one forget you. Not to mention being in his shoes, literally forgetting who he is. The biochip is worse than a death sentence. It's the single most monstrous thing you could do to a person, to erase them like lines of code. Truly grasping V's fate added a sense of dread to this game that I'm not sure we will all be able to understand. But for me, it was terrifying, like reliving a nightmare. But not one you wake up from to find out everything is fine, one you remember the painful ending that it had. Sorry if that got a little too personal, let's take it back to the story as Johnny will share his manifesto with us.
Okay, I'll tell you why I want to destroy Arasaka, but I'll only tell you once. Want to hear it?
All right.
I saw a corpse strip farmers of water, and eventually of land. Saw them transform Night City into a machine fueled by people's crushed spirits, broken dreams, and emptied pockets. Corps have long controlled our lives, taken lots, and now they're after our souls.
Might be right. Can't really argue with you there.
V, I've declared war not because capitalism's a thorn in my side or out of nostalgia for an America gone by. This war's a people's war against a system that spiraled out of our control. It's a war against the fucking forces of entropy. Understand?
I have to admit, I find it just a touch too easy to agree with Johnny on this one, and I don't know if it's because I really think that, or it's because Johnny has wormed his way into my head. I can't imagine how V feels about it at any given moment. Hellman would warn us that Silverhand would slowly rewrite our mind to agree with him, and that would come to haunt me as I grew closer to Johnny, unsure if I was bonding with him or becoming him. I suppose only he could know for sure. For now, though, let's just get out of here. Takamura will call us and tell us he's setting up a meeting with a friend and he wants us to come. He's cagey with the details, but screw it, why not, so we pull up. I wasn't ecstatic to find out that it's actually Oda, the personal bodyguard of Hanako Arasaka, who isn't exactly happy to see us either. He agrees not to try and kill us right in this moment, but that's about as much as we get out of him, other than to mention that Hanako will be in a parade to honor her father soon. Which we can work with. It's a bit ham-handed as far as getting us exposition goes, but whatever. When Oda leaves, the wheels begin turning in Goro's head as he begins to form a plan, wanting to crash the parade. We need intel, so we head over to Jig Street to see Wakako, who is also not super pleased to see the two most wanted men in the city before her, but she gets over it and is willing to help us, handing over a shard with details on the parade, along with the float Hanako will be on and the route it will take. Goro will take the info and work on a plan to get this done, but for the time being, we'll get back to our personal investigation as Hands calls with the reply from the Voodoo Boys. They naturally aren't really willing to deal with us, but they do need a job done and are willing to meet with you should you complete it for them. Not perfect, but hey, we're just trying to get in here, so fuck it, we ball. The instructions we're given are to head to a chapel in Pacifica where our contact will be waiting. Turns out, it's a funeral, but we'll find our contact who sent us to a butcher shop to learn about the job. Head over and ask for Placide, who's cutting a chicken's head off. Make sure to grab his cleaver as it's an iconic weapon and part of the weapon wall. Placide isn't a very chatty guy with us, and we'll follow him as he drops off the birds. He seems like a big softy when you look at him in this moment. We sit down to discuss the job, and he's pretty cagey with the details, but we learn enough. The animals have taken over the Grand Imperial Mall, which is suspicious in itself, but it seems they're working for someone as there's a suspicious fan that pulled into the GIM, which is our target. Head over to the Placide's people who will give you a little intel on the best entry point and work your way through the place with Placide in your head. This arena is actually super fun and one of the best in the game, and I've done it plenty of different ways over my playthroughs. You're free to move around however you please as long as you end up at the van. It's at this point we get confirmation that Netwatch is here as we get kicked from the system and a stern warning to turn back. Again, you can take whatever path you please, but your objective will be to get to the Netwatch agent who's hiding in the cinema. On your way through, you'll find Sasquatch in your way who you'll have to deal with. This is a boss fight, but it's a rather fun one if I do say so myself. She fights like she looks. Heavy. Swinging with that hammer, and if you can get her to drop it, she'll throw them hands. She will also at one point grab you and give the Netrunner an avenue to hack your system, which I assume flatlines you if it completes, but I've never had that happen. It doesn't go very quickly. It's an extremely fun fist fight with her, and if you've got hands, it's pretty straightforward. Again, don't forget to take her hammer for your weapon wall. You find the Netwatch agent, and he's able to cut off your communication with Placide to give you a moment to talk privately, which is an opportunity in most playthroughs that I simply ignored, not interested in chatting with this dude. You have the option to just knock him out and jack in, which doesn't go incredibly well as you'll almost flatline as Placide uses you as a surrogate to take out the agent and his network. The other option is to listen to the agent who will show you proof that you're going to get burned in this deal, but is willing to trade with you, giving Placide what he wants without getting us hurt in the process. Regardless of how you go about this, when you return, they aren't super happy to see you. Although I love the look of terror on their faces if you went down after not trusting Netwatch. Gotta be like seeing a ghost. One way or another, you'll finally meet Brigitte and chat about the biochip which she offers to help remove if you help her first. No real alternative, so screw it. We follow her down and she explains the plan. Kind of. Dive beyond the black wall and try to contact Alt, which perks up Johnny's ears as he tells you to do whatever they say. It's a bad idea, obviously, as the black wall is what separates rogue AI from the net that everyone else uses. Basically, going across it is a death sentence. Although, we're out of good ideas, so screw it, get in the tub. There's a pretty brief conversation with Brigitte as she explains their digital world we just stepped into, and then we are launched into one of Johnny's memories. We find ourselves in 2013, 10 years before Johnny's final run at Sokka Tower, and we open with a samurai concert that ends when Johnny fires into the crowd, which is a bit of a rude thing to do in my humble opinion, but okay, rocker boy stuff. He yells at Carrie for the crime of attempting to keep him accountable for his actions before storming into his dressing room to find Alt Cunningham waiting. They have a very adult time that I can't help but laugh at just a little bit for reasons I'll explain later, but after, Alt will reveal that her visit was her coming to say goodbye. The rocker boy, emphasis on boy, handles this about as well as you would expect, blaming Alt, but to his credit does chase her out to the alley. Some guys pull up, and regardless of what you say, it will kick off a fight that will end up with a couple mantis blades in Johnny's ribs and Alt being taken away. A kind stranger will pick Johnny up and bring him to a Ripper Doc who will put us back together. The kind stranger will turn out to be a reporter by the name of Thompson who was actually interested in the story in Alt, which is why he was there. The ego of Silverhand is at play here as he refuses to believe that Alt's kidnapping was anything but an attempt to go after him indirectly, which to anybody else is obviously wrong. They had you sprawled out on the pavement, dude. It's literally would have been less effort to take you than it was to take Alt. They clearly don't care about the rocker boy. But whatever, that's just who Johnny is. This isn't a plot hole, it's consistent character writing, and I'm here for it. Thompson attempts to explain that they were after Alt because she created Soul Killer and they wanted it, but it's hard enough to get through to Johnny regardless of why he decided to do it. He does decide to go after Alt, which is nice, I guess. We make a quick pit stop at the Atlantis. Think of it as the afterlife before the afterlife. I love these sections as Johnny because they allow you the option to choose the words coming out of his mouth, but never the intention behind them. This is Johnny's story, but it feels as though you're simply helping to influence how he remembers it. No matter what you do, you'll always be the prick that Silverhand was, which is great. One of the things that makes him good is that while his personality is grating, he's genuinely charismatic in his own way, along with being surprisingly sharp. Take this as an example. You crash a meeting Rogue is having with a fellow merc, and when she makes the excuse that they're waiting for a client, Johnny picks up immediately that the number of empty bottles on the table mean that they've been waiting for far too long for the meeting to have been real. It makes me feel pretty stupid to say it, or maybe it's related to a poor concept of how fast normal people consume alcohol, but I wouldn't have put those dots together nearly as fast, or at least not fast enough to point it out. Rogue doesn't believe a word out of Johnny's mouth, however, but her partner is interested, likely just needing the payday that's been dropped in his lap, and so he agrees to help. Turns out you were tailed to the Atlantis, and some Sokka agents will come to find you in the back, but you're in a room of professional mercs, so the ambush doesn't really take too well and you fight your way out. I adore fighting with Johnny in these sequences. We find it later, so I can confirm that the real-world Malorian isn't actually that great, but in these sequences, it feels as awesome as it looks. Our ride pulls up. Also, I do have to say Johnny has fantastic taste in cars. But the ride pulls up and we get in to put together a plan. Playing a concert-turned-riot outside of Sokka Tower will draw their attention, allowing us to get in without much trouble. Thompson comes along, recording the whole thing, and we proceed to walk through the building full of Sokka dudes using our slick John Wick-style reloads and headshots, or if you're so inclined, testing out Silverhand's, well, Silverhand. Although it does have limitations such as armored doors, nothing Thompson can't handle. Fight our way to where they're holding Alt, and we have a mini boss fight with Akira. Unrelated, but this is your reminder that if you haven't seen Akira, you should. It's an absolute classic. With everyone beaten, we can open up the room as Alt is running from, and then, I think kill her just a little bit. Regardless of why it happens, Alt dies here in this moment, and while I think it's tasteless, I do understand why Thompson is still rolling. It's kind of his job. I love how this is one of those moments where it appears you can shift Johnny's actions, but you can't. Johnny is Johnny, and regardless of whether or not you hit that button, he's going to do the same thing. Although it's nice at reminding you that this is a memory, not your life. When the memory ends, we get a chance to talk to Johnny about what we just saw, what we just lived, and he is able to share a little bit that we didn't see there. Alt didn't actually die but fled into the net, becoming an AI and escaping Arasaka's clutches, which combined with her creating Soul Killer is why Johnny believes she could help us. This happens to align with why Brigitte wanted us, because she wanted to contact Alt and use that power for the Voodoo Boys. This is the moment we find out that we were lied to, which is like the least surprising outcome in this game. Brigitte neither has the ability to remove the construct like she promised, nor know how to contact Alt beyond the black wall, sending us in instead. This is where the choice on whether or not to side with Netwatch will come back to you. Should you make the deal, they will appear in this moment, and as a result, Alt will wipe out the Voodoo Boy runners whose Netwatch was using to find her, resulting in their deaths. If you hadn't made the deal with Netwatch, the Voodoo Boys will live, but regardless, you'll be brought here to speak privately with Alt. Johnny introduces us to Alt and then demands that she help V, citing her creation of Soulkiller as the reason for this whole problem in the first place. Alt explains that while she may in fact be the AI that originated as Alt Cunningham, she is no longer that person and doesn't recognize any commitment to Johnny or to us for that matter. Johnny attempts to remind Alt that he went in after her, but also points out that he was responsible for her death. So when we try to defend Johnny, citing that it was an accident, she asks how we could know that. When we state that we were able to watch Johnny's memories through our link, she drops a hell of a bomb on us, stating that we didn't see Johnny's memories in an event. We saw how Johnny remembers an event, which is an extremely important distinction. We always knew he was an unreliable narrator, but up until here, seeing was believing, which is obviously an expression filled with flaws, but has now just been unequivocally proven to be false. This can reshape everything, and for me shook something very important. Johnny's memories are rewriting ours, and if we can't trust his or how they happened, how can we trust our own memories? How do we know anything that happened the way that we remembered it? This bothers me just thinking about it, so let's move on. You can ponder the horror of not being able to believe literally anything. Anyways, if that wasn't bad enough, Alt acknowledges that even if she wanted to help us with the biochip, which she doesn't, she couldn't, telling us that she would need access to much better tech in order to help us. When we ask if Mikoshi would do it, she says, yeah, actually that would be enough, and should we be able to get her access, she would in fact be able to help. With that, an agreement is made. Get access to Mikoshi and Alt will save our life. This is the first moment in the entire game someone has said, yes, I can help you. Yes, V, I can save your life. It's like we've been holding our breath this entire time, and every time we think we have a solution, it's just another punch in the gut, but this is the first time we get a chance to stop and take a breath. We've been holding on at the end of this rope, and we've finally been given the opportunity to start climbing back up. We finally have a light at the end of the tunnel, but first we have to deal with what's right in front of us, and that's the Voodoo Boys. If you made the deal with Netwatch, you'll wake up to a bunch of fried Netrunners all around you, and friends of theirs who aren't too happy to see you, which means you'll have to fight your way out. Alternatively, if you rejected Netwatch originally, you'll awaken to a very smug Brigitte. This is one of those Cyberpunk moments. In any other game, I would make a quip and walk out of here without a fight, but that's just not who Night City allows me to be. Brigitte says not to take it personally, it's just bad luck we ended up like this, but here's the thing. You made me into a tool to be used. I can only assume that you either expected me to die in the process, or were to kill me when I return. You lied to me, promising help you knew you couldn't deliver. You used me to get what you wanted, and then you stuck that stupid, smug face in front of me thinking you were safe. You were right when you made the calculation that I wasn't the main character in the story. That's true. But you made one big fucking miscalculation. You didn't account for the fact that you ain't the one either. So fuck you, and have a nice day. Fight your way out of the church and see the sun for what feels like the first time in hours. Unfortunately, it comes with a major attack from the relic that sits us down and forces us to talk with Johnny, who makes a peace offering of sorts.
Might be right.
We're bickering like a couple of geezers on a park bench. It's time we let up. Let a little trust take hold.
I like when we get human moments from Johnny. Ones like here when we ask him what it's like to die, and he admits that before it happened, he felt on top of the world and death wasn't even something he considered. Only now, it feels all too real. But that seems to be a little too familiar. I remember someone else saying that same thing, more or less. Then he says the words I'm dreading to hear.
Mikoshi felt, I don't know, like sleep? Lacked awareness, had no sense of passing time, didn't mark it, did what they wanted to me. I just remember cold, a black void, fear. Or was that your death?
Not only am I losing my mind to Johnny, but he could also very well be losing his mind to mine. Jesus. What Johnny is doing to us is what he so detests in Mikoshi. I really believe him when he says he doesn't want to be the thing that destroys our mind. For all his faults, I think Johnny really does feel bad about what's happening to V. This for me was the turning point in the relationship in my first playthrough. The conversation after Hellman convinced me he didn't want to be our enemy. Here is where he confirmed for me that he really did want to be our friend. With that settled, let's go see Takamura as he seems to have a plan on how to deal with the parade. We test out an infected shard he bought and get his opinion on our local street food before laying it out for us. We hack the float, take out the snipers, then he jumps onto the damn float before having a conversation with Hanako. It's a simple plan that's downright insane, but I'm into that kind of stuff, and I'm running out of time, so screw it, we're in. We head out to an empty construction site to run some recon before sneaking into the Arasaka facility that houses the parade floats. There's plenty to see and do here, but it really breaks down to deciding which way you want to take. From hopping the fence or simply strolling in if you have a corpo background, but I personally enjoy stealing a van and driving it in. Finish your recon, you can spend a little bit of time up here with Goro, and while you're sitting, he'll bring to your attention what he calls a bakaneko, explaining that it's a cat spirit which brings misfortune as it apparently is also a necromancer. We can spend a nice moment up here talking about how we each grew up, Goro in the slums of Japan and us in whatever life path we chose at the beginning. I've spoken about it in other videos and I'll speak about it again here, but these are the moments I appreciate. A moment of calm in a storm is something that's so hard to find, but God, it's nice. Just once in a while, slow down and take a breath. No fighting or worrying about what's about to happen, just sharing a moment with someone, hoping that these will be the memories I keep in the end. Our newfound friend will make its exit, and it will be time for us to do the same. Take whatever path you choose to get in, whether quiet or loud, but one recommendation I would make is making your way to the storage trailer in the back, which contains a legendary iconic smart SMG. Then make your way to the float, upload your virus, and watch as Takamura creates an escape route for us opening the roof. Once you're out, this part is done, and all that's left is to wait until the parade starts and Goro is ready to move. You go over the plan one more time, and then there's nothing left to do but act. I have to say that CDPR is really showing off their cinematic abilities with this mission. It just looks phenomenal, literally from the word go, and I can't help but get lost in its majesty every time. You'll follow instructions on how to get each sniper, but which route you choose and how to eliminate them is up to you, more or less. I generally go for a pretty straightforward approach as I don't see a reason to overcomplicate things. On your way to the second sniper, you'll be patched into Arasaka's radio communications and overhear Adam's Smasher, which will prompt a visit from Johnny. He's pissed at the presence of Smasher, which, considering the guy killed him, I can understand the reaction, but V makes a good point that it will actually be us who has to fight him should it come to it. Funny thing about the 2.0 update is that while I had next to no issues in the original game launch, I do deal with bugs now like this one here where sometimes system reset just doesn't really seem to work. There's probably some fine print I didn't read on the quick hack, I don't know, the game doesn't feel as good sometimes. It sure as hell works on one of the last of the 3 snipers, and that means we can make our way to the last target, a net runner we need to remove from the system before we can hack the float. This will walk us out to one of my favorite moments in the game where we can get the option to just sit and enjoy the parade, which really is something. Can't stay too long though, as there's work to be done, and when we find the runner, we'll also find Oda. He's a pretty damn fun boss fight, especially if you enjoy a good sword fight. There's also a game of cat and mouse to be played as he will cloak to get a reprieve. Get him to engage, however, it can be a ton of fun to throw down. I prefer to let him live at the end of this, it just feels right if I'm honest. Whatever you do, you'll disconnect the runner and move the float into position for Takamura to make his move before watching from the internal cameras. She doesn't take it super well, to be honest. Yeah, so I guess now we improvise as it's time to beat feet out of there to the hotel in which they're holed up. It's actually pretty funny that you run past the reporter live on air commenting on the search for you right now. We're given a place to meet and told to knock 4 times, so we head that way. I also adore the text we get from Wakako that's like, "Oh fuck, you dumbasses actually did that shit. That's insane. Don't be a snitch about that shard I gave you." Yeah, because that's the thing I'm worried about right now, Wakako. The shard you gave me. Whatever. We get to the room, knock 4 times to enter, where Takamura tells us that he offered Hanako some tea, but
she respectfully declined.
What the fuck? We sit with Hanako and tell our tale, our experience from Konpeki Plaza. She doesn't have much to say about it, but then again it wouldn't have mattered much anyways. This is when the Arasaka squad shows up. We fall through the floor and get separated from Goro, and you can leave without him, but it doesn't feel like the right thing to do, so I went back up and we got out together, splitting up at the exit. With some time passing, we end up in a dingy motel out in the Badlands, which kinda looks like the Sunset, but I couldn't see outside long enough to confirm it. A woman knocks on the door, and against better judgment, we let her in. Turns out it's a surrogate for Hanako to speak to us, and we have a chat with her where she extends an offer to work with us in order to take over Arasaka from Yorinobu and use that power to help us. That will become how we launch our endgame, but that can wait as this mission isn't quite yet over. When we walk out, we get hit with another nasty relic attack that knocks us out, and we wake up, well, here. We can comment on Johnny taking over the body, start a fight, or we can just say thank you and move on. He guides us to a room and has us dig something out he hid here oh so long ago. Dog tags. He reveals that the tags belong to a man who lost his life saving Johnny, and then he makes a commitment to us. He makes one simple request. He wants Atom Smasher dead before this is all over, which is something I can understand, so I tell him I'll do it. But while it seems like a vital part of our story, this is actually an optional side mission and therefore not part of the main narrative section, although I do have a note about that. It's at this point that should you want to conclude the story, you can, but we're not going to just yet for a couple of reasons. The first being, if you follow me, you just saw my video on endings, and I don't want to put you through it again right away. The second is that there's many side quests that affect your ability to end the game in various ways, and I would like to take the time to discuss them so that you're not confused on how we got here. The third being that Phantom Liberty has its own endings I'd like to discuss, and last but not least, what better way to end this thing than with the endings, so they can wait. There's going to be chapters in the timeline and the description if you just want to see the endings, but if you're willing to wait, let's get into the side missions and actually side content in general, as we might as well.
I'll just lie here a while, by your side, gazing at the stars.
Lord, through your divine wisdom and guidance, you bestow good fortune. I pray you do so this day, upon Joshua, upon me.
She smokes some strange boutique brand.
That's heavy. Whenever she pulled on a new face, it was down to the details.
The guy who saved my life.
V, you don't know how much I want that to be true.
Alright, before we get into the good stuff, let's talk about the different kinds of side content. At the most basic level, there's NCPD scanner missions, which are for the most part borderline Radiant quests, where you can do some quick combat for some quick cash, and there are bigger areas where you can get drops for iconic weapons. If you're experimenting with new weapons or cyberware, this is probably the best place to do so. The next level is gigs, and these are structured missions that come from an area's fixer. Wakako for Japantown, Regina for Northside, Dakota for the Badlands, etc., etc. These are more structured missions, some of which can be a little bit longer, others shorter, and they will contain various objectives from thievery to saving someone in need to straight up assassination. These will take up a fair bit of the gameplay of the game, so it's worth investing some time into them as they can really grow your character as well as your love for the world. There's some surprisingly good stories contained here on a smaller scale, and they can really surprise you from time to time. Like, for example, the father and son team who create literal murder porn. They aren't part of the job and you can handle the two of them any way you like, they're just something that exists. Just another moment in Night City, and I think in a small way, gigs make a massive impact on the game. When you're really out grinding levels and for money to equip yourself for bigger jobs, you're going to be doing it through gigs, and it's likely in this way that you'll learn to master the game's systems, from driving to stealth, hacking, combat, all of it. This is also where I really began to form my identity as a merc in Night City. I've mentioned before where in other games I would always try to do the morally right thing, I just didn't end up doing that most of the time here in Night City. I simply did my job instead. I decided very early on that I was going to be the most professional merc I could be, always doing the job to which I was assigned. See, here's the interesting bit about Cyberpunk, at least for me. Many open world games I love, like Red Dead, Mass Effect, Kingdom Come, have different degrees of morality meter, and that mattered to me in those games. I thought for a very long time that I would do the right thing in games because I was naturally a good person, but I would find out later in life that unlike in games, doing the right thing rarely comes with rewards, and doing the wrong thing can often get you ahead. I'm not saying that my lines of morality are the same in and out of game, that would be truly horrendous, but what I did find in Night City was a place that let me interact with the world in a much more realistic way. In any other game, I would have opened this trunk and let the person out and probably been rewarded for it, at least somewhere down the line.
Help! Is anyone out there?
But not here. Here I drove where I was supposed to go, dropped off the car, and left without looking back, only to be praised for my discretion by my fixer. And here's the thing about gigs, unless I'm some kind of special case, which I truly doubt, you're going to get really good at them. There's so many gigs to do that you're just naturally going to get better, and that means that you're likely going to get used to winning. You're going to get used to it working out for you. Remember that. This success won't just be internalized either, as you wipe out a set of gigs from a particular fixer, and they will hit you up to let you know that you're getting better and more high-profile jobs on your way since you've proven yourself. Everyone loves a good pat on the back, and frankly, it feels awesome to become a trusted merc in Night City, the kind of person at the top of the list to go to get something done right. Let's take a look at some of the gigs that stood out to me. To start off with, let's hit Dino for a mission called Guinea Pigs. A corpo suit for Biotechnica apparently tried out some new tech thing that costed the lives of over 70 people. After she attempted a quick payoff and decided that was that, the surviving family members decided to take that money and hire us to take her out. It's pretty fun to work your way up to and through her corporal apartment, especially because I did this one earlier than I had on other playthroughs, and I had to find an alternative route through the roof into the penthouse. You can just shoot her or have a conversation with her, but I prefer to wake her up just long enough to see it coming. It just feels right that way somehow. Another great one is Psychofan for the Padre, in which you're heading into a lavish apartment owned by a samurai superfan. It's fun because you can talk to Johnny about various events by walking up to or scanning event posters in the apartment. The ultimate goal is to recover one of Carrie Eurodyne's guitars that is being kept in a literal shrine in the back room. There's multiple ways to get into the shrine, but a cool little note is that if you force your way in rather than hacking or figuring out the password, you'll trip security and have to fight out. The other interesting notes about this quest are that based on some info you can find at Carrie's house, it's likely he put the gig together himself. Also, you can find Johnny's pants at this guy's house. I don't know if it's more or less weird that you find them in a suitcase rather than displayed. Either way, I'm uncomfortable. The Padre actually has a lot of the cooler gigs, with one called Up or Down, where a junkie has some expensive scandium rods that we want. My favorite part is that you can convince him to give them to you in exchange for some simple technical advice. He stole them to fix his building's elevator, and if you tell him how to do it without the rods, he'll just hand them over. This brings me to a mission for Regina, in which you can talk down a veteran into handing over some meds just by convincing him it's the right thing to do. This is one of my favorite aspects of Cyberpunk. Speech is an option, but done so much better than most other games. In many games, speech is a stat that you put points into to get better, and you pass a speech check by having enough points, meaning your character is good at speech. Not in Cyberpunk. In Cyberpunk, you have to be good at talking to people. While yes, you'll often lean on your other abilities like technical knowledge, physical strength, or cool-headedness to tip the scales in your favor, you can also just say the right things. There's no obvious path to getting what you want, no glowing blue option that'll magically convince people, you just gotta play it right. Back to the Padre, he's got a hit for you an eye to an eye that makes my skin crawl in the most Night City way possible as you'll go after, you guessed it, a corpo who ended the life of a poor 17-year-old girl killed just crossing the street when this bitch hit her with her car and left. A hit and run sounds bad enough, but it gets worse somehow. When you confront her, she'll be scared until she finds out why you're there, saying, "Oh, I thought you were from a competitor, not something as insignificant as killing a child." She then proclaims she has an insurance policy that covers manslaughter and that claim has already been paid out, meaning it's fine. She offers you money to leave, but thankfully this is one of the times the gig lets you do the right thing and simply put this dog down. Sometimes the city winning isn't a bad thing. There's plenty of other cool gigs to talk about, but this is already longer than intended, and there's even better side quests to talk about, so we'll leave it at that. The long and short is that there's a vast ocean of merc work in Night City, and all of it is great. There's also some pretty sick rewards for completing all the gigs in a given area, like a cool pistol from the Padre and a great sword from Wakako. Just dive in, have fun. Now, for a little in-between as we talk about Cyberpsychos. These are 17 missions from Regina, and while completing all of them counts as a side quest, it's really like 17 gigs. I should probably explain what a Cyberpsycho is for those who haven't played the game. When you chip chrome, there's a mental and physical strain it puts on your body. Some people can handle more, some people not as much, but there's a limit for every person, and they will find it if they go far enough. Cyberpsychosis is the effect of cyberware degrading your brain to a point where you're no longer really human, often becoming killing machines enslaved to their chrome. This is really best portrayed in Edgerunners, but we can touch on that later. So Regina will contact you early in the game about going after Cyberpsychos and bringing them all in alive so you can at least try to get them some help. You can't actually just kill all of them, but it's a fun challenge to try to bring them all in with non-lethal means, especially early game, and there are really cool missions in here. Let's just list a couple. Lieutenant Mower is one you'll encounter early on, and I actually consider this the best fist fight in the game. She's pretty damn mobile and aggressive, which forces you to keep moving and fighting constantly. There's always something going on in this fight, and I love that. There's also Noryu Akuhara, who became a helmet-wearing ninja hunting down tiger claws across the city. This has the potential to be the best sword fight in the game, but not wanting to do lethal damage, you're likely doing it with a baseball bat or something similar, which actually makes the fight more fun in some ways. This is one of the tougher fights in the game, especially if you do it early like I did, and it's easy to recommend. The last I'd like to mention is Zarya Hughes, which is genuinely kind of terrifying. You stumble onto the scene of a Maelstrom blood ritual that either went very wrong or very right, I can never tell. No matter which way you cut it though, trying to put the pieces together just to watch this woman crawl to the tub is fucking nerve-wracking. That's that though, and I want to get to what we're really here to talk about, the side stories that, like most RPGs, make the world so much better. Where to start? Let's go with the simple but fun one most players will get into early in the game, beat on the Brat. Stop by to go around with Coach Fred's training bot and he'll give you the chance to complete in fights across the city. These range from two guys who are the same person, it's really not as confusing as V makes it out to be. Buck, who I swear to God used to be based on Mighty Mouse but is now just some guy I guess, I miss you DJ. There's El Cesar, who's occasionally taking a nap when you come to fight him, Rhino, whose piss could only be confused with pre-USADA Vitor Belfort or current John Jones, Ozab, who I beg you not to hit in the nose, and if you get through everybody, you'll fight Razor Hughes, which you'll defeat by channeling your inner Jack Della Maddalena and ripping to the body. Please, dear God, have I dropped enough references? I need one person to talk to about MMA, please, I beg you. Anyways, there's a ton of amazing side storylines. I don't even know how I want to narrow it down. We have to talk about Judy, Panem, Carrie, Johnny, Josh. There's a lot. Alright, so no one who knows me is going to believe this, but I just DM Brat for advice, so I'll start with Panem and we'll wait to see what he says about it. After you complete your main story quest stuff with Panem, she'll call you and ask that you come down to the camp because she needs your help. We head down to find that Saul has been captured by the Raffins and she needs your help to get him out. Of course we say yes, and after some quick drone scouting, we head in to go get him. This mission is really as easy or hard as you make it, with your path in and cyberware available really shifting how tough this is. On my latest playthrough, it was a breeze getting down to Saul, getting him back on his feet and out the door. The best part of this mission is the after party of sorts. As a Haboob coming in hard, you have a reason to take shelter in an empty house on the way back to camp. It's elevated a bit if you're pursuing a romance with Panem, but either way, it's just a really nice moment between you two and one of my favorites in the game as you pretend to be a hotel concierge before she drifts off to sleep and Johnny plays you out.
On behalf of the staff of the Independent California Motel, I wish you all sweet dreams.
Wake up in the morning to a awful feeling back from sleeping on that couch. Honestly, I can feel it from here. Say goodbye to Panem in the morning, and that'll be it until the next time she calls you, this time with a plan. She's officially returned to the Nomad camp alongside her family, but remains at constant odds with Sal as per usual. Only this time, she has far more people on her side. They've learned of a basilisk, essentially a floating Bradley-ish kind of thing. It's a tank shape, but rapid-fire cannon, not a main battle cannon we'd associate with an actual tank. You get it. Anyways, it's the perfect opportunity for the Aldecaldos to gather some strength after the hardships they've had lately, which all the veterans agree with, aside from Saul. So, Panem calls in V, who she knows she can trust, and form a plan with the vets. Simple plan really, hit the convoy with a train and steal the stuff. So obviously we say yes, and the ride over is interesting as Panem will seem almost sad thinking back to the Saul she knew, the one who would have jumped at a chance just like this. It's clear that the animosity isn't born of true dislike, but from a shared love of the family they can't agree on how to best support. Anyways, you get to the train station and get to work to get it running. It's very old tech by our current in-game standards, and in some ways even by our standards in the real world, as it uses punch cards, which are before even my time, and I'm old. Find the punch card and give Carol control from the tower before you stop to talk to Panem. Again, the scene will change depending on your state of romance. Either way though, it'll be a heartfelt moment for Panem as she expresses her concerns and we do our best to put her mind at ease. It's nice, and as we head back down, we'll get a text from Saul in which you can do our best to run a little bit of diversion. We get to the bottom and are told to take a seat around the fire and just relax for a minute. A lesson learned from those who have run their whole life. Sit around, share some stories, and look at the stars. Tomorrow is a big day, but it can wait for tomorrow. For now, enjoy the moment.
I'll just lie here a while, by your side, gazing at the stars.
Is that another area of your expertise? You got maps of the heavens in your library, too?
Of course. That's the Big Dipper. And do you see the small flickering star to the right?
Yeah.
You do? Oh dear. That means there's a major leak. Good night, V.
When you wake, it'll be time to go to work. Mount up with Panem and jack in. We get the train rolling and head to the ambush spot, slamming into them like the problem we are. Hop out and engage the troops on foot, letting them have it however you want before grabbing the goods and taking off back to the Aldecaldo camp, where Saul will be waiting and not super happy about what you just did. Panem has had it though, knowing she's right this time, and lets him have it, straight up blowing her lid, which is both apparently effective and, let's be honest, kinda nope, don't be horny on man. She's thankful for our help and will tell us that she'll give us a call when it's ready, which she does, and we can come back and drive this thing. When we get in, Panem will explain the piloting system where the two of us will be linking to share the load and, well, also everything mentally. We take it slow at first, learning how to steer and then how to shoot before we step it up a notch and take the full connection. If you're playing a female V or aren't pursuing a romance, it'll skip ahead, but should you be entering a relationship with Panem, it'll start a scene that I definitely can't play in this video. Then you'll be rudely interrupted by a Raffin attack on camp, which you'll have to go and break up. When we return to camp, we'll get a pleasant surprise from Saul. An apology. He admits he was wrong and that he should have listened to Panem. This is also the moment I notice he's either very short or she's very tall. It's revealed that there was a vote and Panem is to become a leader within the Aldecaldos right along Saul. Follow Panem over to the bar and have a drink to celebrate. I really enjoy how in this moment and in a couple others you get the option to take a lemonade instead of a beer, which is just fantastic for me because I don't drink and I really do love lemonade. I wish it was an option all the time, but I'm happy to take it when I can. You chat about the future with Panem before you're hit with a nasty relic attack and pass out only to wake up in her tent. She'll want to know what the hell is going on with you, and you can choose to tell her as much or as little as you please. The truth is obviously hard to wrap her head around, but she believes you, which is nice, and wants to help, which is nicer. This is also how you unlock the ending with Panem, which we can talk about later. But for now, this wraps up your time with Panem and the Aldecaldos, which means it's time to move on to something not nearly as happy, so we don't have to end on it. Once you've progressed far enough into the game, you'll get a call from Wakako with a very special offer for us, which is never a good sign according to V. The long and short of it is that a murderer is apparently being let out of jail early, and the brother of one of the victims isn't so into that, so he's hiring you to kill the guy. Fair enough. We meet with Bill Jaglonski, and when the car carrying our target heads by, we take off in pursuit. We're following one Joshua Stevenson. Upon catching up to the car, we get out and Bill will catch one from the cop who's guarding Joshua before he calls an end to the violence. It's honestly a weird-ass moment, and I'm getting massive hell no vibes, but when Joshua asks us to accompany him and Johnny tells us to do it, we can make the choice to go with them, which you should. This is a heavy-ass quest, but one of the best in Cyberpunk, just be warned. On the way to your first stop, you'll learn a little bit more about Joshua and what's going on here. He's a convicted criminal who's found religion and wants to take the chance to spread the word of the Lord. I have to note that he tells us that he was convicted of armed robbery along with other sins, then tells us that he killed several people and it meant nothing to him. This makes me uncomfortable just to write about as he seems almost proud of his actions, not to mention that considering he listed murder after armed robbery. This could be for more than one reason depending on how you view it. It could be because he knows we got roped into this to avenge someone he had killed, so we already know about those crimes. It could have been to seemingly lessen the blow of the murders by listing them after some heinous acts. Or it could just be that he views the theft of property as somehow more meaningful than the theft of people's lives. He doesn't really come off as anywhere near remorseful as he describes his crimes, which just adds to the confusing nature of this whole thing. He says he feels bad, but it just doesn't come across as genuine, making it almost worse. Then we find out about our first stop, which is the sister of one of our victims. Not really the room I want to be in, but it gets worse as we get stuck in the middle of an argument between the two that explains what's going on here. Zuleika is frankly appalled by Joshua's plan, and it's not hard to see why. He plans on being executed and filming a brain dance of it. He wants to be literally crucified for the world to see, which is something. God, frankly, it's just an uncomfortable way to spend the day, and it's only going to get worse as the mother Gloria returns home. While the sister Zuleika has found it in her heart to forgive the murderer in front of her, the mother has not, and frankly doesn't want to see this man, let alone be in a room with him. Joshua tries, but frankly, it's time to leave. Honestly, if we had the option to knock Joshua out and drag him out to the car, I would. The way he lingers is somehow the worst part of all of this. On our way to the next spot, you'll discuss what happened inside, where you can argue the mother Gloria should have forgiven him, but I can never bring myself to say something so crazy as that. You can also discuss the brain dance and why he's doing it. We stop off for food, and before we can go in, the producer Rachel will pull us aside and offer us double our rate if we just walk away now. She feels that we're getting in Joshua's head and may convince him he's not doing the right thing. Which he's not, but that's a different issue entirely. If you're in this deep, you might as well tell her to pound sand and head on inside. I totally missed it because I'm stupid, but this is actually supposed to represent the Last Supper. I can't believe this put so much on my mind that something so obvious went over my fucking head. God, I'm dumb. I can't place Joshua for the life of me. Most of the time, he seems so carefree. Like his past actions don't have any hold on him, but other times it seems as though he's trying way too hard to play up his faith. But is that because he doesn't believe in what he's preaching, or he just doesn't know how to behave in this new world, this new persona he's found? Like when he proclaims that he wants to follow the Gospels written by Luke and not John, as John's version is
crude and over the top. The Gospel of Luke speaks more to my sensibility. Besides, Luke's Christ is prepared for what awaits him. I want the world to understand that. Feel it.
We have a nice little conversation about religion and spirituality, which, as you would expect, is perfectly level-headed discussion that no one gets upset about.
Know what your problem is, all of you? You refuse to understand that spirituality can only ever be personal. And why the fuck are you here anyway? For the free meal?
Back off me, okay?
And maybe you should fuck off, huh? You're not part of our group?
Alright, Jesus, fuck, I'm not even the one who said anything, damn. So yeah, I guess it's time to pack it up as we say our goodbyes with them, only for Johnny to fill his seat. We discuss what's going on with Joshua, and you can form your own opinion about the topic, but Johnny seems almost burnt out by this one. Essentially saying, no matter what we do, what will be, will be. It's an odd change of pace, and he doesn't really seem present for the conversation. I think something about this really bothers him. He will say this, though.
Hang on, where's Rebel Johnny? Seem to have lost him.
Well, I found him. He's inside that guy. He's the real rebel.
Make up your mind, which is it? Nutjob or Messiah?
He's fucked in the head. The world's fucked in the head. And you're fucked in the head because my fucked up head is inside it. Guess if you want to save the world, that's the first step. Get fucked in the head.
We can ask Johnny if he believes in God, to which he tries to blow us off, but when we push, we get this.
Fuck, kill me, please.
Come on, serious question.
What? Why? So you flatlined, then got your beat back. Don't tell me that's left you wondering if a construct can even be saved.
Gonna tell me you don't think about being a digital psyche? Possible consequences thereof. Really? I mean, are you already dead? Or alive till the last existing digighost of you is shredded?
Meaning, like, am I gonna ascend to digi-heaven?
Descent to digi-hell's more likely. But yeah, there is life after death. Does Silverhand already live in the afterlife? And I'm talking to his animated epitaph?
It's an interesting question, pondering how the reality in which your psyche could carry on after death and what that would mean in terms of your soul and an afterlife. I'm not religious enough to comment on the subject, but I'm open to hearing your thoughts as I'm curious on the topic and I love some critical thinking in my comments. You're often smarter than I am. Later on, we'll get a call from Rachel asking for our help. Joshua is having a crisis of faith of sorts and wants to see us, so we agree to go down and see him. He tells us that he wants V to be by his side when he goes. I'm not surprised he doesn't have anyone to stand by him in this moment, and I'm not exactly happy that a murderer like this thinks so highly of me, but I understand not wanting to be alone in a moment of doubt. I don't really know if it's the right thing to do, but I find a need to show him kindness in this moment, and so when he requests we pray with him, I do. It's a moment that moves me to this day. Even after seeing it half a dozen times, it's just something powerful, and when he asks me to swing the hammer, I can't help but agree, even if I hate it. I found a video breakdown of the Sinnerman quest line from one of the CDPR quest directors, and his name is Pavel Sasko, who breaks down the creation of this level and how it all meant to lead up to this moment. As with everything else I reference here, the link to the video will be in the description before if you'd like to watch it for yourself. It's interesting to say the least. Pavel will go into detail explaining that they wanted this to be a challenging piece of artistic expression even if it meant possibly upsetting some people. He'll go on to show that the whole quest came about preparing for the player to say yes in this moment. They didn't want people getting this far and missing what they were trying to show you, even if they still give you the option to do so, knowing it might be too much for some people. I have a poor memory as it is and haven't picked up a Bible in a very long time, so this breakdown is when I was able to sit and look at how directly inspired by scripture this story was. What started as a simple idea turned into a journey that was meant to, believe it or not, be in contrast to the dark world that he had created in Night City. I'm not sure I can view this as a contrast to the dark and depressing world I dealt with day in, day out. If anything, it might be the bleakest I saw, at the very least something that hurts in a totally different kind of way. But Pavel will talk about how they got the player to say yes again and again and again so that when Joshua asked us to swing the hammer, we would say yes one more time. This is a tough scene, one of the hardest in the game, so I'm going to cut most of it, but I'm still going to show you enough to get the point across, so feel free to skip ahead a little bit if you're squeamish.
Are you not the Messiah? Save yourself and save us.
Do you not fear God? You stand condemned under the same sentence.
The last thing I'd like to point out from Pavel's breakdown that I had noticed before but hadn't put enough thought to is the hesitation V has when pushing the button to raise the cross. I would suspect most people will be thinking, what the hell am I doing nailing Joshua to the cross, and it's nice to see that's represented in V as well. Everything about this moment just feels wrong, and to this day I can't really put words to feelings about what went down here other than the word wrong. But as much as I wish I hadn't seen it, it does exist as one of the strongest storytelling and emotional moments I've seen in gaming. and it exists as an optional side quest. The way Rachel, someone who was intended to be this mission's representation of Judas, will talk about this being her toughest job, seemingly pleased with what she's brought into the world, makes my skin crawl and my fingers twitch in a very fight or flight kind of way. As much as I want to smack this monster sideways, it just feels wrong in this moment. Maybe in the end, Joshua did teach me something about forgiveness. Who knows? Beyond being a fantastic example of what happens if you allow artists to carry on regardless of who it may offend, this quest also illustrates something I want to talk about the game does, and it's the way it lets a moment linger beyond the end, and it does this with its music. Listen to how the music will follow you as you leave the area, allowing you to stay in this moment for longer than most games would. There's plenty of missions that do it, and it shows that beyond having one of the best soundtracks in gaming, their implementation of it elevates them far above anything else in the competition. Now, let's get into Judy, whose quest starts about as dark as this ends, but has a happy ending, more or less. Our main quest line with Judy will end when we recover Evelyn from the scav haunt and leave her with Judy while we go on to track the Voodoo Boys. The side story starts when we get a call from Judy asking us to come over. We come in to find that Evelyn has chosen not to continue on with the rest of us, deciding to rest forever instead. We help carry her to the bedroom while Judy calls 911 to get help, wanting to do this the right way. She asks us to leave the room while she gets her dressed in something more appropriate, and when we do it, she will take us to the roof after Evelyn has been taken away. It's a brutal scene that seems to come out of nowhere, especially on a first playthrough. Judy asks us for a smoke and we grant her request, offering up Evelyn's cigarette case. There's no right thing to say in this moment and nothing you can do for Judy, who just wants to be left alone, so we leave, hoping she can recover from this loss. In some ways she does, but I don't think she'll ever be the same. For now, she has a plan, and that's take over Cloud so that this won't have to happen to anyone there ever again. We agree to help, kicking off the quest, which starts by meeting Judy to see Maiko, a woman who works behind the scenes to keep Clouds running and is in the best position to help us. I like how they have Judy smoking in this scene, a way of showing rather than telling that she isn't doing well as she lets on, and in some ways a metaphor demonstrated the larger plot as she simply needs to be doing something as part of her grieving process, whether it be smoking or planning a dollhouse takeover. The meeting with Maiko doesn't go particularly smoothly as she can see all the holes in Judy's plan, which is in some ways what makes her decision to come here all the better. Judy knew she didn't have the ability to plan this all herself, so she came to someone who could, the greatest wisdom being to know what you lack. Maiko isn't ready to agree to a half-baked plan like this and tells us to leave, but she is in some ways on our side, having Woodman set up in a secluded area should we want to go and see him. Judy in fact does and asks us straight up to kill him, and so because I think it's the right thing to do, I agree and head down to the maintenance level. We confront Woodman just to make sure he knows why we're killing him before making short work of the scumbag. Judy doesn't like the result of this, saying she hoped it would feel better, like she'd improve the world, but instead didn't really feel anything. Nothing here went the way she hoped, but Judy isn't about to give up, telling you that she'll give us a call when she has a plan to take over Clouds, one way or another. When we do get the call, she'll invite us up to her apartment to go over the new plan and ask what we want on our pizza before a list of heinous, and I mean heinous, topping combinations pop up. I don't know what the hell tofu tuna is, but I do like pineapple and Junie's reaction to it, so I always go that way, but truly it's just odd. And why the hell is the cool option artichoke and avocado flavor? Avocado flavor? Jesus, what a dystopian hellscape. It's just like current California. Get over to your very bad tasting planning party and sit down around the counter to meet Tom, who you knew before, and Roxanne, who clearly has an itch she can't scratch. We chat and get to know each other while we wait for Maiko to show up. Once she does, we go over the plan, which is just a bit harebrained, but maybe crazy enough to work. Judy has uploaded the dolls with fighting programs like This Is the Damn Matrix, and her plan is to have them take over Clouds while we go with Maiko to take out the head of the club, Hiromi. It's not a great plan, but it's what we got, so we go with it. And while Judy offers to pay us, that would be pretty weird, so I always turn it down, although she does offer us a place to lay our head, which I gladly accept. Get to the meeting place and it's time to really kick it off. After a quick rundown one more time to make sure everyone's on the same page, we board the elevator heading down to the maintenance level and removing the guards so Judy can hack the system. She will gain access to the private elevator and send you to the roof above the penthouse where you can climb your way down and subtly remove the guards. Wow, Jesus, they sure as hell aren't going to find him. Hope he doesn't fall on a kid or anything. We reach the room in which Maiko has Hiromi and find two unexpected guests. Turns out she's changing the deal, seeing no world in which a simple hit on the boss keeps Clouds in our hands. She's engineered a deal which these above Hiromi can be convinced that Clouds requires new leadership. Hers, of course. You can follow her down this road, and if you choose not to take her money, it can work out for the better, but in a moment of weakness, I do as Judy asks, sticking to her plan and not Maiko's, and killing all three of them. Maiko isn't happy, but won't fight you if you don't push the issue, just wanting you to leave. You can meet Judy out back in the bottom, and she isn't particularly thrilled with how this all turned out, being betrayed by Maiko and all, but she's grateful to you for sticking up for her, thanking V for the help before leaving to ponder what this means for the future. This isn't the end of Judy's questline unless you did something stupid like killing Maiko or taking her bribe. Avoiding that, you'll get a call inviting you out to a little lake house outside Night City. You can try to catch up with Judy, but she's honest about the fact she just wants to get away for a little bit, not talk about the world. With that understood, it's revealed what you're doing here. She wants to go diving, create a brain dance where she mixes both of our neural implants at once. This sounds awesome, so of course I'm into it. Funny enough, Johnny is very much against it. You can hear his take before you make your decision.
No, we're gonna scroll underwater.
Nope, no way. Bad idea. Tell her to find some other yes man.
What do you say? You in?
Why would you say that?
I don't know. Don't like the idea, that's all. It's just, when I think about the dark, the deep, palms that I don't fucking have get clammy with sweat I don't secrete.
You're more than welcome to stay on shore. Hell yeah, I'm in.
I don't really give a damn about his issues, so I agree and get suited up. The dialogue here is fun whether or not you're in a position to romance Judy, and frankly, from the word go, it's enjoyable. Side note, however, if you have the charge jump like I do, don't use it to enter the water, as you'll sink like a stone for some reason. It's just a nice change of pace. The entire time we've known Judy, she's always had something weighing on her, whether the original favor we get from her, Evelyn's disappearance and eventual fate, down to planning the run on Clouds. This is the first time she just seems relaxed and in her own element for more than a few minutes. She talks about BDs and how they're just another form of art, something to create emotions with. With your gear calibrated, we head down to the bottom to see what she has to show us, the town in which she grew up, Laguna Bend. Around 15 years ago, it was intentionally flooded to create the lake we see here now, but it's still a memory for our girl. We explore the town, and as we do, Judy tells us about her childhood, sometimes intentionally and sometimes through the link where we can hear her memories of childhood flood back into her. You'll see the diner where they used to eat, along with an old camera Judy adores, an old gas station where you can find the doll she stole from a girl she liked when she was young, and a very odd place to see an umbrella. Then we swim over to the old church and with a little exploring find a way in as she continues to share stories from growing up here. Missions like these are what makes Cyberpunk so special. This is not only a cool idea, but it makes sense within the narrative. Judy spent what we can assume is the better part of her life tuning virtues, so it makes sense that she would be the one to come up with an idea like this. Funny, now that I think about it, this game is often about having another person in your head. Panem, Judy, and to a whole other level, Johnny. Even if the memories we hear from Judy aren't the happiest, it's just nice to spend a little bit of time in her world, learning about our friend. Then, unfortunately, all good things must come to an end as the relic, or is it Johnny? I haven't thought about that way in a while, but I keep saying attacks from the relic. Should I be saying attacks from Johnny? I don't know. One way or another, the attack is bad this time, and we wake up to a very panicked Judy performing CPR and asking us to wake up. Johnny has some choice words about how he told us this wasn't going to end well, which Judy hears because of the link that's still active.
Thank you.
Told you diving into this toxic waste was gonna end badly. But you just don't fucking listen.
Toxic waste? Is that your construct?
Having someone else hear Johnny for the first time is frankly a trippy experience, but it's nice to know I'm not just straight up crazy, that there really are voices in my head. It's late and we're in no shape to travel, so Judy invites us in for coffee and a place to sleep. Go pop the generator on, and when the power goes out, and we'll come back to the sound of Judy's thoughts. Memories of Evelyn. We come to the bathroom to comfort her, reminding her that we're still linked and we can hear what's going through her head. This is when she'll reveal to us that Clouds has gone to hell, and she hasn't one to tell us as to not spoil the day. The path will diverge here depending on your intent to pursue a romance with Judy. A non-relationship character will do their best to comfort her before she decides to go to bed and sleep off the day. One in a position to make an advance on Judy will do so and have a more adult experience that wouldn't fly on YouTube. Regardless of which path you take, you spend the night here and Judy will be waiting on the pier with the coffee she offered you yesterday. If you haven't romanced her, she will tell you that this will be the end of her time in Night City, and she intends to hit the road here soon. But if you did romance her, she reveals that that was her plan, but she's going to stick around just for V, which I think is really nice. Judy in person is far better than Judy over the phone. Either way, this will mark the end of Punch and Judy's arc and our time with her, with a few exceptions. This story is probably pretty depressing when you lay it all out, but it's Judy's story, the story of a good person in a bad place who just decided to keep doing the right thing no matter what it cost her, and in the end it cost her damn near everything. I often try to find the positive in a story like this, and I guess the obvious message is that there's always a reason to be the best you can, the kindest you can, and the most caring you can, but maybe the magic is that it's a cold reminder doing the right thing doesn't always lead to great outcomes. Or maybe it's a reminder to take care of yourself. Once she finally takes on a life outside the city and starts living for Judy, you can see her smile come back, and maybe that's all that really matters. Yeah, I think I like that. I know it's hard, but take care of yourself. Everyone else will survive for a little while, I promise. With that, we have a perfect transition to someone who only ever took care of himself in Johnny Silverhand, who in the third act will have his own questline for you to follow, settling his affairs in a way. To start, he wants to recruit Rogue to help him go after Adam Smasher and settle their score once and for all, asking you to drop the pills and let him do the talking, which you can and should do, because it leads to tons of fun. Head to the afterlife and drop the pills only to sit back and watch Johnny live again, doing a little bit more than we agreed to. First things first, slamming back more tequila than I can keep track of before heading off to get us a tattoo, which is just great. Thanks for that one, dickhead. This isn't entirely without purpose, even if it's not how I would go about things, as it turns out he's trying to find a guy named Grayson, which will lead us to next, a strip club. After more drinking, some drugs in the form of a Matrix reference, and a little bit of vomit in a towel, we get thrown out of the club while telling the girl we're talking to that we'll be outside when she's ready to leave. He steals a car for reasons I can't comprehend outside of being a dick, having her drive and getting a little handsy, which leads to a pretty nasty car accident. Anyways, Johnny actually does get the info he's looking for, somehow, because he's literally him, I suppose. We wake up very hungover and with Rogue at the end of our bed staring at us. She's a little confused and not what I'd call a chipper mood, but I guess her and Johnny talked and she agreed to help, so that's cool. She takes the info he put together and tells us that she'll call when she has a plan. What an odd experience, just blacking out and waking up with one of the most powerful people in the city staring at you, before the voice in your head pops up to laugh at you for the hangover he created. We head over to the afterlife when Rogue's ready to move, and before we leave, it turns out she has a gift for us. A replica of Johnny's samurai jacket, which in the original game had great stats, and here just looks pretty great. When we get there, we have to wait for dark before making our move. Once we do, Rogue will take our lead until we're past the front gate before letting us run through the places we see fit. There's a path laid out for you, but no strict rules about following it as long as you get to the computer you're looking for. Get there and Johnny will comment on the fact that Rogue is stalling. She knows exactly where they need to go and doesn't want to get there, which doesn't work too well since we're pressing on one way or another. Get on board the Ebunike and confront Grayson, who isn't very tough to get around even if he is carrying one badass fucking piece. Recover Johnny's signature sidearm and question Grayson to reveal Smasher isn't there and isn't going to be there anytime soon as he's working directly for Yorinobu now as head of security. We have the option to kill the guy, but he offers us something of Johnny's should we let him live, and trust me, you're gonna want it. Rogue is over this and heads out before we can see what's in the container. We go anyway and open it up to find something that looks just as good as we remember it. One classy-ass Porsche 911. Take the car out to the oil fields where we can find the final resting place of one Johnny Silverhand. This scene right here. It may not be the longest or the most exciting, but it may just be the most important in terms of the character of Johnny Silverhand. You've had moments to bond before this, but here, after all you've gone through together, is where he will bare his heart to you. That's not the only thing that's special about it. What's also special is how you can unlock the secret ending. At least it's one of the steps and the easiest to screw up. The choices you make here matter, so if it matters to you, I'd recommend looking up a guide, but it's not what matters right now. What matters is this.
What would you write? Here lies Johnny Silverhand.
The guy who saved my life.
V, you don't know how much I want that to be true. Listen, I realize I fucked up a lot of things. Either let down or used every last person who gave me their trust. Blind, selfish bastard that I was. But I've managed one thing for now. Not to fuck this up. What we have.
I woke up with an enemy. One who wanted nothing but my destruction, and here I am, sitting on a pile of scrap only to find a friend. More than that, a comrade. We can take this moment to start anew with him if we've been fighting this whole time, and to help the rocker boy become the best version of himself. Funny enough, this conversation ends with Silverhand wanting to do right by at least one person from his former life as he asks us to invite Rogue out on a date, which she'll accept. We pick her up at the afterlife, and if you have any class, you'll do it in Johnny's Porsche, because that just feels right. Also, I know it's Porsche, I just can't say it. Just to back up for a second, I'd like to point out that Rogue is one of the only people in this game we actually see in different clothes based off the event, which I think is pretty cool. We drive up to Silver Pixel Cloud, a drive-in movie theater from before our time, only to find out that it's been closed down. This isn't going to stop us, however, as we do a little bit of merc work to get us inside, opening the doors and heading up to the projector while Rogue grabs us a seat. We find some crappy movie in the projector which Johnny describes as perfect, and then we pop the pills and let him go enjoy his date. It goes about as well as you could expect. Johnny really has changed as a person and seems to be genuinely caring for Rogue, but there is that issue of actual lifetimes going by that simply can't be ignored. They get close to something they had before, but Rogue just can't do it. Not happy about how it went, but seemingly not angry either, leaving as we get our body back. I'm sorry, editor's note here, because I just thought about this. How would you explain this to Panem? I feel like Carrie, Rivers, even maybe Judy. Judy would be tough, but I feel like all three of them you could probably explain this date to, and they would probably understand and get past it. I feel like Panem would murder me, Johnny, Rogue, and the door guy for some unknown reason. I would not ever want to explain this to her. I wonder if they ever talked about this. Huh. Anyway, back to the video. Whatever. While we're up here, we get another Rocker Boy request as he wants to see one Carrie Uridine, his former bandmate, and I struggle to say friend. So like totally normal people, we break into his villa and have a look around. Johnny, for the most part, makes fun of Carrie's taste, assuming most of it isn't actually him, but we will on occasion offer a genuine compliment.
Alright, I'll give him that one.
When we hear Carrie in the shower, Johnny has us drop the pills, saying that he'll take it from here, where he pulls the guitar down from the wall and starts playing. Carrie recognizes his former bandmate almost instantly and is actually happy to see him, as hard as that is to believe.
Motherfucker!
Alright, yeah, that's more believable. He does take this more or less in stride, though, having questions, but not being too freaked out by the whole thing. He does want to know why we're in these shoes, however, so we sit down and thankfully the whole thing is explained in a cutaway. We come back to the two reminiscing about the old samurai days, and there's a little more catching up to do, but it'll end with them deciding to do one last gig, for old time's sake. Naturally, all the legwork will be left to V, but that's the fun part, so hey, why not? I do wonder what it's like to watch a person collapse and wake up as an entirely different individual. Gotta be weird. Anyways, we start by giving Nancy a call, who is now a journalist under the name of Bess Isis. And we get her assistant who lets us know she's at the Totentance working on a story. The bad news is that the Totentance is a maelstrom club and just about the last place I'd ever want to be given the choice. It's even better because they do in fact recognize V as the guy who killed Royce, and this doesn't exactly inspire trust between you. The new leader plays nice for a minute as she walks you back to where Nancy is, but it kind of goes exactly how you would expect it to, as she's in a bad way and you're gonna have to shoot your way out. This scene can actually go a couple of different ways depending on how you went about the all foods plant mission in the intro, but I'm willing to bet over half the people who get to this point will end up fighting their way out of here. Once we get in, we can talk to Nancy and discuss why we were looking for her in the first place. She's a little caught off guard, but is open to the idea and even offers to set up the whole thing. We call Carrie and give him the good news, and he has some of his own. He's tracked down the other members and wants us to meet him at Denny's for a surprise reunion. It's a surprise, to be sure, if surprise is French for, hey, I filled your pool with cement. I bet the Germans have a word for that. They have a word for everything. This whole situation is a mess, and somehow it gets dropped at my lap because Carrie doesn't want to get involved as Johnny, and of course, is no help. It's hard to really get a straight answer about what led to this debacle, and we're forced to choose between the most magnificent hair I've ever seen in this city and the guy coming out of rehab acting like cementing pools is a logical way to say hello, so I'm gonna go with Denny on this one because, well, yeah. Also, don't forget to pick up her bat from the pool before you leave. That whole thing was a disaster, but it's sorted out now, and all that's left is to go play the concert when you get the call. The concert is being held at a little spot called the Red Dirt, which is apparently where Samurai had their first gig. Pretty cool, and while it's a small crowd, it's a passionate one. And when Nancy shows us the little surprise she picked up for us, even Johnny is impressed. Head to the bathroom and let Johnny out to play one more time. With the gang all here, there's no reason to hang around. Let's rock. You don't get to live in this moment for too long, but for a few minutes you get to be a rock star, and there's just, I don't know, there's just something special about it. It feels right. You also get to see Johnny and Carrie share a nice moment as he hands over his guitar to one who will use it better. It's unexpected, but Carrie might just be the nicest guy in this whole game. He's a true friend to everyone he cares about, and that means a lot to me. You'll make a lot of friends in Night City if you stay long enough, but I don't know, Carrie seems different. Where some people just needed V to survive and some to understand what was best for them, it seems that Johnny and V simply gave permission to Carrie to be himself again, and that's really nice to watch. I just kind of put it together, but as we spend time with so many characters, it's likely we'll encounter them outside of their comfort zone, within their world, but not their part of it. We find Panem after she's already been betrayed, something that would never happen if she was with her family. But after spending some time with her, we get to see where she finds her peace, surrounded by the Aldecaldos, watching the stars and driving loud-ass cars. We find Judy for the first time editing a BD, but will be dragged out of her world, forced to use her talents for perverse reasons, only to finally come back to this moment, doing something she loves again. Hell, even Carrie will meet him with a guitar in her hands, even if it's Johnny pulling the strings, and we get to see a musician who's lost, unsure of who he is anymore. But by the end, we get to sit back and listen to him strum along to a new tune. Just Carrie making music again, and even being a bit of a rocker boy. I can't help but wonder if there was some kind of intention to this style of story writing, or if it just came about naturally when writing an arc for these characters. I guess when I think about it, not all characters have something like this. Rivers doesn't end up where he begins, and Delamain is quite literally a different person at the end of that quest, but still. There's something really nice about thinking maybe you have the potential to recenter people in this fucked up world we inhabit. Maybe in some small way, this is how we beat Night City. Not surviving it alone, but allowing others to thrive in your place. However you see it though, that marks the end of our journey through the stories of Night City, and if you've played the game, I know what you're thinking right now, and it's how could I leave out so many, which is fair. The simple truth is even with light breakdowns like these, if I had went on through at least half the side quests, we would have been here for hours. I try to choose the most impactful stories along with ones that would tie into potential game endings like Panem, Rogue, and the secret ending with Johnny, but to be fair, I will at least touch on some of the other massively important quests you should absolutely experience for yourself. The first that comes to mind for me is Jackie's Ofrenda, in which you will bid farewell to your compadre alongside others who loved him as much as his mother and Misty. This will also give you access to Jackie's bike, which is one of my favorites in the game, along with his signature pistols should you come back to the bar afterwards. Next up, we have the Perales family. The mayor-to-be would like you to investigate the untimely death of the previous mayor. This is the far less interesting part of it, though. They will call you back later to investigate a break-in at their house, and this mission gets ridiculously interesting as you will get spun up in a web of mind control, moral dilemmas, and a conspiracy that goes deeper than you can dig. One of the best in the game. Related as you'll meet him during the mayor investigation is River Ward, who will ask you to help track down his missing nephew, Randy. This whole quest is just gross, and I don't like it, but I genuinely think it's really good. It rubs me the wrong way, but it's supposed to. You'll also have a very awkward time if you're not into Rivers, which most people aren't. My favorite might actually be spending some time with Carrie as he handles some music-related biz, where at the end we get to sit back for a few minutes and just enjoy the world. Delamain, the cab who saved your life, has a crisis of sorts, and you'll spend some time tracking down 7 of his personalities, one of which lies about cake,
I honestly, truly didn't think you'd fall for that.
and another who hates flamingos. It's an odd one and ends with its own moral quandary as you ponder the meaning of free will. There's a whole set of races you can do, which can apparently now be rerun, although I haven't done it yet. If that changes, you'll see it on screen. There's also some shorter stories you can get involved with. The Highwayman springs immediately to mind as you'll unravel the story of who got a nice girl killed and recover the bike that cost her her life, which happens to be one of my favorite in the game, both visually and from the sentiment attached to it. If you pay attention to your map in a time-sensitive quest, you can actually go with Mitch for Scorpion's final send-off, which awards you with a cool figure for your apartment and a nice knife. You can help out the metal musician, otherwise known as Lizzie Wizzy, twice actually, and even find the Raish Bartmosh, who crashed the original net and actually helped Nix check out his personal deck. There's far more than even these, and I'm sure you can understand why we can't talk about all of them, but it just goes to show the vast depth found in Night City. It's not uncommon for an RPG to have a ton of its best content off the beaten path in the optional category, but man, it's done so well here. And this is just me still being upset about AC Origins, but man, do I love the fact that not only is this content both entirely optional, it's also so damn good. From the random thugs you can slap around in scanner missions, to gigs where you can sharpen your skills as a merc, to fully developed stories with some of the best characters in gaming. The most important thing for me to point out is that this has always been there. They've added gigs here and there, but for the most part, all of this amazing content was available at launch. This is the world I fell in love with, and I'm glad so many people have finally gotten the chance to see it over the years since this game has come out. Speaking of content released after the game dropped, how about a quick detour to discuss what seemingly breathed life back into Cyberpunk 2077, and that's Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Why would I say he's a piece of shit?
I see Detective Hahn's not a fan of Edgerunners.
All right, he's a piece of shit.
I don't fuck with you.
Don't worry, I'm not going to spend the time breaking down the anime frame by frame, but I do at least want to touch on why it inspired so many people to come back to the game, or give it a try for the first time.
I couldn't wait for you to come and clear the cupboards. So get away, another way to feel what you didn't want yourself to know and let yourself go.
Our story in Edgerunners will follow a teenager by the name of David Martinez. He lives with just his mom, who works her ass off to put him through school at Arasaka Academy. They aren't well off by any means, but he's smart enough for it, and she wants to give her son the best shot at life. He hates it, which I can empathize with. Being smart enough for a higher tier of education doesn't always mean that it matters to you. Some people just want to fit in, and David is one of those people. We open on a world we know if you've played the game. Right from the start, they do a fantastic job bringing Night City to our screens. Even in a format we're not used to, it feels familiar. David gets in trouble at school for trying to cut some corners and save some money, but that isn't even the beginning of his bad day. On the ride home from school with his mom, they'll get caught up in a car chase between two gangs and will end up in a bad accident as a result, one that will ultimately cost his mom her life. In what feels like moments, David goes from a kid struggling to fit in to one all alone in life struggling to survive. After going through his mom's things, he finds an advanced piece of cyberware known as the Sandevistian, and against all logic ends up having it chipped. It was a bad idea, but will in fact open up a new world for him. When the netrunner Lucy is stealing socketed chips on the metro, he's the only one fast enough to stop her, and they will actually end up working together, quickly turning into one of the best days of David's life. Not knowing anything about cyberware, however, he overdoes it and ends up in a bad way, leading to one of the wildest scenes I've seen in a while. They head back to Lucy's apartment and they will share a really nice moment together as she takes David to the moon. You've probably at least seen this frame, and if you haven't seen the show yet, you really should. It's as good as advertised. Unfortunately, the time with Lucy has to come to an end, as it turns out she may have lied to him just a little bit, leading him into a trap set for her gang, who David unintentionally stole from. Turns out the Sandy he found in his mom's things was supposed to go to this guy Maine, who isn't happy about it going missing. David explains the situation and actually ends up joining the gang, which ends up becoming our story. This is one of those anime where every frame is perfect. It's incredibly easy to get lost in the plot and run through it entirely too fast. We follow along as David will learn how to be a merc, starting off with smaller jobs like helping to break into a car and helping to run packages before stepping up in the world. There's a whole ensemble cast who will grow to love in only a few episodes, like Lucy, Maine, Rebecca, Kiwi, Pilar, Dorio, Falco, and the Ripper Doc if you want to count him. Here's the thing though, remember how I mentioned that Night City is the one true main character? Well, unfortunately, that remains true for David and those around him. Once the first one falls, it's all downhill from there, as David will be reminded of loss once again. Many will fall in Maine's crew, including Maine himself, leaving David in charge of what's left, with Rebecca at his side as a steadfast friend, Kiwi as his netrunner, Falco as his driver, and while Lucy remains at David's side, she won't join him on the crew, working on battling her own demons personally. Things only get more complicated as David moves deeper and deeper into his merc life, chipping enough chrome where cyberpsychosis is becoming a genuine concern. At the same time, it's revealed Lucy escaped Arasaka as a child, and time spent diving into the net in an attempt to save David will put a target on her back. The threats will converge and end up with a kidnapped Lucy being used to trick David into shipping an experimental weapon that will be his ultimate demise, but not before he goes to get Lucy back. These next scenes will be an excellent example of what cyberpsychosis is really like from a person living it and viewing it happen as a person around them. It's never really shown in the game to a great degree, but I love it here, and it really makes the game have a better framing. Barely alive and fighting off cyberpsychosis one fucking dampener at a time, David will battle across Night City in a desperate attempt to save Lucy, and he'll do so only to say goodbye as Adam Smasher is sent in to sort the problem out. One of the main failings of the game is that by the time you face Smasher, he likely just isn't too much of a threat to you, and honestly, he just doesn't live up to his boogeyman persona. The anime corrects this. It isn't even a particularly long fight, but man, David versus Smasher is the fight we never knew we needed until we saw it. Returning the terrifying aura Smasher should have had the entire game, making David's end feel, earned? Fighting the scariest man in Night City to protect the one you love is a hell of a way to go out, and it's easy to see how this kid from Haywood earned his reputation as a true legend of Night City. He would also fulfill the dreams of both the most important women in his life, reaching the top of Arasaka Tower for his mother and getting Lucy to the moon. I'm sure it wasn't the way either of them wanted it to happen, but at least David died knowing he won, if only in some small way. The Edgerunners anime is something to be enjoyed by anybody. It's great all on its own, but elevated for fans of anime and cyberpunk alike. I will say that I've seen the dub has been highly praised and I'm happy people like it, but I personally don't agree that it stands up or exceeds the Japanese version. I think this comes from actually living my whole life in this region of the US, in the Southwest specifically, and growing up in a heavily Hispanic area. The English dub of David just doesn't register as someone with the name of Martinez for me. That could just be a personal bias, however, and I encourage you to consume your anime however you like. It's no wonder that Edgerunners brought so many people to Night City, as it was truly a fantastic piece of media that should be celebrated. There's also plenty of the anime to be found in the game. You can actually watch the first episode of the show inside the game, which is cool, as well as being awarded David's jacket and rock Rebecca's shotgun, which you can find. You can also see its influence with multiple characters present in the perk menus after the 2.0 update. This has been enough of a detour, however, and it's time to wrap back around to the game, although it isn't time for endings quite yet. We have one more stop left to make, and that's in Dogtown with the highly acclaimed DLC known as Phantom Liberty.
Don't mind if I do.
A pleasant evening to you.
Fuck me! Ugh!
'Cause we lost everything. We had to pay the price.
To me, this was the crowning moment for Cyberpunk. There was the disastrous launch, but they kept working and released 1.6 before Edgerunners, which brought people back. Its beauty was finally out for the world to see, and then another hype cycle began again as the 2.0 update loomed, and it dropped to a great reception. The average person was ready to believe in Cyberpunk again, but Phantom Liberty had to do it all. It had to be all it promised to be, and to the joy of everyone, it was. Bringing a new town to explore, new missions, new abilities, a new story, and new endings to be seen. This may feel a little bit out of order, but I promise it will make sense as we go. Somewhere towards the end of Act 2, you'll get a call from a woman named So-Mi, codenamed Songbird. She has a simple pitch. She knows what's wrong with V and knows how to save our life, but she wants you to meet her in Dogtown, or at least at the main gate. I have to be honest, the first meeting between the two of us could have really gone better. It wasn't confidence-inspiring.
No, fucking... What the? It's like someone shoved my head in a place.
B, you're gonna be okay. Breathe deep. Count to 10. Recite a mantra. Whatever brings calm helps you stabilize. Your nervous system took a big hit. Broke down. Racing heart, cold sweat. It'll pass.
Fucking hope so.
I know about the bomb ticking in your head. If I could disarm it now, I would in a heartbeat. You'll feel better any second now.
V, something stinks here. Think she's fucking with the relic. How in the...
All true, Johnny. But don't you fret. You're both safe.
Nah, fuck
Both
off.
of us on the biochip protocol at once can trigger shocks for V, like you just saw now. Gotta cut you off.
What
For your safety, for V's safety.
Also, shout out to the people who just ignored us as that happened. There are quite a few points in which I wish someone had turned Johnny off, but this really isn't one of them, as I suddenly feel very alone again all of a sudden with my constant companion gone. At the least, she's nice enough to explain what's going on. She's currently on Space Force 1, which logically, being the follow-up for Air Force 1, is the personal plane of the president, one Rosalind Myers. The plane is under attack, and one way or another, it's coming down inside of Dogtown. So the million-dollar question, how do we fit into this? Short answer is that with comms down, reaching out to the relic was the only way to contact anyone, and she needs you to get to what's about to be a crash site and get the president out. Assuming you agree, and I mean, why would you not? You paid for the DLC, follow the ghost of Songbird through the bowels of Dogtown as we work to get inside. Once you're past the front gate, there won't be any enemies, and it's just a mildly perilous trek through whatever you call this area as you chat to So-Mi. You'll learn more about her, and she'll ask about you at the same time. There's a couple takeaways about Songbird for me over the course of this. She's incredibly experienced, yet seems, I don't know, almost childish? along with an inability to handle minor problems that she didn't expect, like here.
You upset or something?
I detest wrinkles like this, when things don't go as planned.
Yeah, forget about it. Junk upon junk here.
Finally, hop in. Elevator's roof-bound.
This is one of those examples of how failure can be a good thing. You don't learn how to improvise and keep a level head when everything goes to plan. Follow long enough and you'll come out in Dogtown's markets, which are very cool, but there's no time for shopping right now. Continue our trek and eventually we'll reach a vantage point where we'll be able to see the crash, although it doesn't exactly go as she expects, leading to a closer look than we hoped for.
Songbird!
V, the president! You have to...
Songbird! God damn it! Holy shit! 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 Fuck me! Ugh! Oh. Okay. Got this. Save the president. Sure. No fucking problem.
Now that's how you do a title drop. God damn. There's no time to waste as we bound through Dogtown on our way to Myers' ship. You don't actually have to dive into fights like I did here, but damn, it just feels fun, right? Get into the ship and you'll find a lot of dead bodies, but no president. But Song will open up the president's safe room, which really feels more like a danger zone when you walk in. Fight off a couple waves of enemies until there's a window for you to make your escape. Myers is taking all this pretty hard, not one to easily get over losing people, but she's not easily flustered, dealing with her guilt alongside the problem at hand. The current problem is going to be a painful one, however. She explains she has a tracking chip you'll need to cut out of her. It's not exactly fun, but no time to be squeamish as there's people looking for you and you'll have to hide for a moment and then get on the move. Somi will give us a path and we move along avoiding the drones where we can, but we'll hit the end of the building and find a squad who should probably be avoided, but also they have a car we could take, and that would really help. It's up to me, so I'm taking the car. Drive to the underground car park while avoiding patrols, and you'll get a moment to breathe as you move farther down to a museum of sorts. The massive piles of ammo should be a really solid clue of what's about to happen as you come under attack when you call for the elevator. The enemies really start to pour in as the fight goes on, but Songbird has a plan, turning on a damn battle mech called the Chimera to help. Good news, Chimera takes out everything in the room. Bad news, we are included in everything in the room, and Songbird disappears after some kind of Netrunner attack, and we have to run to survive. You can only get so far, however, and at some point you're going to have to stand and fight against this thing. Unsurprisingly, the Chimera has a hell of a health bar and will keep you on your toes as it works to wipe out whatever cover you have. About halfway through there will be some repair drones to take out, but for the most part it's a simple battle of attrition. I recommend a big fuck-off sniper rifle like the 05. Oh, and when you're done, don't forget to grab the Chimera core. It's both useful for crafting later or something neat to stick in your apartment. We follow the path that Songbird had originally laid out for us, but when we can't raise her on comms, Myers gets worried. This does at least mean we have Johnny back, which is nice. With a little teamwork, we get moving along the path, and aside from a relic attack, it goes pretty well. I actually like our president quite a bit. She's no bullshit, but not an asshole. Seems to actually be pretty nice, all things considered, although we probably won't feel that way by the end. We find our home to be for the time being, and after getting some power running, it's, somehow actually worse now that I can see how gross this place is. Whatever though, as Miss Myers is really flexing that cool aunt vibe, scrounging up a case of beer. It seems like a bad idea, but hey, how often does the president offer you a beer, so screw it. There's one last problem to solve before bed, however, as we'll get a couple of unexpected visitors that we have to confront. On my first playthrough, I went full Night City Mercbrain and said, yeah, screw this, and shot them, but on this other playthrough, I decided to give diplomacy a shot, and I'm sorry to report they're pretty great guys, and I shouldn't have killed them. They work out a deal with Myers, and funny enough, if you look at her to-do list later on it, she actually looks like she intends to pay them, which is unexpected and nice. There isn't anything else to be done tonight, so we turn in, and while I can feel V's back pain through the screen, we do wake up feeling pretty alright. Unfortunately, we haven't heard from Songbird, and with no good plan for getting the Prez out of Dogtown, we need to go to Plan B, which will be activating a sleeper agent by the name of Solomon Reed. Myers tells you how to contact him, along with officially making you an FIA agent, which is sudden but pretty neat. You actually get the choice on whether or not to take the oath in this moment. The oath will endear you to Myers a little bit, but ignoring it will get you a little bit of respect from Johnny. Neither are make or break, so live your life. I'm just taking the coin. We get a little bit of history on Johnny as he discusses his time in the military and how the oath affected his own life. His opinion on my decision isn't crazy important to me, but it's always interesting to hear more about his past and how he became the person he is today. We get an unexpected call on our way over to the restaurant from the mysterious Mr. Hands. Turns out he's the prominent fixer in Dogtowns and is interested in working with us, offering a gift to help us get off the ground in the form of the necessary clearance to go in and out of the gate, which is nice. We get to the spot and find something we've never seen before in Night City, a regular phone. I love the big zoomer energy on V right here as Johnny has to explain how the damn receiver works. There's actually a bunch of Easter eggs you can call in this, but for now it's straight to business as we call Reed's number. The conversation is short as he gives us a place to meet and hang up, some basketball court. While sitting at the court waiting for Reed, we have another little chat with Johnny about his army days, and he'll reveal he was a deserter. It's an unexpected twist, but a welcome one. It wasn't sold as one of the best parts of the DLC, but we really learn a lot more about our forced roommate over the course of Phantom Liberty, and I think it's Keanu's best performance in the game. Hearing him talk about his time really is best left to him.
Gog who enlisted was Robert John Linder. Got roped in with easy cash, promise of fame, glory. Linder snuffed it. Was a different kid who crawled home from the front.
Johnny, I didn't mean to...
It's okay. Was a long time ago.
We can comment on how it seems that he still has some issues to work through, and he'll tell us that until now it was fine, seemingly implying that his time around government agents has brought up some bad memories. No time to dwell on it though, as we're treated to a gun in the ribs and an order not to move. We agree to meet Reed in his car, and he plays up the secret agent bit a little too hard, but whatever, that's his right. We catch up a little on the situation before heading back to get Myers at the super secret hideout we obtained. He's not super friendly with our house guests, but hey, what are you gonna do? He's not that friendly of a guy, period. The two of them have some history to work through, and I try to interject as little as possible, but it's pretty clear he's a sucker for patriotism and loyalty to those he cares about. Traits in common here, and it's not hard to win Reed over. Solomon tells us that he'll get Myers safely to DC, and will call us when he's back. So we say our goodbyes and head out, looking for something to do while we wait. While you can leave Dogtown, this seems like a pretty good time to explore it and do a couple gigs for hands while you're waiting. To start out, there's some pretty awesome stuff to be found at the market, like a place to inspect your outfits and a Netrunner stand run by a literal child, which is just pretty damn funny to me. The biggest boon, however, is the black market dealer who will sell you iconics you may have missed the chance to grab during a mission. He's an absolute blessing, and I love his inclusion. There's also some really cool gigs to be had here, 10 in total, but the best one will have to wait as it doesn't make enough sense right now. As it is though, some of these gigs are great, like helping out a buddy cop movie as the two of the dumbest NCPD members will need your assistance getting out of a bad spot. There's also a mission where you'll go to steal info from a place where they quite literally breed children to be star athletes. It's pretty messed up in all honesty and bothers me more than most of what I've seen in the game as I'm pretty sensitive to child exploitation. There's one where we break into a scav haunt to recover some experimental Militech gear which happens to be inside a dude's head, which is interesting. There's some fun assassinations to take part in and even some Brazilian secret agents you can help out. Not to mention that one time you stop a terrorist attack. I really enjoyed working with hands over the course of these gigs because there always seems to be a right answer to the questions you'll have laid at your feet during gigs. There's often complications during these jobs and you'll have to make decisions on your toes. Hands seems to understand this, and as long as you put Biz first, he's often happy with your outcomes you generate even if he isn't part of the original plan. Oftentimes I made a decision that I thought would have bothered him as I altered a deal to suit our new details I found out, but frankly he just liked that I got the job done and that was very enjoyable to me. There's also some fun side missions to be had in Dogtown, even if they don't always end up having fun endings. To start with, Coach Fred will link us up with a boxer named Aaron who has some problems with his old gang, the Animals. You'll go with him to a Ripper Doc who will disable the chip that allows him to force him to take a dive in fights. This one can actually go bad if you help the kid to follow his dreams, as he'll eventually lose 2 fights. The boxing match and the one with the Reaper who had come to collect. There's also a whole ass twisted ordeal with a dude who fried his brain into thinking he's a pop star, which is just all kinds of wild with no real good endings to it. But if you play your cards right, you can get a sick new bike and a new bat, along with a very annoying newsletter. My favorite is one where you'll help a woman who's doing some shady shit with old Militech, tech, and it gets all wrapped up in an ugly mystery, not important. What is important is you'll be sent to recover something she needs, which she tells you she's hidden under a bamboo. Turns out V isn't excellent at identifying plants.
Huh. What's this?
Really, dickweed? That looked like a bamboo to you?
Kiss my ass.
Anyways, though, that'll burn enough time for Reed to make his round trip, and he'll give us a call when he's back in town, telling us he'll need help of his former squad mates and gives us the name of a bar to meet her at. We get there first and sit down not knowing who we're looking for, although that becomes a little more obvious upon his arrival. Also turns out she has some pretty slick tech, but thankfully V has the faster hands. It's pretty clear she isn't going to talk to Reed, so we go outside to talk to Alex. Alex isn't too happy that after years in the dark, the FIA has come knocking at her door, and when she picks up that you're not really a member, there's even an attempt at a warning, seemingly not wanting V to fall into the same trap that she did. There's something deeply interesting about her distrust for the agency that she's about to pick up and work for again. She knows the game's rigged and plays anyway. Revealing that it's Songbird you're going after peels back another layer of Alex as she reveals that there's far more to this than we could know. We don't get the full story right here, but Alex makes her demands, willing to help in exchange for a spy's retirement, a posting in Monaco where she gets to live in peace enjoying life. That's apparently something we can offer her, so she's in, even if she's not happy about it. We catch Alex up on what the situation is, and her assessment is that we need a netrunner by the name of Slider. With the plan settled, we leave Reed and Alex to sort out their past. When we get outside, Johnny will point out the tree in the courtyard where people in Dogtown come to memorialize their dead. Personally, I think it's a nice gesture, but he'll make a fair point about it.
Problem with that is the dead don't give a fuck about flowers and lit candles. They're fucking dead.
Surprisingly, what he actually wants to comment on is the relationship between Alex and Reed, reminiscing about the time in his life when he believed in servitude regardless of how many times he got burned over it. I don't always like Johnny's cynical worldview, but I have to admit, on some level, I know he's right. They're setting themselves up to get hurt again, but what can I say? I'm also a sucker who's willing to get hurt again, so I have a level of respect for their decisions. We pull up on the Voodoo Boys who Slider is aligned with to look for a way in. I say screw it, let's do some secret agent shit and go talk our way past, although I probably could have played it a little bit better.
Not about to be stopped by the likes of you. Gonna get Slider, just like I got Mama Brigitte.
That was you. Shit.
Everybody just keep calm.
Fuck off, Grumpy.
So anyway, plan B, let's try sneaking in through the side entrance, which, pretty cool stat check here, you can also disable the alarm by having a high enough intelligence score. It actually doesn't matter if you go in loud or quiet, I've done both, and both are fun. What matters is that you get to the back and find Slider, but he has some curious words for us as we come to the back. I've honestly racked my brain about this because I have to admit I'm overthinking it, but from his view it's possible he sees Reed as the one who rose from the grave. I'm definitely overthinking it, but man, it bothers me. There's a history between Reed and Slider that apparently isn't too friendly, but we do convince him to help after we explain what we need. There's no real way to avoid it, so we let Slider jack into us and the relic, which reveals something pretty damn uncool. The fact that Songbird was reaching through the Black Wall to communicate with us. Considering the fact that the Black Wall is known as pretty much the only thing holding back Rogue AI from taking over the world, that's not the way I'd be making phone calls given the choice. I guess I'm just not on her T-Mobile 5. Without a lot of options, the only thing to do is have Slider reach back through the Black Wall to call out to Songbird in hopes of re-establishing our connection. It, works, but damn. Song explains that she's being held captive by Hansen and gives us a place to find her, at his party inside the Black Sapphire. Unplug Slider, but regardless of how fast we get into it, he'll end up dead as a result of operating beyond the Black Wall. It's heavily implied that Reed was going to kill him anyway, but there's nothing we can do about it now. What's done is done. Even if you didn't fight your way in, you'll be fighting your way out, and it's a pretty fun arena. Once they're out, V will need to fill in Reed on what he heard from Song, and that it's not the best move, but in a plot twist, it's our connection that will end up getting us in, as we call Mr. Hands. This is where doing all those gigs for him came in handy. With enough trust built up, our mysterious man will invite us to meet him face to face. It's interesting to finally put a face to the, well, Hands, and damn if he isn't one cool cat. We sit and chat with him about politics in Dogtown and how our run at Hansen is opening. He's been looking forward to take over himself, which explains why he's willing to give us the help we need. Head over to Alex's place, and while most people stumble out of bars, V is extremely original and stumbles in instead. I believe this is the first time Solomon drops the tough guy act for more than a moment as he rushes to our aid, concerned for V's well-being. He deserves to know the truth from where I'm sitting, so I explain, to which Reed shows us some empathy, knowing what it's like living with death knocking at your door. He'll begin to explain what happened 7 years ago, how he was betrayed by the FIA and set up to be ambushed as a trade for a ceasefire, and yet he remains loyal. Truly one who understands the game. He's also loyal to his people. No one is perfect, and he will always be there to help his friend, so me. After walking down to the secret hideout in the basement, Reed will expand on the story, talking about how he lost his team. Turns out in the end it was Songbird who they sent to kill Reed. Betrayed by his most trusted pupil, it seems he never held it against her. And while it's not implied directly, I'd guess he was almost proud of her. I doubt I would feel the same way. When Alex turns up, we stop by for the history lesson and get some news about today's project as Reed shares what he's learned about Songbird's activities over the past 7 years. Turns out everything Song has been doing, including dipping into the Black Wall, was all personally approved if not ordered by Myers, which explains why she cares so much about getting her back. If all this were to be revealed, the laundry list of misdeeds directly tied to Myers would be the noose they would use to hang her, along with having serious ramifications for the country as a whole. Cyberpunk is cyberpunk, everyone is their own person working their own angles. Some more logical than others, but all perfectly believable nonetheless. Alex explains that it's going to be a party for the biggest VIPs in towns, which means black tie that will be hiding under the wetsuit we need to get in. Barry Bond. James Bond. The plan isn't incredibly complicated. You'll swim in through the toxic water, find a terminal that will allow you to open a door for Reed, who will then open up a different path for you where you'll meet up to change and head to the party. Now, not complicated doesn't mean easy, and there will be some complications. First things first though, Alex has a gift for you in Her Majesty. A great pistol for stealth that I loved using until I got into suppressed pistols and found some better options. I do love the fact that the first draw inspect animation is the John Wick press check. Nice little tip of the hat there. The only hiccup you'll encounter is in the mid part of the plan where Reed needs to lower a path for you, which comes with the complication of you needing to help him get there. Take out a sniper and use your position to assess threats along with removing them in some cases. It starts simply but can get a little hectic. You'll start with something easy, pointing out a mine in his path and if you have the skills, disabling it quietly. Then you have to spot the first patrol in time for Reed to get out of the way and let them pass before you disable the security gate, allowing him to move forward. Now they test your timing as there's 2 guards in the way you have to take out at the same time, shooting one while he Kool-Aid mans the other. A patrol comes down the elevator, which is easy to miss when you're trying to take out the other sniper at the same time. To top that, you'll have to make a blind shot through a wall, which I found way more difficult than I should have, if I'm honest. Pop 2 more in quick succession, and that will be the end of the road as you get yourself a cool new rifle, which I never used again, and you meet Reed on the other side. You don't actually have to do this silently, and Reed will have a different comment depending on how you handled it.
Silky smooth work, V. Well played. I'm impressed. We messed that up like a bunch of rookies, but there's no going back. Elevator, follow me.
Get dressed in the dapper suit, and head to the party. Funny enough, when we get in, Reed doesn't really have a plan, which is totally fair, it's not like he would. So the plan becomes, look around, don't be suspicious, and wait for Songbird. There's plenty of known faces here, but none that are really interesting to talk to in my opinion, so let's just skip to when Song does show up, looking a little different than expected. We only get a few moments alone with her before Solomon joins us. It's interesting to see how the sight of V seems to put her at ease, while seeing her old friend has her stressed out again just as quickly. To be fair though, Reed maintains big creepy energy at all times, even when he's being nice. Somi reveals that she's dying, a result of exposure to the Blackwall, but she has a plan that could cure the both of us. Hansen has some high-level tech that he's dug up that she believes she can use to help both herself and V. This is the point in which Hansen comes by to break up our little meeting and to steal Songbird away. He plays nice, but it's clear he's suspicious. She remains in contact, however, by reconnecting the link between us when she says goodbye. On a second playthrough, I'll admit, it's pretty easy to see through all of this and understand how suspicious she's being, but I'll be honest, on a first playthrough, I was so desperate to help V, and so willing to believe in Songbird that I couldn't help but look through the rose-tinted glasses, where red flags just look like flags. I know better, and yet, I don't know, I just want to believe that this is all going to work out. I believe in happy endings. For now, though, Song has a plan for us. We need to impersonate 2 runners Hansen's brought in to help unlock the tech we're after. With the plan understood and a shard with further intel for Reed left with us, it's time to go to work, but there isn't any reason we can't stop and enjoy the show first. Honestly, this shit goes so hard. I almost forgot Lizzie Wizzy isn't a real person. Well, I mean, she is, but she isn't. You get it. Apparently, she's played by Grimes. I don't know who she is, but she's killed everything she's done in this game, so hats off to her. We find Mr. Reed at the bar doing not all that great, struggling to put together everything he just learned, including the fact that it was Songbird who took a shot at Myers. There's too much coincidence that the plane went down right where Songbird needed it to be, and the fact that she's dying was all the motivation she needed. It also explains why she appears to be in the good graces of Hansen. I do agree, it's curious that she would reach out to someone who would save Myers, but Reed squares it away as covering herself from suspicion on the NUSA front. Interestingly, Reed isn't willing to lay all of it at the feet of So-Mi, wanting to get her out of the situation before we do anything else, so we explain her plan to him. We'll be stealing the personalities of our 2 runners who are playing roulette at one of the tables in the back. Plan is simple, you get the 2 of them talking and scan them while you do. Alex gets the tech ready and sends you money for chips. We grab the chips and head in first, waiting for Reed to join us before we start the scan. Betting is limited to just red or black to keep things simple. V makes introductions and offers to buy the pair drinks to start up a conversation. As far as I can tell, the spins without a dialogue choice are random, but there will sometimes be spins attached to the speech choices you make, which are necessary for the plan to work, so you must draw out the personalities of the targets. Stall for as long as we can so we can each take one of them, but when Reed doesn't show up, Alex will tell us we need to start the scan, which sounds like it can only go well. It's actually really fun as you ask questions and offer opinions with the goal of getting an emotional reaction, whether positive or negative. You'll start with the sister Aurore, who is easier, and then move on to Aymeric, who is the tougher cookie to crack as he's far more guarded, but you can still get some out of him if you play your cards right. You'll make one final grand gesture to get the last big rise out of them by going in on opposite colors, which I've won both times by going in on black. We get what we need just before Hansen pulls us to have a few words with us. Turns out, he pegged Solomon as FI pretty quickly and had him escorted out, and now he's here to do the same with you, but not without letting us know that he is better informed than we believed, even knowing about Myers and Songbird. It's not exactly friendly as he does threaten us, but it's clear he's trying to avoid a fight, not start one, which makes sense and I respect. When the elevator hits the bottom, we're escorted out by Hansen's security. Reed seems pretty hesitant to believe we got the job done without him, and frankly, he's throwing a lot of shade for a guy who got caught and thrown out of the party. I guess he does give us our flowers at the end. He says it'll take a few days to go over the data, and they'll give you a call when it's time. The call comes in and we head to the hideout where Saul and Alex are chatting away. Alex will attempt to bring up an old mission they had down in Columbia before Reed cuts her off. You can choose to skip the story, but if you pry, there's no argument. It's a fun story about another time they used this identity tech, but it doesn't have much to do with what's going on right now, so we can get back to solving the current problem. I like how Solomon's care for Somi has never been a hidden quality of his, but it's certainly one that he took more pains to hide when we first met us than now. Even as his need to care for her starts to rub Alex the wrong way. It's not just her though, as he makes it clear when this is done he will help V as well. Reed has one of my favorite qualities in a human being. He doesn't pretend to know what he doesn't, as he explains he doesn't really understand the tech enough to know what has made Somi sick or what the neural matrix will do to fix it, but he knows we need it. As is explained, the neural matrix is actually an AI from beyond the Blackwall that was originally intended to be used to compete with Soul Killer, but can be repurposed to help the two of us instead. The plan, in short, is to use the personality tech to impersonate the twins after we steal what they're here to deliver and sneak in disguise to unlock the container. For now, our part is to help tap into some towers that'll help us track the twins when they get into town, which in all honesty is just an excuse for this.
I'm sending you coordinates. Come after dark. We should be able to talk freely.
Song calls us and would like to meet and explain what's really going on. I suppose the mission just gives us a logical reason to be running around, otherwise it's really nothing more than a tacked on busy work, as it's really nothing interesting. I'm willing to forgive it, however, because frankly the meeting with Song is great. Somi takes us up to a spot that's special to her, apparently close to where she lived when she was working out of Night City, as she tells us it reminds her of Brooklyn, where she's from. It's a nice memory, but we need to talk about the here and now. She openly reveals that she intentionally worked with Hansen to bring down Myers' plane and turn her over. Turns out her original plan was to send V to get Myers out while she grabbed the Matrix, and the two of them could run together, but Hansen figured out she had other intentions. What she says next won me over, even though I was already on her side.
It fucked everything up, I know, V. But I had no choice.
Still don't understand why. Wasn't any other way, honestly.
Wouldn't have resorted to this, if there was.
It's a touching moment of honesty. To share with a stranger seems somehow so significantly more intimate. It's only easier to sympathize when she explains what's actually happening to her.
Know the feeling when you try to remember the address of a place you lived half your life, but it just turns up blank?
Mean losing your memory?
A snowflake lands on my glove. I can calculate its unique fractal structure. But what did my mom's voice sound like? Sometimes I lose control.
I spoke earlier on the nightmare of forgetting who you were, and while this case might be a little bit different, the effect on Somi is essentially the same. She's losing her mind in the most literal way. I have a bad memory myself from getting knocked on the head a couple times, and I rarely admit it, but it terrifies me how little I can remember about my own life. Seemingly missing years in there, and also seemingly the last 15 minutes of my life. I look back on people I've lost, and I struggle to see them or hear them, but I'm not nearly on the scale that Songbird is. It's terrifying to consider that you may just forget yourself one day, and I can't help but empathize with the terror that led her to the decision she made. Song needs to get away and get help, and she needs our help to do it. I know I've been hoodwinked by her and everyone else one too many times. I've done such awful things in the search of saving V's life, but for some reason I'm more than willing to risk it all for Song. I'll save her life whatever it costs me, hoping at the end I'll get the help I need too. There's a choice to make, but it can wait for a minute. For right now, we have a text from Alex asking us to come by the bar for a drink, and I'm taking her up on that. I know I'm a broken record, but these quiet moments, that's what I live for. And I'm glad to see Alex appreciates them too, just needing a moment of calm between storms. She takes the time to ask us something I don't think we've ever been asked before. Who are we? Who is V? He doesn't really have an answer, which is fair, but I could think of a couple dialogue options I would have liked to have had here. Perhaps even simple things like a merc, a failure, someone who wants to be remembered, or just someone trying to survive. I don't know though. We do get a chance to answer how we think life would have ended up had we taken a different turn at some point. You get a couple of choices and your life path will provide a unique answer, which as usual I find the most interesting. We get the chance to return the question and Alex knows exactly what her answer would be.
An actor.
No hesitation there.
Always dreamed of seeing my face on a show bill. I love musicals especially.
Seriously.
Call me old-fashioned. So yeah, guess I'd be a brain dance star.
We can offer a nice toast to a normal life, our future, or our dreams, and then the music will change to a song Alex loves, and you can take the opportunity to dance.
And I don't need no head in my hands to know I'm ever heading way south.
Don't do this often, I'm guessing.
It's a nice moment, and frankly, I kind of wish that we could just end on this right here. It would be so easy. All good things must come to an end, however, and when Reed calls us, it'll be time to go to work, as we're told to head to a Ripper dock to install the tech we need for the job. It's an uncomfortable surprise to find Reed there. He seems to like to make you uncomfortable, keeping people off balance at all times, probably the result of being a spy. He came to discuss So-Mi and the plan to bring her home, knowing that we're the only person she trusts, which means we're in the best position to get her under control, to do what he deems is best for her. I honestly believe that he really does believe that he knows what's best for Song, which is fair. She's desperate and not thinking super clearly, which means she may need him. He gives you a nasty icebreaker to slip into So-Mi during the mission, which will render her neutral and give us the chance to get out of there. I can't help but notice this is one of the few times we will see our own face in the game, usually reserved for big life-altering moments, and I can't help but wonder if it's symbolic in some way of the choice that's being laid at our feet. Both Songbird and Reed have made their case, giving you roads to follow that both have their dangers along with valid reasons to take them. It's not going to be an easy choice, and there's a reason it's left to us to ponder while we get ready for the mission. For the moment, though, it's time to go under the knife as we have our fucking face cut off, which I can't help but think back to Joker in the Detective comics. This isn't what we end up looking like, of course, but that's definitely what was on my mind at the time. Once the procedure is done, we call up Johnny to get his opinion on the situation. He's happy to see you as always. I do actually love little moments like this. It just makes me feel like Johnny really is a friend to us at this point. Not just an ally, but a friend, and it's a comfort. We talk to him about the situation we're stuck in and ask him for advice, which of course he falls back on, oh, fuck the feds, help Songbird. Or at least that's what I expected. What I actually got was...
That's the tragedy, V. Someone's gonna play victim to the other's good intentions. Try not to forget that when you're standing over that fucking overgrown neuro drive.
Reader Songbird. What would you do in my shoes, Johnny?
I am in your shoes, dumbass. For every gonk choice you make. But I can't do dick. But honest to God, V, not fucking around? I don't know. Got no goddamn clue.
So that's great. That's all I get. You're gonna hurt someone and I don't know who it should be. Thanks a million, Johnny. Ready or not, it's time as the twins are on their way into town, and our software we tapped into it to allow us to track the cars down, meaning we need to get up on a viewpoint and do it manually. Spot the car and tag it before following into the spot where they park, and we can hack the car and hide in the trunk ready to take control. It's actually best to wait on the hack for a bit and eavesdrop so you can learn a little bit extra that may help you when you're undercover. When you're ready, hack the controls and drive the car to your ambush spot. They'll try to override the hack, but unless you're absurdly slow, it shouldn't be an issue. Get the car to the spot where Reed and Alex will non-lethally incapacitate them before lethally incapacitating the two of them. You can take offense to this straight-up murder, but in fairness, what did you expect? No time to dwell on it, however. It's time to literally get your game face on as you and Alex prepare to enter the Lion's Den. There isn't much undercover talk can be done, but man, it's a tense few minutes. First getting into the base itself, and then your time with Hansen. During the conversation with Hansen, you'll need to take care to get your answers correct, as too many slip-ups will result in a fail state. But even a dummy like me got through both characters first try without cheating, so I'm sure you'll be fine should you find yourself in the position. After a few minutes living your lie, Song will come to collect you, saying she's ready for your part. Follow Song down and she'll open a comm line through the relic so the two of us can speak privately. This is the moment where you'll make the choice. Do you trust Song, or put your trust in Reed, hoping he'll do right by us? For the purposes of this section of the video, we'll be taking the path where you follow Songbird, as while it's possible to get the new ending this way, it's certainly less likely that you will, and we can talk about that path when we get to the endings. For now though, we'll choose to put our trust in So-Mi, although this isn't how the game puts it. You don't choose who to trust, you choose who to betray. It's just another layer to add weight to your choice, reminding you that both of these people put their trust in you and you're going to let one of them down in this moment. Turns out that Alex packs quite a wallop as she'll take down both Hansen and his men before getting out of there. This is only the start of the party, however, as Song will literally hack the entire stadium, causing the chaos we need to escape. As you might have guessed, this takes a hell of a lot out of her, but she's on her feet and it's time to move. Alex realizes what's going on in this moment and radios to tell Reed what we've decided to run. The fight is visually spectacular and a ton of fun as you use whatever weapons you manage to scrounge up to fight your way through the Barghast goons. At least until you reach the weapons locker you deposited your gear in earlier, at which point you're fully armed and ready to rock. It's not actually that long of a fight, but it feels like an all-day battle as you'll work with Song calling out things for her to hack as you'll deal with most of the guards yourself. It really is a time to use all your tools, and I love it. We take the tunnels out to a spot where Song has 2 cars on the way, one for each of us, which seems a little bit sketchy, but we've made the choice to trust her so far, and we might as well keep going. Just to one-up the drama, Song takes a bad fall hurting her ankle, which further reduces her mobility. We get to the cars anyway and head off waiting for her call and the next step of the plan. We do get a call, but it's not from Song, at least not this one. It's from Lead letting us know that we're a disappointment. Then the call that we were waiting for does come, but it doesn't sound good. When we do get there, it isn't going to look any better than it sounded. Somi is falling apart and there isn't much time, so we do what we can to help, but she does at least have a plan. We're heading to the spaceport so we can send her to the clinic on Luna. She explains that she can't just walk in, but we can. We'll be heading in to sneak through a terminal that's being renovated where we can open a path to get her in quietly. I wasn't too worried about leaving my gun in the car, that's par for the course, and I've done the most of the fighting with the monowire and hacking ability. However, when they were disabled at the security checkpoint, I felt very naked for the first time in a long time. We're not completely screwed though, as a friend of Song will leave us a uniform that we need to go change into privately. Once we have it on, we'll be allowed back into the secure areas of the construction site. I have to say, I've never been so happy to be armed with a lead pipe before. There are areas we have to sneak through as bots and cameras won't be fooled by the uniform. Thankfully, while we're locked off from combat hacks, we can at least still turn off cameras. Once we get to the roof, you'll need to look around for a way to get Song up to you, and the fire hose will work just fine for that, even if she's a hell of a lot heavier than she looks with all that chrome. Man, I do feel better with the gun in my hand. I enjoy moments where I feel vulnerable, but prolonged sections get old, and I'm glad this one was short, unlike the one on the other path. Bad news is there appears to be FIA communications present in the area. We can tap in and we're not going to like what we hear. The NUS is coming in hot. I thought it was bad enough that Night City isn't part of the NUS, so it's bad to see them here, but Somi explains that the spaceport is actually independent of the city and considered a neutral zone. Meaning Myers is essentially ignoring international law by being here. She's really up and invading Sweden. We actually end up moving alongside Myers and Reed while they talk, listening from the shadows. It's getting bad as the NES troops will start a ground war against the station's security. With Myers willing to burn this whole place down to get Song, you know it's only going to get worse from here. Unfortunately, no one here is on our side, and with Songbird borderline out of commission, it's V against the world as we fight our way to the launch pad. Oh, and as if the mass amount of troops we have to fight through isn't bad enough, they clearly hit a kill streak as they call in an attack chopper. We try to avoid it, but it's going to end up as a sprint through the terminal moving in between bursts of fire. Once we're past that obstacle, we just need to get to the control tower and call for a train, but of course it's not that easy. It's a long fight, but we get to the tower to get Song plugged in before you head back out to hold off the incoming troops. The waves will start to seem genuinely endless as you knock them back one at a time, but don't worry, right as it seems like all hope is lost, the chopper returns to make sure we really don't have any hope. With no way out, Song decides to reach past the black wall with us in proxy in order to get us out of there. It reminds me of using the Apple of Eden in Assassin's Creed, only infinitely cooler, and the consequences of doing so are far more prevalent in my mind. V will drag Song to the train as we destroy any unfortunate soul on our path by lashing out with the power of the black wall. When we're on the train, Song will be in a bad way, telling us about memories and dreams, deeply hurt by the fact that she betrayed those who cared about her. I told her the truth and that I think Reed forgave her for what she'd done, but she had someone else in mind as we learn what she means.
What do you mean, Song?
Neural Matrix V can only be used once.
Once? How so?
It's a captive AI from beyond the wall. Relies on continuous evolution to exist. I'll free it and end the process. It'll then execute my commands and disintegrate irretrievably.
Whoa, hang. What about me?
Not obvious. You'll fight on. Keep looking. You're stronger than I am, V. Stronger than anyone else I know.
Fuck me.
I think I'm gonna die soon. The regret wasn't honest with you. I'm sorry.
Had she told me the truth from the start, I would have helped her anyway. Just because I understand what she's going through, understand the desperate fear not to lose oneself. And I'm in no position to judge her. I've slaughtered everyone in my path on my journey to cure myself, and frankly, I don't feel like I'm on any sort of moral high ground from which to judge her. I promised Song I would send her to the moon, and like David before me, I would die before I gave up on that promise. Pick up the woman who betrayed you and carry her away, only to find one last obstacle. You can choose to hand Song over to Reed here, and he'll promise one last time to help her, and us for that matter, but I just couldn't. I may have been used and lied to, but I'm a man of my word. I said I would put her on that ship, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Even if I have to go through a good man to do it. There's no time to waste as we pick up Somi and carry her to the shuttle, strapping her in for a trip and saying goodbye before walking back to the spaceport. As we wait for the launch, we can have an interesting little convo with Johnny.
Luck played no part in it, Johnny. You and her just wanted different things.
Really? So do tell. What was it I wanted so badly?
Applause. Cheers. Did absolutely everything to please the crowd.
Nah. Maybe. Guess I could have done more. Been different. Maybe. Could also be I was convinced I couldn't make it out alive. And maybe, just maybe that chick had great follow-through to the fucking end. And I lacked that last ounce of determination. Dunno.
It's always refreshing to get a moment of honesty from Johnny, and I'm thankful for every single one. For now, though,
just watch the show, Johnny.
The sun is setting slowly and the wind is turning south. I can feel my stomach clawing up and out my mouth. I ask the air to catch me as I whisper and I pray. Songbird, fly away.
I know it's kind of hard to believe, but I actually do think this is the happier ending to Phantom Liberty. There won't be any cure for V, but for all her faults, I find myself in support of Songbird and glad that she got away. I chose to help for purely selfish reasons. I can't fault her for acting on the same motives. I knew the risks when I got involved. I knew more or less what I was getting into. In other words,
you play grown-up games, you face grown-up consequences.
And you know what? Even if it didn't go quite like I wanted in the end, it was a hell of a ride along the way. I almost got hit with a plane, saved the president, became a secret agent, joined a team of super spies, made friends in high places, crashed a high society party, James Bond style, wetsuit included, played high-stakes roulette with a silver tongue, danced the night away with a friend, found a moral dilemma even Johnny Silverhand couldn't form an answer for, went undercover, fought a whole city and survived, then fought an entire army of Black Ops troops who were willing to start a war to catch us, took down their best agent in a fair duel, saved the life of one of the greatest netrunners ever to walk the earth, and lived to tell the tale. In the end, I proved that I could put others before myself, which meant that I could stand to look myself in the eyes when I got home. Funny enough, when all the dust is settled, you'll get a call from Alex asking you to come by. It screams trap, but screw it, what have I got to lose by going? Me thinking I'm the main character again. It's a surprisingly cordial conversation along with an honest one. Alex tells us that the NUS is packing up and ready to leave, including her, apart from one last job. Killing us. In any other game, guns would have been drawn at this very moment, but that's not Cyberpunk, and that's certainly not Alex, someone who just wants to be done with all of this. She tells us that considering our terminal condition, she's simply willing to wait it out, which I have to say is about the best decision I've ever heard from a character in a situation like this. She then asks us what happened to Reed, but before we answer, she offers us a drink. It's my too trusting nature that I accept what could have easily been poisoned. In an interesting moment, we get the chance to drink to not only those we'd expect to be able to, but to anyone who mattered to us that isn't walking the earth anymore. To Reed, Johnny, T-Bug, Evelyn, even Scorpion. But I would choose to drink to Jackie, mi compadre who started this journey with me and didn't get to see the end. I can't help but notice Somi isn't on this list, which leaves hope for her in the future. Alex will drink to Reed and we get the option to do the same and we will toast with her. She then wants to know how he died, and I told it to her straight. He didn't give me a choice, and I didn't hesitate. We drink one last toast to those with principles. We say a surprisingly friendly goodbye before Johnny brings us back down to the shitty earth we walk in.
Chick's pretty chill. Too bad she's on the wrong side. Come on. Gotta find some new peeps you'll befriend. Grow to like. And then murder.
Later down the road, we actually get a postcard from Alex. Turns out she made it to Monaco after all. and I'm happy for her. I didn't expect this amount of closure, but I'm sure as hell grateful for it. Cyberpunk seems to like to let you know that your choices impacted those around you, and seemingly let you know if you made the right choice. From a critical perspective, Phantom Liberty was everything that made Cyberpunk great, and more, with a phenomenally crafted world to explore, expertly assembled quests that will challenge you on different levels and force you to explore all your options to succeed, a narrative that was paced perfectly with endings that just made sense, never sacrificing logic to give the players something they didn't earn, and as always, some of the best character writing in gaming today. This isn't the only thing ending in Phantom Liberty, however, and as promised, we'll be discussing every ending the game has to offer, so that means it's time. Let's rewind time to take a different path as we discuss all the ways Cyberpunk 2077 can end.
Honestly, always felt death breathing down my neck. That's why I lived like every day was my last. But now, first time in fucking forever, I feel at peace.
'Cause we lost everything.
So, as promised, what happens if you choose to betray Songbird and hit her with the icebreaker? Well, frankly, it all goes to shit. Song catches on immediately and warns Hansen, who kills Alex. Right off the bat, it's just not going well and it's downhill from there. Something I just noticed going through older footage is that this choice used to say help Song or help Reed. I don't know if that was just changed with time or whether it was to do with dialogue choices I made during the other playthrough, but that's interesting to me. Either way, when the ice hits Song, the betrayal seems to hit on another level with her, but it doesn't slow her down. If anything, it just pisses her off.
I trust Reed when he says he can help you. And honestly, you should too.
You understand nothing. Two-faced snakes.
Yeah, that pitch-shifted voice really should have clued us into what was about to happen, as Songbird suddenly goes from the girl who needed help to the scariest villain in this game. Whatever she hits us with will knock us down, and we awaken to the destruction she's wrought, using essentially the same plan she had with us, only there's a hell of a lot more violence from Song as it's clear she tore a hole through Barghest. The fight out is a lot of the same, obviously without the help we had before, but we had the extra dead mercs. It works out to about the same challenge. Only major difference is that now Hansen is alive and with a bone to pick with us. It's a pretty fun fight, especially if you get up close and personal with him for a nice little knife fight. The execution is also pretty damn brutal. Get down to the garage and Reed will be waiting with our getaway, and while we get out, it doesn't improve our situation too much when you zoom out on the situation. We pick up the trail when MaxTac is called in to deal with So-Mi, and they move in pretty quickly, actually managing to take her into custody when she collapses. This means we'll have to recover her, and the first step will be finding a runner that can hack MaxTac's systems, and for that we can call up several people we've worked with before, including Sandra Dorset and Nyx. If you haven't done those missions yet, however, you can simply call Hands. Tell him what we need and pay him the 15,000 eddies. I kinda love this. Not every problem needs to involve the 3 hours of running around the city when a phone call would make sense. It's also cool to think about the fact that I have contacts. Turns out the runner we hired was Yoko, who you might remember from the start of the game when we were picking up our first quick hack, courtesy of T-Bug. She gives us a rundown on the convoy carrying Song, as well as the proposal, to send over the coordinates of the convoy when we're done with whatever we're doing in exchange for some scratch. Something to keep in mind. Reed puts together a plan to hit the convoy, and we head to meet him at the ambush spot, which apparently has 6th Street on to assist, who aren't too happy to see me. Probably related to that party I crashed.
Sorry, really sorry. But I'm gonna have to shut this party down.
Yeah. One of the vets will give you a rundown on how everything is going to go down, and you can help choose how you want the ambush to go, along with where best to wait, giving you decent choices between a long and short range encounter, based on how you want to handle things and your skill set. Get set up for the ambush, and just when we thought the plan was simple, Song will reach out to tell us to stay out of her way, that she's not about to trust us again. I have to be honest, it threw me off my game a little bit, but no time to think about it as the ambush pops off. The normal cops weren't too big of a deal, but MaxTac are tough and built of sterner stuff, requiring real effort to deal with, even having individual names and different methods of attack. Not like MaxTac was hard enough to fight, So-Mi is ready to fight again and isn't simply going to be taken away as she lashes out before escaping. Reed takes a bad hit and isn't able to keep up with us, so we have to push on without him. Track her through the streets until you find where she straight up drove the truck through a wall. Her desperation is becoming scary at this point as we follow her path into whatever this place is. Even Johnny is scared to follow her down where she's gone.
Gaze into the abyss, you'll find the abyss staring right back at you. And I don't like the look it's given me. The kind that says there ain't no coming back. Sure you want to do this?
Don't got a choice. Not really.
Always got a choice, V. Like the choice to Delta the fuck out of here, for one.
come too far, Johnny. Remember what's at stake. We don't get the song, we don't get the help Reed promised us.
Oh, I remember. Question is if whatever's down there is still the songbird we know and love.
I'll find out soon enough.
With that settled, make the leap and walk into what turns out to be the very bunker where the neural matrix was created. After doing the other ending and seeing Song at her most desperate with you at her side and the fact that she was more terrified than terrifying, I can't help but wonder how big of a role I played in turning her into the monster that she has become. That being said though, whatever she could have been is gone and this is what she is now, and we're going to have to press forward to bring her down. I don't do well with horror games, and this has just turned into one as we dive deeper into the facility.
And here we are going down, down, down the rabbit hole into the heart of darkness.
Thanks, Johnny. That somehow made this entirely terrifying experience even worse. Oh, but don't worry, it's about to get even less fun somehow as we get a new message.
She's here. Chick's establishing a link with the relic, but she's not alone.
Is it the Blackwall? Johnny? Johnny!
Migration complete. Permission status. Universal.
And just like that, we're all alone, something to which I've grown unaccustomed. There's no choice now, no way back is the only option to go deeper. We walk in with what seems to be a memory from Song, from her conversation with Hansen after the SF-1 crash and how he changed the plan. I'm sure it's obvious just watching me move through this level that I was downright terrified the whole time. I really don't do horror well, and this sent shivers down my spine. A lockdown is initiated in one last attempt to keep us from moving forward, at least one last peaceful attempt to do so. Bring down both the data terminals and we'll stop playing Cyberpunk altogether for a little while, instead getting Alien Isolation mixed with a little Soma.
New lockdown control protocol.
She tried to stop me. Now it's late. Your arms.
Now, I need to be clear about something here. I absolutely hate this and will never play this section again, most likely, because I really, really hate it. However, I begrudgingly admit that it is really good. From the tense build-up to the first time I have to turn and run, one of the only times in the game I'm forced to run from something, and the first time I actually believe I have to. Of course hacks don't work on this damn thing, it's an AI from beyond the Blackwall. I do wish I could fight the thing, but I get that doing so would have taken away from what they're trying to achieve here. You'll have to move across the facility all by yourself, rarely if ever getting a quest marker while you attempt to find the terminals you need to access to move forward, all while you're being hunted down by this AI that simply wants you dead. I love the little details like right here where you actually need to push the door open button yourself, something that cost me a few precious seconds and got me killed. That being said, on top of the ease in which you find yourself caught, these kills are brutal, which just went to reinforce the fact that I don't want to be anywhere near this thing, but I couldn't get away. Every time I thought it was safe, it would come again. Or like here, when I had to run across the bridge in order to escape. In any other game, I would have looked back, but not here. Here, I just wanted to survive, and so I ran. Only to be caught again because I wasn't fast enough to close the door behind me. The game continues in much the same way, traversing the bunker, learning more about Song's past, disabling systems, and the whole time being hunted, attempting to learn from every mistake. This will never get less stressful, but persevere long enough and you can get to the control room where you'll be jumped one more time by the AI before shifting into Somi's memories of a time long ago in Brooklyn. Current Somi will join us in the memory and explain what's going on. We watch her memories as we see how life spiraled out of control for Somi, and it seems as though she's watching too, learning about herself as we do. These scenes will continue to bounce through memories until it reaches a point where Song really comes to terms with things.
Not gonna let you die, Somi. We'll make it out of here. Together.
Thank you. I'll keep this moment as this memory. Just one. Back home, a friend at my side. Before it all goes dark. For one last second, I'll know I wasn't alone.
What's happening?
The black wall. We have just seconds.
What? Somi, where?
The core. Look for me there and help me. one last time.
With that, comms will come back online and Reed will tell us he's on the way. We head to the core as Song asked us to do, and it's not good.
V. It's good you're here. Second chance. I never really got it, did I?
Ain't over yet. Just hold out a little longer.
You know, that's not true. I see it on your face.
So me.
I'm fading, V. Help me out.
So me. I
tried on my own. Don't have the strength. Please. End it. I'll go quickly. It'll be over.
After everything So-Mi had been through, even after all the pain she had brought us, I found myself willing to grant Songbird's last request. She was in pain and simply wanted it to stop, so I killed her.
I get it now. And I gotta respect it.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for everything.
Reed shows up too late to say goodbye, and he doesn't take it well. On the drive back to meet his people, Reed doesn't have much to say, angry as he blames both us and himself for So-Mi's death, convinced that if he had been there, he would have been the one to change her mind, to convince her to carry on. Both Reed and Myers are the kind of people who seem to look down on those who would take their own life, believing that simply being alive is living and it's always better. The simple truth is that they don't understand the mindset of people who would choose that road, that they simply can't see a world in which being alive is better than eternal rest. It's a frustrating, closed-minded worldview that unfortunately exists, and it's right to acknowledge, but it is no less aggravating. We can try to show Reed a little sympathy before we go, but he doesn't want it from us, telling us simply to leave. At least Johnny is back and on our side with honoring her choice, but comments on the fact he also wonders if there was some way to save her. We don't have to take that lying down, though, and can actually get a surprising admission from the rocker boy.
Fucking typical.
Not making your life any easier, I know. But thinking about Songbird, about Reed, finally starting to see why I did all the shit I did. Why I went AWOL during the war, then set off on the warpath against Arasaka. Why I called Carrie a fucking pussy so many times. Think finally I understand why I couldn't bring myself to trust Reed. 'Cause I know his type. Idealist. Like me. Who can't see that what he believes in will devour everyone he cares about. Just one thing sets us apart. Unlike me, he saw his shit through to the end. Price be damned. There. Fucking said it.
But wait, didn't I promise you a new ending? Yes, I did. So we gotta go back again to this choice as he refused Songbird's request and keep her alive until Reed gets there. This time on the way back, it'll feel as though Reed is trying to convince himself that we did the right thing, but he's not fooling anybody. This time the chat with Myers will be a little bit more chipper and you'll even get a medal. Reed isn't much happier this time, but it's not aimed at me this time, which is nice. Although I still feel like he's lying to himself. Later on, he'll ask us to meet him at the basketball court where we first met, so we go and have a chat. He tells us that it isn't good, but maybe she's alive and may even return to work, even though they weren't truly able to cure her. Honestly, it just isn't a great conversation and left a bad taste in my mouth. Afterwards, though, it is worth going down to see Alex's grave at the columbarium before you go. Once Reed is ready, he'll give you a call and you can set him a place to meet, up on the rooftops where you decide all the other endings. This one is different from the others you'll see later, as this is the only time that Johnny seems afraid. You see in the other endings, it's simply you and him versus the world when you really break it down, and if he goes away in either of those endings, it's because there's no other way, but this time is different. Here, you're consciously making the choice to kill him whether or not you can try to find another way. You need some time to process it, and you can get to text your friends to let them know you'll be MIA for a couple weeks getting the surgery to remove Johnny. When the shuttle arrived, they're pretty excited to meet the merc who saved the president, but I certainly didn't feel like a hero. Johnny will resurface on the ride out and make a last request, to see the city so he can say goodbye. It seems he's come to terms with his face and is ready to say goodbye to us, as friends.
So, you saying you and me, we're good?
Made our peace at the oil fields. Nothing's changed since then. Just glad you'll pull through, and that I got the chance to call you my friend.
Can't help wondering if I can still call myself your friend.
Of course you can. Got my blessing.
This is easily the best performance from Keanu as Johnny that we'll get in the game, and frankly, it's beautiful. One of my favorite scenes in any form of media. I really felt like I was doing the wrong thing, but with his last words, my compadre managed to put my mind at ease, if only for a moment.
Think this is it, kiddo?
Yes. So,
Promise me one thing, will you?
I promise. No idea what, but I promise.
Not asking you to never give up. Sometimes, you gotta let go. Just don't let anyone change who you are, okay?
Johnny,
Good night, Valerie. Today was a good day.
It was such a heartfelt goodbye, but that last request will come back to haunt us as we wake up an entirely new person. Turns out there was a complication during surgery and we wake up from a coma 2 years later. What follows is the news that your life will never be the same. What they did will go on to destroy your body's ability to support cyberware, which means you'll never be able to return to your life as a merc. You're offered the chance to stay and work with Reed, but that's not what this was all for, so you prepare to return home by calling your friends, only to be greeted with some of the most painful conversations I've ever seen. Judy, the partner you thought you would spend your life with, has moved on, gotten married, and no longer lives in Night City. She tells you she can't see you, telling you that she's finally found happiness and doesn't want you to take that away from her. Carrie is happy to hear from us, but he's too busy being a rock star to see us anytime soon, saying that maybe there will be time one day. Rivers is more accepting of our disappearance, but we find him a broken man, one who's done awful things in our absence and is too ashamed to face his old friend. Panem goes to voicemail, unreachable, and will later get a call from Mitch telling us not to call again. Victor's the only one who seems happy to hear from us, encouraging us to come see him as soon as we get home, so we do. What we find is a shell of the man who used to patch us up, working for a corp broken down and beaten by Night City with nothing left of himself. He's trying to make the best of it, but it's just not the same, and we're quickly out the door as he has other things to attend to even if he wants to be there for you. We wander outside to find a couple of punks who we would have battered away like flies in a former life to be just too much for us, beating us down when we thought we couldn't get any lower. It's Misty who finds us. The same old Misty looking pretty great all things considered. Like everyone that seems to find happiness, she's on her way out of Night City, but takes the time to sit and chat with her old friend V, always one to find the right thing to say in our hour of need. She'll get in her car and ride away to a new life of adventure, and we'll fade into the masses. Once the most dangerous person in Night City, now another face in the crowd. We were given the new chance at life we were promised, but at so much higher of a cost than we could have ever envisioned. We lost Johnny, we lost our friends, never became a legend of Night City, betrayed so me, and will never have the chance to be the person we always wanted to be. We were warned up front there's no happy endings in Night City, not for people who do what we do. But we took our shot, and this is where it landed. I had hoped for, I don't know, something, anything happy to come out of all this. For the chance for it to all work out, but it wasn't to be. The denial of any joy to be found here is the greatest thing they could have done with this game, as it stays so true to itself. At the end of the day, Night City conquers all who stay too long. It beat Johnny, it beat David, and it beat us. Cyberpunk 2 has been announced, codenamed Project Orion, and who knows, maybe V will end up alive in that story and we really find a way to save him. But I bet he's just going to be another drink offered at the afterlife. Another story told by those who didn't know him. So that's the end of Phantom Liberty. Either we're betrayed and watch as our last hope flies away, leaving us feeling as though we had done the right thing but at the cost of our own future, or we can betray our friends who put their trust in us just to end up alive without a life to live in the end. Oh, how they do it. But what about the base game? Before Songbird, before Dogtown and the FIA, what were the paths you could take? Well, it all starts with Hanako as you'll go to meet her and hear the offer she has for you. Fun fact, Nocturne in F minor OP 55 number 1 is the song she's playing on the piano when you walk in. And actually, most mission titles will either be songs or movies related to the mission's narrative. Anyways, Hanako wants us to accompany her to Arasaka Tower to take control back from Yorinobu. To go with her after all the fighting you've done against Arasaka is a big risk, but thankfully you don't have to make that choice here and now, as a bad attack will leave us with Johnny walking the body back to Vic's clinic where you get back on your feet. Vic tells it to us straight, we're out of time and it's time to do something about the relic once and for all. Misty will lead us up to her little retreat on the roof where she leaves us to make our big choice. Our options are laid out in front of us, assuming you've done the side missions to unlock all of them. You can take Hanako's offer and go with her. You can let Johnny take control of the body and recruit Rogue to lay siege to Arasaka Tower. Or you can call Panem to ask for the help of the Aldecaldos. Before any of that, though, Johnny will encourage you to call anyone you want to say goodbye to, which really just means your love interest. Johnny will then try to sell you on him going with Rogue, citing fair points such as the fact that the body fully responds to him while it's actively rejecting V at this point, but the choice is ultimately ours. For our first ending, let's see what happens if you put your trust in someone in a position of real power as we call up Hanako Arasaka and accept her offer. Head down to Misty's to wait and she'll offer to do your tarot reading, which you can reject, but should you take her up on the offer, she'll pull your cards. It seems as though other people have had different cards pulled, but regardless of chosen ending, I always get the same ones in the Fool, the Magician, the Lovers, and the Moon. If I had to guess, it's based on the choices you make throughout the game that affect your relationship with Johnny, your love interest, your reputation, and just your general demeanor, but I can't find a guide anywhere that breaks it all down and I don't have enough footage to compare and contrast. Regardless of the cards that are pulled, Misty's reaction when she sees Arasaka pulls up will be the same. She judges you harshly for it, saying that we've changed and not for the better, unable to stomach you siding with those that took Jackie away from her. It's a bad sign that this isn't going to end well, but there's no time for that now as Hellman, and if you saved him, Takamura, walk through the door ready to go with the plan. Step 1 is pretty simple. Get to Hanako's residence where she's being held captive, bonk a guard on the head, shoot some of the others, maybe knife one if you're feeling fancy, and get her out the back to the waiting AV. We pull up to the Arasaka Tower, and it turns out she has a little surprise waiting for us as we head downstairs to talk to Saburo. Wait, what? Oops, sorry, meant Saburo. Turns out he had his engram uploaded in case something like this happened because, he's rich, weird, and evil. Hanako brings us down to the board meeting where she reveals to the members the truth of what happened to her father before offering you up as her witness. This doesn't go over spectacularly well, but pulling out Dad certainly shuts the room down as he calls them all little bitches. Yorinobu doesn't take this super well and instead decided to call in the troops for a more persuasive brand of politics, Night City style. With that, everyone's pretty much on the same page that we're fighting now, and we're sent upstairs to capture Yorinobu, but she doesn't want him hurt. Fortunately, all the people in between us and him are fair game, so it's time to send it in headfirst into the fray with Takamura at our side and the occasional Netrunner support. Get far enough in, and the last obstacle you'll face will be one Atom Smasher who is a very fun fistfight for the first half of his health bar and a very angry turret for the second half. Put a bullet through his skull and move on to confront Yorinobu, who has pretty much accepted defeat. Frankly, he's a broken man that may have actually been trying to do the right thing in the end, as it turns out he was trying to dismantle the Arasaka Empire that for so long kept its heel on the neck of the average person. He knows the fight is over now, though, and doesn't resist it, rather spending what he knows will be his last moments in the embrace of his sister. A sister who, true to her word, sends us with Hellman to an orbital medical platform to get the help we need. You'll get one last chance to speak to Johnny before he's removed by the Arasaka techs, and frankly, he doesn't think very highly of you considering the path you've taken.
Got it all wrong. No way that V would have ever made it this far. Just wouldn't have survived. I had to grow stronger. And I did.
Maybe. But that V also couldn't stomach betrayal.
Wait, that's what you think? I betrayed you?
Worse. Lots. You betrayed yourself.
Got no right to judge me.
Couldn't be more wrong. Biochip did more than just blend our memories. That line that kept V and Silverhand separate, well, faded a while back.
How's that give you the right to talk down to me?
I'm the V who mourns our pal, Jackie. The V who's fucking livid at Brigitte. I'm the V with a heavy conscience. And you. Who are you?
It hurts all the more because he seems to understand our decision even if he's not going to choose to respect it. In Phantom Liberty, we killed Johnny to save ourselves, and Johnny could accept that with a full heart, because in the end we stayed true to who we were, more or less, but not here. This time Johnny will scorn us because we chose to give up who we are and everything we stood for. We sacrificed our life for a chance to stay alive, and that he cannot accept. His final words this time, not a comfort, but a damning condemnation of our character.
Remember what Dex asked you? Quiet life or blaze of glory?
Sure I remember.
Shame you chose wrong. Damn shame.
Much like when we woke up from surgery at the FIAs, there's the distinct feeling that something is wrong. Colors don't exist as they should, and V seems downright terrified. The doctor tells us everything is fine, that we just need to rest, but it's more than that, as if our guilty conscience is acting to reject us the same way the relic did, recognizing the wrong person in the body, a foreign presence. We'll be woken up and run through a series of cognitive and physical tests, from word association to a simple Rubik's Cube we can't seem to solve, to running on a treadmill. This will become our life for the next while as we fall and fall again and again to work to get our legs back under us. In the meantime, we'll watch news reports about the world going to shit and being plagued with nightmares in our dreams. Somewhere around halfway through, you'll get the chance to call your friends, and while they don't go as badly as the calls from when you rose from our coma, they aren't at all pleasant. Eventually, though, V will start to get better. His vision will return to normal, and if we're patient, we'll even be able to solve the cube. That's when we'll be given the bad news. We may have gotten better in terms of when we got up from surgery, but Takamura's here to tell us that no matter what we do, this is essentially the end of the road. V takes this news pretty well, I'd say.
Fuck!
He offers us a couple of alternatives. First, we can join the Secure Your Soul program, becoming an engram in Mikoshi with the promise of a new body sometime in the future. He offers you a contract where you literally sign your life away, becoming property of Arasaka. You can choose to go this way, which in a way makes sense. You've come this far to save your life, so you might as well give up just a little more. The fear on V's face says it all as you prepare to give up the last bit of your soul in order to live on in the future. You've made a mistake, and you know it. The alternative is to simply walk away. You'll be put on a shuttle to Earth to die while salvaging what's left of your soul. There's an irony to V singing Never Fade Away as he walks to the shuttle as he goes to do just that. Fade away. No matter how you cut it, this ending is just isn't a good one for V. I can't justify all he sacrificed just to gain a few months on Earth withering away. While I think it's good that this ending exists and it fits perfectly into the narrative, it just isn't one that I can accept, so we can return to the rooftop and try another way. This time, I find it only right to put my trust in another, in Johnny. I believe him when he says he wants to save our life, and hell, what do I really have to lose, so I pop the pill and give it a go, hoping for the best. No time for a tarot this go-round as the rocker boy is on a mission, heading straight to the afterlife, not even stopping for a drink when he's there, full of purpose we haven't seen in Johnny before. He doesn't exactly go about it how I would have, guilting Rogue with the fact that she sold out to the corpse to save herself to convince her to help us with one last good cause, to save V. It isn't easy to convince her that Johnny isn't in this for himself, but she can see the same thing I can. That he really does want to do the right thing for once. And it's almost as if she knows this has the potential to be the last thing she does, but finds hope in doing something for good. The two of them share a moment and we wake up to, fuck, don't do that, you ugly bastard! Apparently we've been asleep for 20 hours, and in that time Rogue has formulated an entire plan along with gathering up the gear and people we'll need. Part of this plan falls to us as she intends to knock a satellite out of the sky, which we'll need Alt for. We were going to call her anyway, so it isn't too much of an inconvenience. The conversation with Alt is interesting. In essence, Johnny is digital still, so Alt knows what he's going to say before it can come out of his mouth, and it makes the conversation kind of tough, but she does agree to do what we need. You can take the opportunity before the end of the conversation to apologize to Alt, but she doesn't give a straight reply for us. With that done, it's time to fly, so we close up shop and head to the roof where our bomber is waiting for us. There's a nice little city flyover to take in the views along with checking out the shooting star we called in. Unfortunately, someone appears to have taken us crashing a satellite, then flying a bomber at their building personally. Thankfully, Rogue packed these nifty grav boots that allow us for a softer landing, but Waylon will be forced to stay with the ship on its way down, so because Johnny's a good guy now, we go get him before finding the elevator. Then the fancy footwear we're packing comes in handy again for a rapid descent to the ground floor, which we fight through to get to the security room. Find a terminal where we can plug in Alt and she'll do plenty of work making us a path, and I mean Jesus, it's honestly kind of terrifying the havoc she wrought in mere seconds. Push forward and just like before, we'll be confronted by Adam Smasher, only this time to an instant loss.
I remember you, cunt.
Bro!
Eat shit and die, bastard!
Bastard smasher!
Interesting.
With Johnny at the helm and Rogue gone, something feels immensely satisfying about going toe-to-toe with Smasher, beating the hell out of the metal monstrosity. Beat the bastard down and Johnny can have a few last words before you put a bullet through his brain. You can pick up Rogue's gun, which will mean a lot to Johnny for sentimental reasons, and for the player means you can bring both of Rogue's iconic weapons with you after you finish the playthrough. They're called Pride and Prejudice, by the way, which honestly was so damn funny to me for reasons I can't explain. It's just one reference in a sea of hundreds, but it made me giggle just a little. Say goodbye to Wayland and stumble through the doors to Mikoshi, plugging in V and being returned to digital form. In a poetic kind of moment, you'll reach the rooftop once again, with just the color palette alone feels very inspired by Blade Runner. Considering they honor Roy Batty in the Columbarium, I would have to assume they're fans of Ridley's dystopian future. Pick up the necklace and you'll be brought to the digital world V is living in the moment. It's odd to touch yourself on the shoulder, I must say. You'll have this entire conversation from the perspective of Johnny, which is incredibly neat. Talking to yourself is a bit odd, but it's not too bad. You learn that V has become an engram and Alt is working on uploading him back to the body. That is, until Alt shows up to tell us that there's been a complication. She will explain that while the body is going to reject V regardless of what happens, it will accept Johnny as a host, as now it's changed to become his. If you caught my last video on endings, you know where I'm going to go with this, as my headcanon takes over in these moments. Johnny truly became V's friend and comrade and has dedicated himself to saving V no matter what the cost, so in my view, he would never take the body. Because Johnny is the one in charge here, he will ultimately make the choice here, but I can only see him walking across that bridge to join Alt in cyberspace, returning V to his body to spend whatever time he has left however he pleases. So that's what I did here, making the hard choice and letting Johnny Silverhand leave the Earth just like he did the first time. A legend. You'll travel through cyberspace in what seems heavily inspired by 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then you'll wake up in bed as V, in David and Lucy's apartment no less, although I think it was sort of V's first. It's confusing. You'll wake up to do what I can only describe as a normal morning. Get up, take a shower, get dressed, head down to the kitchen to find your love interest, who won't be too happy, and you can follow her outside. How this goes will depend on who you're talking to. Carrie and River will be willing to stay, but Panem and Judy will want to walk away from the city forever, even if that means walking away from us. V can't leave though, as he has unfinished business here in the city with one last thing to prove. That means that this will be goodbye, unless you're a nomad, I suppose. But it doesn't come with hard feelings. There's still love between the two of you, but you're simply going in different directions, which is how it goes, really. Grab your gear and head outside to look to the AV waiting for you and fly to the afterlife, taking what could be one last look at Night City. When we walk in the afterlife, it feels entirely the same, but it's ours now. We're the boss. Stop by the bar and talk to Claire, who will offer you a drink. When she finds out your job's today, it's proposed you follow tradition and knock back a Silverhand like Rogue did. It makes sense to me, but I'm feeling sentimental today and we'll have her mix up a Jackie Wells instead. No disrespect to the rocker boy, but in this moment I wanted to remember where I came from. I know how important this day would have been to him, and it's best that the others don't forget Jackie. Mr. Blue Eyes will be waiting in what used to be Rogue's booth and is now ours as we discuss the job that will make V a legend in Night City. He's a little vague on details, something about stealing casino client data from what we'll find out is a satellite. The scene shifts to us in a space shuttle. We grab our gun, put on our helmet, and step out into the history books, becoming the best there ever was. This ending is called The Sun, and I don't love it if I'm honest. It isn't quite like when I accepted Hanako's offer. In that path, I knew I made a mistake from the word go, but this feels different. While walking with Arasaka, I felt as though I betrayed myself and everyone around me. This time, I feel like I wasted an opportunity given to me to lead a better life. Like I was living for someone else and forgot to live for me. This should be my victory. I own the afterlife. I'm a legend of Night City. I'm alive at the top of the world and will be remembered long past my time. But it isn't right. I'll only be remembered as great by the people who didn't know me. The people who did clearly miss the person I was, not the person I am, as they take their leave from Night City and are apparently better off for it. Did I really care this much about being the best, or am I trying to live Jackie's dreams? Am I trying to live up to the legend of Silverhand? I honestly don't know. The only thing I'm sure of is that my success doesn't feel like victory. It's lonely at the top, and I found myself left alone to ponder whether in reaching for the sun, I'd become a modern-day Icarus, burning my wings as my need to be remembered by many outgrew my need to be remembered well by the few who mattered. There's other ways to go, though. What if we had made a different choice on that rooftop? What if we just said fuck it? There's a secret ending in Cyberpunk that's unlocked with certain dialogue choices throughout the game, along with some specific actions on the rooftop, along with some patience. Every ending involves someone we care about dying, even if only in a metaphorical sense. What if we didn't want to make that choice? Johnny will offer up an alternative.
Kinda tough deciding which of your friends get to die, isn't it? Good news is you got this one chum who's already dead. And he'd be honored to join you on a wild suicide run. You, me, and Arasaka Tower. Kinda sounds like a Eurodyne lyric, I know, but trust me, we'll go fucking Nova.
This plan, what would it entail, exactly?
Plan? Well, might be how Rogue operates. I say you grab the hottest iron you can find, stride in the tower's front door, and cut your own path down to the lower levels. If Mikoshi's deep underground like Hanako claims it is, you'll just have to find the elevator.
If I gotta die, rather fall into my grave, gun in hand and on fire, and not drag anyone down with me.
Huh. You just discovered what it takes to become a legend. Grab your iron. Let's mobilize.
So crank the music and go to work. I don't know if I've just gotten better at this game or if the difficulty has been lowered since the 2.0 update, but I remember this being a hell of a lot harder. Even with the reduction in difficulty, there's still tons going on, and if you should slip up and die, you will in fact get an instant game over that will play the self-forever sleep selection of voicemails. Battle your way through the lobby, grab a keycard for the elevator, and head down towards the server rooms. If you get stuck in this room right here, it's generally this guy stuck behind a door, but a grenade will help him get out. Work your way down and open up a network port that you can slot Alt's chip into. She'll unlock the doors for you, and as usual, you'll be fighting Smasher here, but man, it feels so much better knowing you're fighting with Johnny at your side, aware for the whole thing. He also makes for a hell of a fist fight when he's got two hands to throw, and his Sandy has a certain level of style that the others tend to lack. As per usual, finish him off, letting him know that Johnny sends his regards to the Tin Man. With the final obstacle overcome, head to the Mikoshi access point. It feels nice to have Johnny there to pick you up when you stumble, pushing us forward as we plug in. You'll reach the same digital world and say hello to Johnny face to face for the first time, at least in a manner of speaking. Unfortunately, even though you're on the other side of the table, the conversation will play out more or less the same. Your body is broken, it will never accept you again, and the best you can hope for is a few months before you die. We're yet again given the choice, and should you return to the body, you'll get the sun ending again, but we're here because it didn't quite feel right, and to be honest, I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of risking my life every minute of every damn day to get an inch further. I'm tired of fighting against a system that will never let me win. I'm tired of fighting against my own body, and above all things, I'm tired of fighting against the reality I've created. I made this bed. Rising from the dead didn't make me the master of death. It simply meant that I had become a dead man walking. And you know what? I made a promise to Johnny that I would save his life given the chance. He put his life in my hands walking into that tower alongside me, and you know what? I'm gonna honor that. Between the two of us, he's the only one who has the chance to live a real life when this is done, so whether he wants me to or not, I'm gonna give him that second chance he asked me for back in the oil fields. The best part is he doesn't want you to go, fighting us every step of the way, trying everything he can think of from calling us a quitter, to a coward, to whatever, but this isn't his decision and you can make him respect that.
I'm so damn tired, Johnny. I just want to start anew. Even if I don't know what that means. I better be good for you too.
V, I'm just scared for you.
I'll see you around, Johnny.
Having made the decision to part as friends, we walk into cyberspace, following Alt to new adventures, leaving Johnny behind to live his own life. We wake up into a familiar body with a strange new mind, or vice versa depending on how you feel about it. Either way, a life that feels foreign. Upon looking at your messages, you can see everyone V knows trying to get a hold of him, some even understanding that it's Johnny who they're talking to. He doesn't have any answers for them, and I can't blame him. Who would truly believe that this was V's decision? For an outsider looking in, it would likely only look that Johnny stole the body in the end, and maybe that's what's for the best, for them to believe that V was taken from them instead of leaving like he had. With his bags packed, Johnny will go to the neighbor kid for a ride who's happy to help him out, clearly struggling with his home life and in need of a friend. They chat about music as Steve clearly has a passion for it that he shares with Johnny, even if he doesn't know who he's talking to. I'm not sure if either of them knows, but Steve happens to be wearing V's favorite shirt, one of those little details that make the game what it is. When they walk outside, the father sitting on the stoop will confront Steve, and while you can have some words with him, I doubt it'll take. The two will have a conversation on the way, chatting about making music and becoming a rocker boy. It's nice to see Johnny just being a good person for once. You'll stop by a high-end guitar store, where Johnny will pick out and buy a very nice classic guitar from the back of the shop. After that, you'll head over to the Columbarium, where you'll say your last goodbyes to V, unable to carry this reminder of him anymore as it makes it hard to do what Johnny has to finally do. Move on. After a little parenting advice for the wannabe rocker, we say our goodbyes to who's probably Johnny's only friend in the world. Crossing the street to board a bus that will take us away. Pop in your ticket, stow your bag, and find a seat. Steve will run after us, screaming to stop the bus, saying that we've forgotten the guitar, but a rocker boy never forgets his guitar. He did one last little kindness before heading away, showing an appreciation for those around him. It won't be an easy journey. I don't know where he'll go or what he'll do, but I'm happy that the legend of Silverhand will live on. The voicemails we get aren't of the happiest variety, most of them dependent on how much they know about V's situation with Panem even vowing to find Johnny and kill him, but this decision was bigger than that, and had they known this was V's choice, I hope they'd be able to accept it. This ending is called Temperance. Maybe a bit of irony considering who's in the body, but I like to think that it's the dev's way of saying that he really has changed. Really is a better man now. And as someone who could have done with a few more people in my life trying out a bit of temperance, it just makes me smile. There are two other paths to the end of V's journey, however, and I'll just be straight with you. While I've endeavored to separate this section from my previously released video on endings, this section will be almost borderline lifted from that video, simply because I can see few areas in which I can improve upon it. I don't think I can actually plagiarize myself, but I didn't want to set any false expectations. With that said, let's head back to the roof again. Now, before we get into this ending, I need to clarify something. I am about to celebrate a scene in which a character takes their own life. I need to make clear I am not in any way celebrating the action itself, merely the writing and context in which this decision takes place. I'm one who finds my own mind outside the range of the light quite often, and I don't want to be the reason anyone removes their own light from the world because their own darkness became too much. Resources will be provided below in the description and comments for anyone struggling right now. Someone is out there for you, whether it be a friend, a loved one, a counselor. With that being said, if the subject is too much for you, I encourage you to skip the section using the timestamp here, or the chapter feature in the play bar of your video. You're loved even if you can't always feel it. Now back to Night City. You're presented several options we've talked about right here on this rooftop. All different ways at attempting to save your own life. All with the potential to hurt those around you in ways big or small. V recognizes this as well, and doing the math in his head will come to the conclusion there's only one way to end this without a lot of people getting hurt, without doing any more damage to the world than she already has. This is a painful ending, but its beauty is in its reality, and I commend CDPR for having the courage to recognize this is a realistic path a person might take. People only have so much in them. Some have so much more than the average human could imagine possible, challenging every day head on and getting the better of it. But for some people, they struggle just to begin their day. For some people, it takes everything they have to continue going. V is in a hopeless situation if there ever was one. After struggling so hard to stay alive, fighting, killing, betraying people, losing friends, with the weight of the world crushing down on even the strongest of people, it's possible for them to crumble. I can empathize with it being just too much, to simply want to be done with it all, no more struggling to get through the day, no more disappointment, and no more pain. Then V says something that resonated with me so deeply that I'm positive whoever wrote this has been to that place. Has been at the end of the rope, running out of strength to hold on.
People die. It's the way of things.
Am I worth their sacrifice? Or you?
Some people won't understand this. It's a language that they won't speak and hopefully will never learn, but for some it's painfully relatable. There's two things that the writers did here that are incredible and worthy of praise. The first is to show how even the strongest could find themselves in a position to give up, to think that it's the right choice. The second is to show the realities of how your actions will affect the people around you in so many different but equally painful ways, to demonstrate the unseen ripples of your actions along with the diverse way in which people will handle grief. Victor tries to put on a strong face, to see the light at the end of the tunnel, but his grief is forthcoming as he blames himself for not doing enough. Mama Wells will be seen praying for your soul, pained by your loss, but not unaccustomed to it after losing Jackie. Judy is racked with grief, unable to find her words, but her emotion pours through the screen. Panem shows her pain differently, angry, shouting at us, wishing us eternal damnation for wasting the chance we had, for giving up after all she had done to keep us alive, promising that if there is an afterlife, she will make us pay. Carrie is also angry, but it's different. Almost a message from the devs begging you not to take this route.
You thought this would solve everything, didn't you? That this would adequately convey what you thought of this shitty world, huh? That's something that always pissed me off, you know? This whole romanticizing suicide bullshit. Like we're all Romeo and Juliet. 'Cause you're so fucking original, aren't you? The only thing you proved is that you don't give a fuck about your friends. Am I right? What a fucking waste.
Rivers is surprisingly accepting. He doesn't blame us, he's just sad that it went this way, which in a lot of ways hurts all the more as he shares the story of losing another friend in the same manner. One of my favorite resources on self-forever sleep that I'll be linking below is a TED Talk by Mark Hennick in which he describes the extreme narrowing of your view that can lead you to this place where you don't understand how much is out there for you because you're blinded by the pain. Misty sums up the reality of that here oh so well.
Well, you should know it didn't just affect you. It hit your friends, too. I don't think you knew just how many friends you really had.
This whole scene is so incredibly well crafted with the weight of reality so honestly applied to this fantasy setting. They made this option that feels so, I don't know how to describe it other than correct. A willingness to romanticize succumbing to the darkness of one's inner self, making it almost seem like the right thing to do, only to pull back the curtain immediately after and show the painful reality of those left behind to pick up the pieces. Those who would have walked through the fire without hesitation to keep you from getting burned are now devoid of the light you brought into their world, now leaving them with their own darkness to navigate without their friend at their side. If there was ever a way to talk about self-harm, it would be this one. This is not the note I want to end on, however, so let's go back to the rooftop and see the last path the vanilla game offers us. How about we end on a happy note, or at least as happy as V's story is capable of being. As always, Johnny will try to win us over, but we can tell him we want to try our luck with Panem and the Aldecaldos. He wants to help, but understands when we tell him that should this be our last ride, we want to be there for it, placing a reassuring arm on her shoulder, saying all that needs to be said without a word. When we call Panem, she will happily answer, and while it takes a second to sink in, she will agree to help without a second thought, telling us to sit tight as she's on her way. Misty will read me the same tarot, but the reaction to my ride will change dramatically from when it was Arasaka. This time, a sly smile on her face as she hears the Nomad's car pull up. Seeing Hellman and Takamura walk to the door was like inviting the devil in, only to find out as he crossed the doorstep. But to see Panem standing there, it was like my own guardian angel had come back to bring me to heaven. Grab a little nap on the way, and by the time someone kicks you awake, there will be a plan assembled for us to hear, and it's certainly interesting. The plan is to drill into the tower. There's a construction site working in the area. It isn't incredibly well protected, but it will be a fight both getting in and out. That's for tomorrow, though. For now, they ask me what else I need, and when I say that I need to call up an AI from beyond the Blackwall and have a chat, Saul has the expected response.
An AI from past the Blackwall.
Are you fully present up there? Why in hell would an AI help us break into Mikoshi?
Because I'll ask it to. Nicely.
Fuck me, V.
With that settled, head over to Dakota and take the icy plunge in order to find Alt. After a short philosophical conversation with Alt, we get on the same page and she provides us with a shard to slot in when we get there to allow her access. Interesting note that she will in fact comment on our time with Songbird when discussing how the Blackwall affects people. Just a fun little note. When we get out, we'll find that we may have spooked Carol and Dakota just a little bit. Oh well. Stop by to discuss Mitch's upgrades to the Basilisk along with his crippling drinking addiction while other things are made ready, then head over to the center of the camp when you're done. Hop up in the bed of the truck with Saul as he has a little surprise for us.
It's a simple matter. We, all of us standing here, owe you. And it's a great debt.
Speak for yourself, Saul.
But in spite of that, you're still an outsider. A mercenary from Night City. From what might as well be another world.
Hey, ask Panem. She knows.
So it's about time we fix that.
A downright injustice it is. It needs fixing.
You're gonna be an Aldecaldo. Which means this family will go to hell and back for you. Ready, kid?
Saul, are you all sure about this?
Does this look like one big jest?
Look, I know what this means. I used to wear clan colors too, but to be an Aldecaldo, I don't know if you should.
Just answer the question. Are you ready?
Do your worst.
You're one of us now, B. You're an Aldecaldo, damn it.
It meant a lot, and honestly this is one of the few times the life pass seemed to matter, as it feels just a little bit more meaningful for a nomad to ride with a family once again. Then we do as the nomads do the night before a raid, sit around campfires, and try to find a little peace in life before the coming storm. Honestly, this right here is what makes this mission so damn special. This is why I will keep coming back to this path even if I don't particularly love how it turns out. There's just so much life here that actually makes me feel alive. You should stop and talk to everyone before you progress here. I like to swing by the table of veterans whose respect you seem to have earned through your past raids with them. They'll invite you to share in their time-honored tradition of cracking open one of their special big job beers, and it feels awful good to have earned the right to sit and enjoy a moment with a table full of those who have eclipsed you in experience. They'll even value your input on the struggles between Panem and Saul, which feels, I don't know, like I'm at the adult table. You can also run into a couple guys you've helped out during gigs, or sit with Scooter who we can help by getting the kidney he needed. He won't play you any samurai, but he does have something a little more fitting. Go over and have a private chat with Saul discussing the realities of tomorrow's raid and how it may not just be a straightforward kindness, but you can see that he does care about his family above anything else. Dakota is having a We Might All Die Tomorrow sale, so you pick up some gear if you're desperate. It's worth it to seek out Cassidy, as he'll offer you some advice on how to stay alive in gunfights as long as he has.
The trick is to hear silence in your mind at the bang. I heard that a long time ago, round about when I was your age. I remember it to this day.
It's good advice, and you can even prove you were listening, knocking down enough bottles to pass his challenge, for which you'll win his trusty revolver. I couldn't take it from him though, as it didn't feel right. Mitch will be hiding away in his shop, and if you want, you can try out the upgraded Basilisk we're taking to battle tomorrow. It's not really any different, but it's cool. Then when you get back, he'll offer you a beer, and you can sit back as he'll tell you some war stories. His time in the Panzer Corps and how he came to be who he is. Then you'll even get into camp politics, the usual questions of the internal struggle between the ideas of Panem and Saul, hoping that they can keep it together for the hopes of the clan. This isn't a conversation to be having right now, though, so it's best if you put a lid on it and go find Panem. She's alone up over the camp and just taking it all in, having been around long enough to really understand what tomorrow will be and how it could all go down. She's stressed and nervous for her family, but we can calm her down just a bit, offer her a moment of peace, or at the very least show her she doesn't have to be afraid alone. Spend a night in peace. The morning will bring new problems, but they can wait until then. This is one of the biggest lessons to be taken from the Aldecaldos. There's a time to stress and there's a time to sit with those who you love and remember why you fight. So many people out there are consumed by worry, not understanding that it's just a rocking chair.
Gives you something to do, but it doesn't get you anywhere.
These moments are what I live for, but am rarely prepared to deal with. There's a level of calm that comes from the furious work it takes to prepare, and while I've never been in a gunfight, I've been in situations that could do me a lot of harm. Racing comes to mind, and I've never found myself stressed in the moment. I once often heard it described as, it isn't that I wasn't afraid, it's that there was no room for fear. It just didn't have the space to exist. That's what these big moments are like when you're prepared for them. It's the easy part. But what I envy is the ability to look at the storm coming and finding solace in the fact that I'll be able to handle it when it comes. I'm rambling, but what I'm really trying to say is that when you've earned a moment of peace, remember that you have the right to take it. I can feel this scene. The smell of gas and diesel, the heat from the cars, the rumble of the engines in your chest, it's intoxicating. The plan is established one more time with some recent recon done to show us what we're in for. Mount up with Panem at your side and steel your nerves as the moment has come. It gets hectic quickly as the first thing to go wrong is the basilisk goes down and we'll have to hold off some drones while Panem patches it back together. The first loss will come just as we get moving again. The drones will take out the tower Bobby was trying to hold, and it's a rough loss, but we have to keep going. There's no turning back now. Wading into the fray head first as we'll lead the charge right through the front gate. This takes the tank down again, but it's all good as I'm better on my feet anyway. No dumbass bunch of goons is going to hold me back now as we wade in showing them how we've earned our rep as one of the scariest mercs in Night City. The enemies will come in waves, but at this point they just become a number. The only thing that matters is the next one. Eventually Panem will stick the damn basilisk together and just in time for us to hop back in and help tape down the Militech reinforcements being sent to deal with us. With that taken care of, Saul and Mitch will follow us through the gate as we head back to the drill. I love this moment when you get a chance to tell Panem who our Netrunner support is.
Well, kind of funny story actually. Alt is Johnny's ex.
You're joking.
God's honest truth. But nobody moves through the net quite like she does. She's our only way into Mikoshi proper.
Johnny, Alt, we're keeping it all in the family, I see.
We get some bad news when we get to the drill as another wave of troops will slam into the Nomads and they'll need help. It's been a while, but do you remember how the Basilisk works? Needing 2 pilots to function because the mental strain on one would fry their brain? Well, Mitch knows that, opting to take the thing back by himself in order to help the family. He's in no mood to argue over it and never hesitates. His family is in danger and there isn't anything you can do to stop him from going back for them. Mitch goes off like a goddamn gangster, head held high with no regrets, marching off to his death to save those who he loves. What a guy. With nothing else to do but climb up in the drill and get going, setting it into the bowels of Arasaka Tower. It could have gone a little smoother, but at the end of the day, we got in and that's all that matters. Now it's time to be quiet as we sneak past patrols and into the maintenance area. One step at a time, we'll move deeper into the facility, doing whatever possible not to draw any more attention than necessary. Thankfully, all we need is an access point, and getting through the heavily guarded areas without setting off alarms is become my specialty. So we jack out the Netrunner and jack in Alt, who instantly seizes Arasaka's systems. She clears us a path which is a little bit unnerving to walk through as she's turned the building into a pile of corpses yet again. As with all the other paths, we will end up at this gate to this room and be confronted by Atom Smasher, and just like with Rogue, we will lose someone in the opening exchange.
Aldecaldos! Fucking
While not as satisfying as with Gorilla Arms, it still feels pretty damn great to lay into Smasher with a monowire. And as with all the other times, the second half is more stressful as he turns into more of a turret than an enemy, but it will keep you on your toes, and putting him down once and for all with a nice little backhand will still feel great. Panem is broken up about Saul just like you would expect, but there isn't much time to be sad as we stumble towards Mikoshi, using what seems to be the last of our strength. Panem will offer her support, but V is one stubborn bastard dragging himself forward, determined to finish this under his own power. So we find ourselves here again. One more rooftop, one more trip to this so-called prison of souls, and once more we'll hear the bad news. This time is different though. Too many have died for me to just give away my body now. V will ask if there's truly no other way, hoping for a happier ending. But remember what I told you at the beginning? There are no happy endings here.
Here, for folks like us, wrong city, wrong people.
Johnny will hear no apologies, taking it in good cheer, happy that he'll get the chance to live on, even if only for a few months. Something about his willingness to go makes it even harder to leave him, but like the true friend he is, Johnny Silverhand will provide us some last words of comfort.
You know, you taught me to let go sometimes.
With this, we sit down in the well that will return us to our body, with the last few words from the rocker boy to live with.
Goodbye, V. And never stop fighting.
When we wake back up, we'll be in Panem's truck on the dam overlooking the city. Get out and go join her. This will be our last look at Night City, as V will leave with Panem and the Aldecaldos. Specifically Tucson, which as someone who was born and raised and still lives in Tucson, is not what I consider a happy ending. That being said though, I guess anything is an upgrade from the crushing weight of Night City. They just can't help one more reference thrown in as V will say goodbye to Night City, bidding it good night and good luck. Chet Baker will accompany us out of the city on the way to the meeting point, although he'll be interrupted by an old friend.
Panem. Girl, are you running from Night City or going to your granny's for cookies and milk? Gun it or that storm will catch you.
Screw you.
Yeah, I may have fibbed just a little bit. His time in the Panzer Corps hardened his mind and kept him alive through the trauma of solo piloting. I guess there's at least one happy ending in Night City. Climb into the Basilisk with Panem one more time and get ready to go. The Aldecaldos theme will follow us through the path as we travel into Haboob in order to find our hidden border crossing. Through the tunnel and out to the other side, you'll have the chance to breathe freely for the first time since you got to Night City. I've said it before and I'll say it again. There is no way to beat Night City. The closest you'll get is to leave and wither away in the desert. For what it's worth, these are probably the happiest of the messages you can get at the end credits roll, but man, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a win. How many people have died for me to get a few more months of life? I love V to death, but I don't know if I could live with that if I were him. I don't know if I'd ever be able to feel as though I'd earned the gift of friends, family, and happiness bestowed upon me. I know I'm being a Debbie Downer, and I know that not moving on and making the most of what I have now would be a disrespect to those that fell for me to get here, but man, the fact that this is the so-called happy ending is just so bittersweet. It truly turns out there was nothing I could have done. Every path cost me something in the end, and all of them seemed to be a price too high to pay, with the exception of maybe Temperance. But that's what makes Cyberpunk so perfect. Told you at the start that there was never going to be a happy ending, and the truth was that simple. Most games would have had a way out, a way to get everything you wanted and more. There would have been an ending where Johnny is restricted to the biochip but will stay with you forever, but V gets to live on, becoming the best in Night City before choosing to leave or stay. But that's not who CD Projekt are. They don't do happy endings for the sake of happy endings. They give us the right endings and let us choose the path we want to take. That's it though. That's all the ways that V's story can play out. We saw how you can trade your soul for a chance in the devil, getting the potential to live on but only if you sign your life away. We can become the legend we always wanted to be in the sun, but is being adored by those who didn't know us were sacrificing relationships with those who we could have called family. There's multiple ways to wind up with Johnny walking out with your body, but there's only one that feels right as you walk into hell together and choose to let your friend walk out the other side. In a lot of ways, this is the ending with the most joy in it, as it's the only one where someone will truly get to carry on. There's also the choice to just end it all, give up, be done. And while it may seem like the path where you don't let anyone else get hurt, it may be the one where you destroy the most people in your life. Then there's Phantom Liberty, where you will really get to live a long life, but it will be hollow, devoid of all the things who made you who you were and brought you joy, which, no matter which way you cut it, is no life at all. With that, all that's left is the Star, in which you'll get to live out your days far away from the city surrounded by a family that loves you and cares about you. But it will cost you the members of that family. Bobby, Teddy, Saul, and more, and you will have to weigh whether their lives are worth the right for you to die amongst friends. How you want V's story to end will be up to you. And for me, I will always come back to the Star again and again just to be around the Aldecaldos, although I do think the one that feels the best for me would be the secret ending leading to Temperance. With that being said, that wraps up the narrative. While it may have started off a little shaky, everything from the No-Tell Motel forward is some of the best writing I've seen in gaming. Combined with a presentation level that will be difficult to match for anyone following it, it's simply a near-perfect experience. They just pull you along, offering seconds and moments of hope, flashes of light at the end of the tunnel to keep you going even when I knew it was hopeless. I felt this need to keep going. I had this hope that it was all going to work out. I just wanted V to be okay. I wanted to make it out of Night City alive, and I found myself willing to do anything to make it happen. I've cared about stories before. I've cared about characters in games before. But so often in these stories it was Shepard, or Henry, or Arthur. Cyberpunk is the first time the main character has truly felt like me. I felt the weight of every decision I made, and yet I kept making ones that I knew might weigh heavy on my soul because that's just the person I became. Nothing else has ever made me quite this way. I love this game from top to bottom, and just like I'll never allow another person's opinion on Cyberpunk to affect mine, I beg you not to make up your mind based on what I say. Please go play this game and come back and tell me about your journey. I want to know about the choices you make and how they affect you. What choices haunt you and what were your proudest memories? When did you stand tall and when did you let yourself down? Tell me about a time that sent shivers down your spine. Tell me about a time you were angry. Tell me about a time you laughed. Tell me about a time you cried. And tell me about a time you simply couldn't find the words to describe what you were feeling. I'm confident asking you these things because I know if you dive into Night City, you're going to find times where you felt each and every one of these emotions, because they really do exist deeply in the game. I could rant and rave about the story for the next hour, but the truth is that as much as I've done to do my best to bring you along the journey with me and to express what it's like to play the game, it isn't a true substitute for doing it yourself. I can show you this scene with Carrie floating around on the Samurai, but you won't be able to feel how nice it is just to relax after 60 hours of ups and downs, and it's just a straight up brutal experience. I can't make you feel what it's like to just be going shopping and a cyberpsycho comes in that you'll have to fight off, completely unexpected. I can talk about my experience with Johnny and how what started as your greatest rival could prove to be a true friend, but I can't show you every time we interact with him over the course of the game. It's all the little moments that add up to something greater than the sum of their parts. For as long as this video is, the truth is that I've barely scratched the surface when it comes to what playing Cyberpunk is truly like. It plays to the biggest strength that games have in their entertainment medium. You aren't ever watching someone experience something, you're having an experience. Everything is blended together to create a near perfect experience, and there's one more element I haven't yet discussed. That being the music, which as usual is where I'd like to stop off next before we wrap this all up. If you've been around my channel for any length of time, you've heard me discuss music in games, and I often come back to the playlist test, whether songs from a game actually ended up as music I listen to day to day, with one of the prime examples being Cyberpunk. This isn't in any way by accident, as I simply fell in love with the music made for this game. To start off with, you have to discuss Samurai. Being the band Johnny Silverhand stood at the head of, it was obviously crucial to the story, and as such had to be perfect, which it was. The band Refused was brought in to create what would become Samurai, working with the game's team to create something authentic to the characters. We can hear it discussed in the video Refused Becoming Samurai, where lead vocalist Dennis Lixian discusses what it's like to write music from the perspective of someone else, talking about the struggles of creating songs that he himself would never write on his own. It should go without saying, but any video I use for reference will in fact be linked below, and I suggest you do go and watch a lot of them. They're truly interesting, especially if you love the game as much as I do. Watching Dennis struggle with screaming in another tongue, trying to produce a voice other than his own while sounding natural, just seems like an impossible task. At the end of the day, it's clear all the work they put in was worth it because, to be honest, I just thought Samurai was a band I hadn't heard of that they stuck new faces on. Here are just a few of the songs they put together for the game that I think came out perfect.
Yeah, we lost everything. We had to pay the price. I'm fighting George with the rising sun. Black dog in my hair, guiding me to the end.
Now, that's just Samurai's official songs. What about the other versions and ones that got remixed by other artists? This is chipping in we might hear in the game. But here's another version they released that I actually might prefer.
I'm craving serious action, not this bankrupt rock and roll. Ships are passing in the top, riding how my slots are shot. Metal burning beneath my skin, I'm chipping in.
We listened to Never Fade Away sung by Silverhand and Edgerunners, but what about this version featuring Olga Yankoska?
Will never fade away. What you did to me, I know.
It actually listed this as Samurai featuring Olga, but as far as I can tell, it's a straight cover. One in many ways I prefer. They created covers of songs they created. That's just insane to me. Giving artists direction, just letting them go work, creating magic. The radio stations in Night City all have a unique flavor, meaning that each and every one has the potential to become your favorite. My personal favorite is 98.7 Body Heat, and we'll get into standouts later. But first, let's look at the making of 89.7 Growl, which came with the Phantom Liberty update. There was an official video put out by CDPR which includes voices from Global Community Director Marcin Momot, Senior Community Manager Amelia Kolat, Community International Lead Carolyn Wendt, Music Director Marcin Cherbovic, and Senior Composer P.T. Andonchik, as they discuss how a desire to more deeply interact with the community became a chance to work with music. The plan became to not only create a place for fans of the game to submit music inspired by the game, but to have it integrated into the final product in the form of a new radio station. Listening to them talk about how they had this small team spending hundreds of hours listening to thousands of tracks reminds me how this game became so special. Because while they don't understate how large the amount of work was, you can hear in their voices that it was something that humbled them. It brought them joy to understand how many people truly love this game that they had been a part of. I've often tied passion for the project as one of the things that makes a game truly special, and you can see it right here. These people love what they do and the fans they do it for, and it shows in their work. I love how Marcin talks about the selection process, saying that they were looking for something unique, something that
music punches you in the teeth, takes your money, and walks away.
We get a chance to hear from the people whose songs were accepted, and their inspirations and approach are about as varied as you can get. Between sad stripper music that became Afterlife and questions about the role of religion in Cyberpunk's dystopian future that became Going to Heaven by Saint Aurora, which, in case either of those artists are listening, they have been absolute obsessions of mine as of late. This isn't particularly relevant, but I'm sorry. I laughed so hard when I saw the English adaptation director's name was...
I'm Boris Bogacz-Muraszkiewicz.
I try harder than I let on to get the names right, but I'm absolutely not even trying that. To hear Alex Sutton, one of the game's writers, talk about sculpting the DJ for Growl FM and basing it around the real person who would be voicing her, it's just... I don't know how to express it better than they clearly cared about the details, and the end result shows that. While I admit that this album as a whole isn't my favorite thing in the world, the diversity means that there was bound to be something I loved, and Let It Go As You Wander by Haru Memori was a massive standout for me. Saint Aurora also created Going to Heaven, which won't get out of my head.
Afraid of something fictional, I'm breaking something beautiful. Afraid of something fictional, mystical, mythical, super fucking natural.
And you know what? As it turns out, I'm into sad stripper music. Here's Afterlife by Ty McGrath and Just Cosplay Sings.
Running away, I want to stay in your smile because if I can tell the world, it's my desire things. Is that the price that we have to pay?
It's undeniable that regardless of whether or not you like the tracks that ended up there, having an entire radio station created in-game to celebrate your most talented fans is an incredible gesture that should be appreciated. Alright, I really have taken up like way too much time talking about a subject in which I know very little, but there's so much music in this game that I absolutely adore that I feel necessary to at least throw a few of my favorite hits at you. Some from the radio and some from the in-game score as well.
Catching a ride with the lady who hair hangs down past her thigh. Boy, turn off the lights, boy, turn off the lights. I'ma mess with your mind, boy, mess with your mind. I know you think you know me, but you ain't ever seen the way I'm. Now that I got you strung up in my web, it makes me wanna
Music can rarely break a game. You have to screw up pretty bad to get me to actively hate a game's soundtrack, and I can't think of a time I've put down a game over it, but it can certainly elevate a title. I wonder how much time I would have spent driving around Night City if not for these tracks keeping me entertained while I do. The music that hits when combat starts, or just the whole title drop at the beginning of Phantom Liberty. Not to mention the music that will play you out of the game in your various endings. Oh, and I almost forgot, but it needs to be said, the use of music in Edgerunners lived up to everything that was achieved in the game. If you don't choke up just a little bit when you hear "I really want to stay at your house" after finishing Edgerunners, I don't know if you're human. Everything in the game exists to elevate what it's attached to, and while I still have a massive soft spot for what Sam Hewlett did in Mass Effect, so much so that it adorns my walls, it won't be long before they're joined by the tracks that made up Cyberpunk. Even if you never intend to play this game, I'll be linking the soundtracks below, and I'm begging you to give it a listen.
Well?
It's perfect. All great, Panem. We're going home.
I've said before, time and time again, that while Mass Effect 3 remains my all-time favorite game, that Red Dead 2 steals the show when it comes to the best game I've ever played, coming as close to perfection as I've ever seen. Cyberpunk, though, and all the time I've spent with it in the last few years, has grown into a very special place in my heart that I'm struggling to find the right words for. When you're playing Red Dead 2, you can feel the fact that they were reaching for perfection expected of the studio after the first game, but when you're roaming Night City, creeping through scav haunts, scrapping in Dogtown, or just talking to someone, you get the feeling that CDPR just wanted to make something awesome. Perfection be damned. There's no need to have a collection of kids walking across the street when you're trying to get a guy with a malfunctioning dick to a doctor. Getting this goofy-ass picture from Goro after you save his life adds absolutely nothing to the story outside of big boomer energy. You don't need to be able to call this random shop owner fat, but you know why you can? You know why all these things exist? It's because someone thought they were as funny as I do and they were allowed to put it into the world. The Hoonicorn also didn't need to be there, nor be so perfectly realized in the game, but Ken Block meant as much to someone over there as he meant to me, and it shows. From Scorpion's modern-day Viking funeral to a Brazilian clown with a grenade in his nose to V not knowing what a bamboo is. Someone just thought this stuff was fun. Regardless of my positive experience on launch week of the game, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that Cyberpunk is or ever was perfect, but I don't think that was ever the intention. While it may not be perfect, what this game actually is incredible. It has some of the most juvenile humor and the most mature approach to subject matter that I've ever seen. It reaches new heights for visual fidelity, but at the same time runs better than half the new games I played in 2023. It's an RPG first with the narrative and writing, but some of the most stylish gameplay I've ever seen. This game is a series of confusing contradictions that somehow managed to create one of the very best gameplay experiences I've ever had. And you know what? It has to be said that regardless of what state it may have launched in, forgivable or despicable, the team hasn't done anything since but apologize, put their heads down, and work to create the game that everyone imagined they'd be playing. This isn't an endorsement of releasing unfinished games, far from it. But if you're going to chastise a dedicated team for their failures, you should be willing to acknowledge the work they took to correct them. The magic has been here all along, the passion has been clear from day one, and I promise you the launch wasn't born out of a lack of dedicated effort from everyone in that studio. They reached for the stars, and while they may have fallen down before they could touch them, I, for one, at least am willing to cheer them on for climbing up again, knowing what it's like to fall down. I've never experienced a narrative quite like this, with its ability to string you along with an ounce of hope, just praying there's a chance it can all work out. Somehow I was a thief, a fighter, a hitman, and even worse. Yet for some reason at the end, I didn't think about all these things when I added up my lot in life, when I decided what kind of person I was. V could have been anything to anybody. A savior to some, a hero to another, vengeance come calling, or evil in the form of man. You could help those who didn't deserve it, leave them to the fate they created, or appoint yourself executioner. And that's just V. There were so many characters that were so completely fleshed out in ways I just don't ever get to see. You had Panem, someone who was willing to stand on her own, and she stood tall, but at the end of the day had an undying loyalty to her family, sometimes even when they didn't want her to be, earning her place at the head of the family. There was Judy, loyal to the few she called friends and the idea of doing the right thing. Becoming so wrapped up in helping others, she failed to even notice she had burnt herself out, having to walk away from it all to get the perspective to be able to see it. Carrie was proof that no amount of success can make you happy. We found someone who was lost and helped him find himself, putting a smile back on his face even when the cameras weren't on it. We helped out those who thought they had nobody in their life, and those that really didn't have anyone to call, but tried to do the right thing regardless. There were evil people looking for a path to redemption, and those that had lost their way, tied up in a spiral of hatred that made them something I couldn't recognize. Some people had a smaller part to play in my story, but kept a place in my heart nonetheless. Like Victor, who was always there for us when we were down. Jackie, whose memory drove V past his time. Mama Wells, who was always the person she needed to be. Mitch, the one who just made it all work behind the scenes. Hell, Brendan was a damn vending machine that I'll never forget. Night City consumes all, but damn if it hasn't been a hell of a ride to meet your end. You can be at the absolute top of your game 1 minute just to find yourself laid out in the next. From the first word spoken to the last note played, I love Cyberpunk 2077, warts and all. They say games should leave you wanting more, and even with all there is in this game, I just can't help but want a little bit more. One more gig, one more chat with Johnny, one more ride across the city filled with purpose, having no idea what's about to happen next. I want to listen to the radio a little longer. I want to spend another night at the Aldecaldo camp. I want to help out just one more person. Project Orion has been announced, and my biggest hope is that by the time it releases, this channel will be my full-time job and you guys will have earned me a review copy. But for now, I'm just going to enjoy what exists and be thankful for anyone who's listening. This is it for now, Night City. I'm sure I'll be back, but for now it's my turn to ride off into the sunset as one of these legends plays me out. This is Purple signing off. Have a wonderful night, and always remember to smile. Thanks, Chooms.
So this is how it ends. Today was a good day.